mechanics out more.
Brian, that's it. Let me try to help you figure that out. Are you using your Discord username and password? It should just use your Discord account. I know there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Kodiak used it. Are you sure you got your thing correct?
I just really love the vibe of this thing. Of the many adaptations of TMNT.
Because once you're logged in, honestly, it should just feed off of your Discord account. Like if you like it's just asking you to log into your Discord, and then it actually uses your Discord credentials from there. I mean, I could test it and see if I can subscribe myself, but hold on, let me see if I can do it. Because it's got to be an issue with that. But what's up, guys? How's everyone doing? We made it. Happy Monday. I'm just helping Brian with a little bit of a technical issue here, but all the stuff we got today is in the auctions. We can help him join our VIP program, which we just started. I'll talk more about that maybe a little later. Kodiak, what's up? Kodiak, when you joined the VIP program, did it ask you for your Discord login information? Did you provide that and just went through? Because Brian was having an issue.
And I remember my friends and I looking at this cover and going, oh, look, they screwed up and made them all Raphael. Of course, the art for the Nintendo game's cover was actually from the second printing of issue 4 of the Mirage comics.
Yeah, Brian, sounds like you're not logged into your Discord account on there. Yeah, because you clicked the button and your Discord was already logged in there.
Despite having more of the Mirage Turtles design in
so,
the game,
Brian, if you just go to discord.com, like discord.com,
as established in the 87 series. Interestingly, too, there was a Ninja Turtles game poster that altered the headbands on this artwork.
In the top right, you'll see login, and if you're already logged in, it'll say open Discord. But if you just log in on the Discord site on your phone, then go back, it's just going to use your Discord account. I think you're probably entering in a wrong password or username for your Discord, dude.
By Ultra Games, which means it was created by this guy.
Well, let me know if you keep having issues. I'm happy to help with that. As Kodiak will tell you, he won't tell you why or how, but it pretty much pays for itself immediately, and then some.
Absolutely unhinged game ads, a bit of a lost art, aren't they? And hey, I guess it was memorable. I never forgot this bit of insanity.
But what is up, guys? Yeah, welcome to our Monday TMNT and Chill show. I was thinking we'd probably do something similar we did the other day, where oftentimes I don't have, although I will say I'll probably have a little bit later of a show tonight, and I'll be on a little earlier tomorrow because I ended up swapping shifts with the dude at work, so I actually have today and tomorrow off. So you'll see, I was thinking about doing, for old time's sake, doing a full day show tomorrow, like I used to do. I used to basically take a day of PTO, and then from like 9 a.m. to like 9 p.m. I'd be on. I was thinking about doing one of those bad girls tomorrow. I haven't decided.
It's Donatello. Donatello is by far the best.
Let's see how my notification bots are working. Oh, look at that. Aha. You know how long it took your boy to figure out how to get a notification for Whatnot? Nothing integrates with Whatnot. Like, their whole API, everything is closed off, it seems like. But I finally found something where I can send a notification when we're live on Whatnot. So now it notifies on every single one. I did it. I done did it, guys.
Way too easy to have Mikey die keeping him in low health.
How do I...
A fellow chucker! I wish we had a long stick instead.
Just a second.
And if you aren't in an area where you're able to rescue one of the turtles right away, that can screw your entire game up. The only disadvantage with the bow is that it shoots out straight in whatever direction you swing it instead of having any kind of arc to it like the other turtles' weapons. And it's ever so slightly slower. But that really doesn't matter as much as being able to take out most enemies with only 1 or 2 hits.
Alright, and we're live on Discord too.
As the more you have to slash at them, the more likely you're going to take a hit. A little more balancing is what this game can use in a few areas. which turtle you want.
And welcome in, guys.
But unfortunately, without.
But oh yeah, do something like we did the other day, where basically I'll run through the slabs, we'll run through the rack, and then I'll just do a scan through the boxes. And if anyone wants me to pull anything or start a pile out of it, everything is listed, so I can just pull, start the pile, and then run things afterwards. So that way, because I said, I think I stopped, but it's getting to the point where it's hard. I can't run everything the way I've got everything set up. Like I'm switching one book at a time. Like it would take me like 8 hours to run through all 500 items. So I think I might start doing that every now and then. That's my thought. It's the only one I have. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the announcement.
There are 4 sub-weapons you can get with whatever turtle out will equip and can be toggled on and off with the select button. These give whatever turtle a ranged attack, so many of them are fairly useful. The single ninja star, though, is the worst out of all of them, and then there's the 3-star variant that has the turtle toss out
What's up, no Mike?
once to get a much larger area. The boomerangs are especially.
Welcome in, dude. Hope you're doing well.
Recollect them after throwing. You can even toss a couple out and then catch them with a different turtle if you want to split them up.
All right. Got the announcement. I think we're good to start cruising, guys. It was a good day. Picked up my subscription from my local comic store. It's been like 2 or 3 months. That is the NES game. Yeah, this dude's talking about how, you know, some people consider the original NES game to be like a bad game. Like it's too hard, and like a lot of it doesn't. You know, it just suffers from everything. Every NES game except for Mario suffered from, where it's like it was a little clunky, I guess you could say. But some people say anyway. This guy's whole point with this video is that this is actually a really good game, which I agree with. Right, I agree. And it used to be like Ego Raptor has an old video about this, about Mega Man and then versus Mega Man X, where like these old games have like conveyance about them. Like conveyance being like it shows you information about the game by you simply like playing the game, like by you engaging with the game, you're learning. Whereas like games today, there's like 6,000 text box pop-ups. They're like, okay, here's how you do your skill menu and blah 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 blah. You gotta read for like, you know what I mean? Like video games, the way they were designed in the old days, they had to do that, you know, unless you, which some did, like E.T., unless you had like a manual that was filled with shit. And like some of the earliest video games were like that, where it's like they were built almost like board games, where it's like without the manual, like it really doesn't have enough conveyance built into the game itself for you to understand where to go or what to do. But like, you know, games like this where it's like, all right, I try to walk to the left, nothing happens. Okay, let me walk to the right. Oh crap, the screen moves and I can actually progress if I walk to the right. And then you realize, oh, that's, you know what I mean? Like these old games, like I said, just by playing it, you learn how to do it. There's no pop-up on the screen comes up like, okay, push the right button and you'll walk right. You can only progress if you walk right. Don't walk left. And it's like, you don't need it. You know, if you're a good game designer and you're building a well-built game, you don't need all that shit.
Literally. I suppose
For sure. It was all about repetition and trial and error. And like arcade games around this time are like notorious for, you know, they may not have the best conveyance, but trial and error, like that's how those games were built. I mean, that's how they made money. I mean, you dump quarters into Turtles in Time or a cabinet like that. The reason they're so, like, I don't know if you guys have ever tried to play those. Like, they're on the Cowabunga collection, so you can play them, like the arcade ones. And like when you can just play the arcade ones compared to the home releases, you're like, why is this so fucking hard? And you got to think like, if you got one guy sitting on the cabinet for 3 hours or for an hour on 2 quarters, that's not a lot of money. But if you can frustrate 50 people in that hour with 1 quarter, like now you're really cooking. You know what I mean? So it's like they were made to eat quarters. You know, that's why they're so hard. But in modern age, where you can just play them emulated or on a console and something like Cowabunga collection, like yeah. Sorry, guys. I'll start to try to run stuff a little faster. You know how I get.
Especially where I thought these guys were rock soldiers. Why would they also invite the Blind W and the Weird Cyclops.
Okay, did it make an addition? I gotta see if this bot made an additional event.
For a while and attended to see what popped out. The Fire Freak is one of the tougher enemies in the earlier part of the game before they get extra.
Let me look at the events.
And I always found it kind of interesting. Though I always thought it looked like
I guess I look over here.
ears, so I thought of it as being a humanoid fire cat, which is obviously just one step too far to be believable anymore. I guess I just saw a lot of these sprites kind of wrong, like these flying missiles I thought were also part bat or something, as it looked like they had a big red eyeball. And these little weirdos I always saw as little guys in space suits, as it looked like a tank on the back. The black area was the pressure bubble.
Of course, guys, if there's anything you want me to skip ahead and run for you, just let me know. Like I said, working through the slabs, then we'll do the rack, and then I'll do a scan of the boxes, and then we'll kind of just run whatever. Hope everyone's having a good day. Everyone be having fun out there. All my 5 o'clock people, we're almost there. We've almost made it to the end of the workday.
One of the worst things you can spawn while the enemy groups are still changeable is this mummy/zombie looking guy who is apparently named Mr. Bio. He splits into 2 when you first hit him, then into 3 little idiots who all fly around the screen, who all take 4 hits with Donatello, who's the strongest, so really it's best not to bother fighting these things. Either just avoid them, or if you're at a building entrance or able to scroll enemies off the screen, try and reset the enemy group for the area, or let them despawn themselves. All the enemies
you're logged into the Discord. So now if you just go to the channel, the VIP access channel, click that link, it'll bring you over. You click join, and because you're already logged into Discord, like I said, it's going to tie to your Discord. It's going to automatically give you the VIP role. The VIP role will automatically give you access to the VIP channels, and then there's which only the VIPs can see and post in. And you'll get some other stuff. I can't talk about some stuff for getting into the program. And then the program's got like I said, there's going to be a bunch of stuff with it. Too much stuff probably. But like there'll be giveaways that are VIP only, giveaways that are kind of cooler stuff. You guys are already mods, so it doesn't matter. But you can do whatnot. You can be whatnot mod if you want. You get early access to inventory. I post it to another channel. You'll see you'll get the sneak peek channel, and I'm going to post new inventory there first to give the VIPs a shot to shop it. So you can basically reserve stuff or pull stuff before it ever reaches our actual inventory before I list it on whatnot. You get free bonuses with every order, which are like, I know I send free bonuses all the time anyway, but they'll be like cooler stuff, not like not a sticker or anything.
Dressing children beautifully every day.
You get some. You're already a mod, so you already have some of these, but like there's like some extra Discord abilities too, like you can pin topics and some other things like that. And then, like I said, I've got other stuff, but it's more surprises. You subbed for 12 months. Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that. This all the money that we get from this just goes back into the community. Like for it costs me a little bit to run the Discord the way I do, and the updates on the website, so it helps to offset some of that cost. And then obviously our advertising budget and all that stuff. So really appreciate you, dude. Give me a second. I'm gonna send you a message.
Funny enough, the real challenge of this game comes from the regular enemies in the platforming, where the bosses are largely
on Discord.
Now,
don't share it with anyone because it's a secret.
There really is a lot of unfair BS in it, like the infamous roller car that can immediately squash you, which of course doesn't just damage you, it causes you to lose a turtle entirely, and they put one of these right at the beginning of the game. But there's also a really ambitious for the time and fun game in here too. You just really need to be aware of a lot of the dirtier tricks this game will pull and have a map to balance a lot of it out. Luckily, if you're playing this on the Cowabunga collection, you can bring up maps for every area, which just helps so much. I love the idea that it's sort of in this game with it having this semi-open world for you to explore.
It still acts like you haven't subbed. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hold on 1 second.
On the map screen, you enter
you definitely sub, so don't keep trying. You're good. Let me take a look and see if you've got. Yep. So you've got the VIP. You got the VIP, and you can choose. You can keep your green mod role color, or if you'd rather be the VIP color, the yellow, just let me know and I'll switch it for you. You have both roles though in the Discord though. But if you look in the like in the updates channel, for instance, it announces when someone joins. And it just announced that you joined, so you should now see the Clubhouse channel. I'll tag you in there.
So you have to play it carefully so you don't end up taking more damage getting the pizza than what you gain. This building could have still been useful, though, if pizza wasn't just immediately on the necessary path anyway. If you take the manhole that's required to get to the next area,
I just tagged you in the Clubhouse so you can see that channel.
Right as you enter it. Now, a slice is the lowest health refill versus a half or full pizza, but it respawns every time you re-enter the area. So it's just much simpler to refill here than bothering with that building. Now, the other optional area is just completely useless. I must have found that out really early on as a kid and just never went down there again because I had no memory of this area whatsoever. The only thing in this sewer is an invincible power-up that makes you spin around and kill the enemies for a short period of time. It's not like you can bank this or anything. You use it the second you pick it up, and at the end of this sewer is a dead end that locks you.
All right. Let's switch you up, so we'll make you yellow. And again, guys, if you need anything here on the Whatnot side, just let me know. I'm just doing some cool stuff with the community here. I'm going to keep running the books. If there's anything you want me to skip ahead and run, of course, let me know. Otherwise, we're just doing everything we normally do, our community stuff while we run books, while we do this, while we do that.
These spots are early enough in the game you can at least recover easily enough, but there are locations like this all throughout every map, pretty much. Area 3, where you get the turtle van, is pretty huge, and there's a large section of this map you never need to even touch. This was the spot my playthrough ended the most as a kid. Yeah, not the dam. I could actually usually get past the dreaded dam. Actually, the dam level is the one area of the game that is completely linear, and it's not that hard to stock up your turtle's health inside the building before diving into the water, which makes it much easier. I do get why the dam has the reputation it does, though, as there are a lot of areas with the electric seaweed all over the place, including that.
I can't do that there. How do I? Sorry, take me a second, guys. Sorry.
And there's also insta-death seaweed that will gobble a turtle up if they get caught in it. The main objective down the water is defusing bombs planted by Shredder, and missing one of them can be pretty costly as you're being timed. So you might not have time to go back and get a missed one, which will lead to an instant game over. Though I did just have to sit there and let it happen to get footage of it. Really, just being on top of your turtle's health management is the key, because losing a turtle can be extremely costly and quickly lead to a spiral towards a game over. Unless you're near one of the spots where you can rescue one of your turtles back.
Okay, I think I'll have to. Alright, let me see if I got this right.
If your
GPS signal lost.
You just switch your turtles out anytime they get a little low, and the dam is kind of a breeze. Sure, the water currents are a bit BS in spots, as they'll push you around into some of the traps or make it nearly impossible to swim through without taking a hit. but you should still be able to get out of there with all of your turtles intact.
All right. I sold out of those right now, dude. Sorry about that. I did have the White Ranger not too long ago, but yeah, unfortunately sold out right now. Yeah, the only Power Rangers ones I have, I think, let me double check. Are I've got the retailer incentive. This one here. That's for Power Rangers 2. I did have the Ash Cam, which just has the helmet on it, but I think I'm sold out of that. Yeah, I don't think I did. Let me just double check. Yeah, the one I had, we sold.
There's a rescue point nearby as well. Or if someone is close to death and they don't have a good sub-weapon, it might be worth sacrificing them and rescuing them back at full health. The jam is also one of the few spots in the game where the advice given you by April or Splinter is actually useful, as April will tell you how many bombs are left. Though she is a little pushy about it.
Hurry up! She's gone totally nuts on.
I really wish April and Splinter would actually help you. It's another spot where they could have balanced the game a little more. If they directed you in some way, maybe if buildings were numbered in the game or had some kind of identification or something, and they told you which ones had something useful.
Let me double check real quick, too.
People said, please never support. Thanks, April. We're going through a shitstorm of respawning nightmares.
GPS signal lost.
Still going.
Your support. Splinter also rarely has anything useful to contribute. Closest he's got is when you're in the airport.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I have currently from their scores, but we had some Last Ronin from them, but I think we might be sold out. Maybe that Lost Day special still.
It'd be nicer if he told you which numbers to
Sorry, dude. Yeah, I think that would be all that we have. So you look like that under Last Ronin if we had anything in there from.
Sounds like it could be useful in Area 5 with weapons and pizza are in the
I'll figure out your role thing after Brian. After I'm not, so I'm not doing that while I'm doing the show.
The scrolls only in one of them, and in some of the PC ports, Splinter's even got jokes.
Because it wants me to. Yeah, it wants me to change the role priority, and I'm not trying to do that right now. I'll figure it out though. To make you yell. Ha ha ha.
Oh, I had to use the I hate Splinter there. I really do wish that excluding me line was in the NES version, though. What I'm glad is not in the NES version is how scary.
Yeah, it's like it used to be. I could just like swap them around by the member, but it's not letting me do that right now. I'm gonna see if I can do it on mobile.
Also, sometimes April.
I had a good day, man. Like I said, I got today off. I went to work, and then it was one of those things like I was planning on just doing a normal work week, and then my boss kind of desperately today.
It's also kind of interesting that some of these ports have an intro where
Brian, answer your other question. I've never used them. I don't really know. It's supposed to be that if you look in your wallet, I believe.
It is a little repetitive to have them.
If you look in your wallet, there should be a place to redeem it. Hold on, let me take a look.
TV to taunt you that he's now kidnapped Splinter. Gee, getting a little stale there.
Brian, I can get you this stuff, but I can't tell you how to use it.
But I don't want it. Oh, come on. You can like block channel 6 or something. Now, we do have some more familiar faces. Bosses.
Wait, did you join the VIP program too? Man, I gotta play catch up. Dude, there's too many. I've done too. Now I've spread myself too thin officially. Just kidding. All right, I'm gonna send you this link, Brian. If this doesn't help you, let me know.
Battle against Bebop.
There's a link in your Discord. I replied to you.
Nintendo Power. This is Rocksteady you have the first battle with. Then later in the warehouse.
I like that, but I can't understand it for you. What a great lawyery line that is. I like that so much. You know, JC, my favorite thing to do is when I know I'm like hanging out with like lawyers or whatever, I'll work in the word liability somewhere and I watch all their fucking ears perk up. Everyone goes, what? And I was like, oh, yep, I said the L word, didn't I? And everyone's like, what were you saying? It's my favorite. Oh, like it just, doesn't even need to fit what I'm saying. I just like to say it because everyone's their eyebrows go up. What did he just say?
I'm guessing this script is currently
yeah.
Roddy Boss's section of the
But yeah, I was just like, yeah, I'm liable to ship that stuff tomorrow. Hey, what did you just say, man? Did you? I thought I heard the L word. I thought you said the L word.
Resembles a giant pig.
Little trick I picked up in my travels. I know I already told you about that awesome lawyer I had with where he wrote that movie and that thing happened and yada yada. Yeah, he was pretty cool, man. If it makes sense while we're up there, to swing by and see, and we're like, well, we're at Granite, you know, and we could probably swing by and see him. Say, what's up? Just because I'm pretty sure his office is like right next to the Dover Monument there. All right, what is that? Oh yeah. And I said I was gonna do the rack. Okay, rack, and then we can flip through the boxes.
Donatello, of course, where you can stay on top of these boxes and hit him when he's kind of jumping down.
Oh no, you're not in the VIP program. Okay, you got me all confused now. I was like, how did I miss JC? I mean, you're a VIP to me always, but that's not what we were talking about. I think I follow. Man, you guys did a year. Thanks so much, dudes, by the way. Like I said, I don't know if I told you. Yeah, I think I told you this plan, but all that just goes to cover the cost of stuff that like I've incurred, like the website and some of the Discord features and stuff like that, and then advertising budget, and then whatever's left over will just go back into like not inventory but community stuff. Like that's what that whole VIP, the reason that monetization exists, just to build community tools without having to incur too much cost out of the inventory profits, which should go back into inventory kind of thing. So helps offset. So I appreciate you guys. You don't have to. I appreciate it if you do. 100%. That's awesome. But yeah, I wasn't no pressure or anything. It was not why I was bringing it up. But I know, right? Man, it wouldn't let you say fuck.
Actually, a funny thing about the Japanese version of this game is that it was.
Why did it mute that first one? It's so weird. I swear it's AI, the message filter or the thing that blocks, that mutes on whatnot, and it's like it's a little mess. It's, you know what I mean? It's not it's kind of like my AI bots, like they're a little rough around the edges. Like Raphael is brutal, dude. Really? Okay.
Yeah, April will repeatedly refer to Splinter as her father when talking about him. As far as I know, this is the only time that familial connection has ever happened.
It is really quite simple, Miss O'Neill.
I am your father. Splinter's not into this whole dad shit, so April gets relegated to your friend. She's not even his friend anymore. So, yeah, Area 3 can be rather daunting when you don't know where to go, but it gets quite a bit simpler when you do know the path from either memory at this point or the aid of a map. Like I said, though, it would be a little more interesting if there was more reward to further exploration of some of these areas, and I really would have liked to have seen a sequel that further expanded upon these ideas and worked out the kinks and balancing, because the core of this game is super interesting and parts of it are quite fun. This would be a good game if it was good. The main item required to progress in this area is the missiles for your turtle band to destroy the barricades. But you don't have to search long for those. They're in the closest building near you when you start this area. The biggest issue here being one of the rather stupidly tight jumps this game likes to throw at you sometimes. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but over one-tile gaps, you can just walk over it. If you want to have some spare missiles too, you can always go out and back in this building at least one more time, especially where it has a pizza slice and a full pizza for you. The only other building not on your direct path to the boss worth exploring is the one directly to the south, which has two entrances. The left one is the better one to use. The two entrances are connected by a sewer underneath where you can get another full pizza, plus Michelangelo's favorite weapon in the later seasons.
Oh no, Callie, I really don't think I have. If you go to the auction tab and type in like MMPR or Power Rangers, you can see everything that I've got for Power Rangers, and it's just I got a complete set of the toys, And then that, you know, which you're obviously more than welcome to hang out here and chill, chat, watch whatever we're watching, whether you're shopping or not, anytime. But I don't want you to wait for a book that I know I don't have. That's all.
You can cut these scripts down a little even by going back down into the sewer after picking up the scroll and dropping into the water. There's no penalty to that besides just getting dumped back out to the map. So you can actually use jumping in the water as a shortcut to exit the area if that's what you're looking to do. The grappling hook you absolutely don't need in this area, but you will in Area 4. You can use it on the rooftops in one spot, but it's very out of the way, and the main reward for doing so is more scrolls, which you could have just picked up in the other building. The only thing that skips is more jumps through the sewer, which are far from the scariest thing that this game throws at you. I feel like maybe an item like a boxed pizza that you could bank and use to refill on your noodles, kind of like a tank in Mega Man would have made for an item worth going out.
Yeah, I thought the VIP thing would be kind of cool because I can like also, you know, and same thing like with what we make from it, we'll just either and go back into the community thing, but that includes like the VIP program. Like I'll be able to get like special, you know, giveaway stuff and like I think you guys will be happy with the VIP giveaway I'm going to post after the show. And that's like automatic. Like if you don't have the VIP role, which you sign up, you do the join and pay the whatever you want, and then you'll automatically, as you guys saw, get the VIP role in Discord. You'll automatically get access to all the features and channels. And then the giveaway I'm going to post after the show, you have to have the giveaway role to even enter it. So like everyone will be able to see it and see what you guys are eligible for, but not, you know, if they're not in the program, they ain't gonna get it. I appreciate you guys taking the initiative on that and checking it out earlier. I set it up this weekend and I went live with it, but I wasn't planning to announce it or do anything until later on this week. Hey Brian, do I have any NECA? I just sold like 8 NECA toys. Yes, so I do have one NECA thing left. It's just the Last Ronin Armored. It's this one here. It's signed with a sketch by Ben Bishop on the inside, the artist who did the cover. I have it up there for $200, but I'm open to any offers on it. That's just kind of what I had it listed for, because whatever. If you have an offer on it, just let me know. 11 pounds? Hell no. 2 reasons. One, it's going to England, so it's already going into a weird black hole because you guys have the weirdest post I've ever shipped to. Well, at least with DHL, which for some reason you guys use so much. And then 2, no. I'm just kidding, by the way. I ship to England all the time. I shipped something to England like last week. It's usually not too bad, to be honest with you. I said, I just wish Whatnot would let me use DHL because it has better visibility going over there, and I think it gets you guys faster, too, for whatever reason. I don't know any other country that DHL is so good with, but they rock at getting stuff to England with good visibility. Like the post service, like the post office, even like with our international shipping, like all I can see is that they're like it left the country, and it's like it's a black hole until it basically until it's delivered, more or less. Yeah, definitely to open the offers on it. 11's low, but good try. No one's gonna fault you for trying. We appreciate it.
Boss in the game, and the scrolls will absolutely wreck his second form, and maybe his first if it lets you do that. But still, you can always Donatello up the slash form. There was always something kind of funny about how Splinter just floats down to the ground after being rescued. Oh. Shredder runs away in a helicopter, and I guess the girl just parked the turtle blimp at the airport for some reason. And it's going to be a hellscape of building mazes and underground passages filled with spikes and fire pits to reach their flight. So, a typical trip to the airport. This is the spot where you have to have grappling hooks, but the building's roof that you need to use them also has more in it, and after this, you never need them again. Well, some kind of reward would have been a nice bonus for having collected extra of these in the previous area. The airport is where I'd say this game's difficulty really starts to swing in the slightly unfair direction. Especially if you don't know where to go, because it will get punishing rather quickly for dinking around in locations that you don't need to be here. And if you see any of those bio-zombie idiots, let them despawn themselves.
Sorry, running a little slow to start, guys. Like I said, I plan to do a little bit of a longer show today, so once I flip through everything, I'm going to be like, man, what do I do now?
It is barely doable, and there is another location to regain a turtle should you lose one. These conveyor belts are one of the most annoying aspects to this area, as they look to dump you into either spikes or, worse, a fire pit, which is an instant death. Just do not use a turtle who has scrolls for aim that jumps over these fire pits, because if they burn up, there goes your sub-weapon. This is also the area with yet another infamous spot, the spiked wall trap, which causes some more insta-death. Oops! They, of course, try to bait you with the 3 Ninja Star sub-weapon first, which is obtainable, but why would you risk anything for that? And then, of course, there's the stupid pizza that is just there to trick you. Honestly, I don't ever recall thinking that pizza was obtainable. I would just get caught because sometimes it's hard to make your turtle drop down quick enough. It is really tight to avoid the spike walls, and this is right before the boss of the area, so this is especially neat. So, the balance at this point is super wonky, and this is the major turning point, I'd say, where the game kind of loses it. Except for the actual boss of this area, which is one of the easiest things in the game. The spike wall track is definitely the real boss, as getting past that leads to the giant Bowser boss battle, which is an absolute joke. But hey, we do need some more Splinter caliber jokes after what we just went through to get here. And now it's Donatello's time to shine. Was there a point when it wasn't Donatello's time to shine? Just get in the middle of the giant Mauser and swing your bow up to win. The giant Mauser will spit out regular Mausers, which will drop right into the bow, and the laser eyes will always miss you standing here. Damage this boss, you have to hit the
Now that's going to be stuck in my head all day.
You can actually cheese this boss too by pausing when this gets revealed to allow you to keep hitting it, but it's really
Why is that not
necessary to bring this giant pile of
Oh, good thing I caught that.
What's going on there? But it's the hunt for the Technodrome that becomes a real war of attrition, and is where the game might just screw you over. The major issue
What the? Sorry, guys. It doesn't look like the phone is charging. Oh, there we go. It's just me being dumb.
And if you choose the wrong path even once, your team might be so run down, you're going to have a real bad time trying to finish the game anymore.
So how's everyone doing now? I don't know if everyone's how their day is going. Brian, congratulations. You made it, buddy. Out of work.
The warehouse and find the Technodrome. You can do it. Gee, Shredder is more helpful than this. This is also the last spot where you can respawn scrolls and try to fill your team's health up, as once you're inside the Technodrome, you don't have a map area to respawn any health pickups. And what makes this area especially brutal is that the real freaks come out at night.
Freaks of nature. Spin-dashing Sonic the Hedgehog-esque.
Ha! It's time to conquer Earth.
Every enemy
The 10,000 years I'm free. Do you like how that dude was like 11 pounds and I was like, no, for multiple reasons. He's like, I'll just get it about the ship a little bit. But 11 quid, that's like almost $15, right? Maybe it's like even more now. The dollar's so weak. Isn't it fun that the criteria was teenagers with like assemble teenagers with attitude? It's like, how does attitude help you in this like this position of Power Ranger? Like, how does like attitude have anything to fucking do with what they're about? You know, just like a '90s thing. '90s kids, everything was attitude and extreme, but with no E, just EX. I'm sorry, just XTREME.
These stupid wall climber bots inside the warehouses are extra quick.
I don't know, man. I listed it as the normal one, but you never know. You know what I mean? Just kidding. It's the normal one. Although you're making me second guess myself now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I sold I sold the raw error we had, and I sold the slab for the error we had. Yeah. It has cross hatching on the top inside of it. It's kind of silly. It's just a printing error that actually doesn't like affect the book at all. Like, it's weird to me that they even recalled and had them destroyed because it's such a minor error. Like, honestly, if someone didn't point it out, you probably wouldn't even notice reading the book. But yeah, see, this is the non-error. Basically, on the error on the inside, about like in this region here, there's like diagonal like dots basically, or like lines. From like an error with the printer, and the kind of the big deal behind it is, I think it was Diamond. Yeah, it had to be. I think it was Diamond. Yeah, I guess it would have had to be at the time. Recalled them or they basically told comic shops to destroy them. So in theory, there's not as many of them out there because everyone was told to pulp them. But obviously, some people were like, "Fuck you," or what? How you gonna know if I pulped it or not? Unless I think Diamond used to have us do like strip. I don't know how it works now, but we used to do like strip cover returns where like they do a deal where it's like, you buy X amount of a book and whatever you don't sell, you could send them back for credit towards a future order or whatever. But part of that was we would have to strip the front cover off of the book, so it obviously couldn't be resold at that point. And like, I tell you, buddy, the stories I've heard going back to like the 80s and stuff about strip cover returns and the fucking shenanigans that go on with that, I could write a book. So some people just didn't. So in theory, there's less, but I think it's again one of those books that no one actually knows how many of those error colors survived or are out there. But I'm guessing it's probably more than like the average high pressure seller would want you to think. Yeah, that's what you wanted, right? It better be, because I had to do some fucking shenanigans to make it so the VIP role was higher ranked than the moderator role. And yeah, it was fun. I figured it out. I was just gonna I was gonna wait and surprise till you were surprised. So now you can enter the VIP giveaway we're gonna be doing. Yeah, I always do this, man. We always start the show and it pops off and I've got like 15 to 20 people in. And then I fucking don't do a good job being a whatnot seller, like keeping everyone engaged and like. I think people are just like, when is this guy gonna run another book? Fuck this show. Which is fine, because at the end of the day, I can go in the other direction anytime. Like, I just think it's funny that I always forget that I'm supposed to start the shows like with a bang and then do more chill stuff towards the end of the show. But I get excited, like I get going, like I'll be like working on the Discord. And I'm like, oh, I gotta do the show, and I'm kind of still. It'll be slow, so I'll just keep working on the Discord. You know what I mean? But like, Kodiak saved my ass the other day. He fucking messages me on Discord. It's like, hey, someone's asking about something in the chat. I was like, how do you know that he knows what I'm doing? I had to go back and fucking, oh, sorry, man.
And are annoying to dodge, and like everything, now hit overly hard. Yeah.
You can make cool things for your thing on Canva. The thing that makes anything a thing.
Pod's biggest sale of the year has been extended. Save up to 30% until June 8th at pods.com.
It's still made fresh in store and loaded with slow roasted whole white meat chicken.
Yep, still the same.
I can't move my arms. How long was I in there? 60 years?
About 11 months.
The chicken salad sub is back for $8.95 for a limited time only.
Now, I don't want to surprise you given how a lot of this game has been, but the Technodrome is a bit of a maze. I know, right? There's one path in here, too, that'll just drop you into a spike pit. Which, yeah, sure, this game has been too fair up until this point, so I guess they've earned a nasty little trick like that. At least, though, unless you need to rescue a turtle, you can avoid that path entirely. But if you get a game over in the
TMNT 13.
It really is pretty much
I'm paying attention, guys. Let me go.
Even when you have continues left. As I've said over and over, you want scrolls for this final stretch of the game, and if you have to start over, you lose any sub-weapons you had. There is one spot in the Technodrome with a scroll pickup, but it's easy to miss, and if you fall downward before getting them, there's no way back up, and 20 scrolls really isn't enough. The final hallway to Shredder is at least straightforward, but it's also the hallway of doom as it's filled with a Rocket Man. I remember the first time beating this game as a kid and getting to this hallway with the Rocket Man and my heart just pounding because I knew this was right before Shredder and I didn't want to screw it up. And while the scrolls are a powerful weapon, this is where you need to despawn like you've never despawned before. Before the hallway gets extra narrow, you want to jump towards the Rocket Men, which will cause them to fly backwards and off the screen. Then always keep throwing a scroll as you scroll the screen, as the drones will pop up in front of your face after each Rocket Man encounter. Once your space gets smaller, it actually gets easier, funny enough, as all you need to do is duck, and the Rocket Men will now do their stupid little arc and fly themselves into oblivion. And you'd better believe I don't feel bad in the slightest cheesing those rocket idiots out of existence.
We're ready to believe.
We already did that. They give you a forced encounter with one more Rocket Man before Shredder, who's nicely put up warning signs about himself, I guess. Why am I appearing in lightning? Like always, though, the journey to the Shredder is much tougher than the actual battle against the metal bastard. Perhaps the real Shredder was the super annoying respawning friends we made along the way.
Cowabunga, dude.
For some reason, too, Shredder spawning in glitches whatever turtle you have out to having a red mask. Guess Shredder prefers the Mirage Turtles look. The biggest threat Shredder poses is his mutation ray, which is always a favorite of his in these games.
Tonight I dine on turtles.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Game over, man. Game over. Just knock Shredder off the platform he appears on and take it over for yourself and keep knocking him back with either Donnie or Scroll Angelo, and Shredder will melt, I guess.
Thank you. No one buy this. I want to bring it to Heroes to get it graded. And then when I get it back 9-8, I'm going to go ha-ha to everybody.
Perhaps he was vaporized.
Told you.
Milkshake.
Told you so.
You defeated Shredder and saved the world. Now I can turn back to human form.
Was Shredder a werewolf? Or a were-rat?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
How did that
Yeah.
work? The thing that would make the most sense was getting Shredder's T-mutation ray, but it didn't seem like that.
Speaking of which, I don't think your thing's arrived yet, dude.
I guess just the curse of Shredder has been lifted.
It is. Okay, cool. I'll keep an eye out for today. I thought I was like, what? I was going to say, like,
This is a bit like Shredder.
Not that I forgot that we're doing that. I just kind of it was not on the top of my mind, and then I just thought of it. I was like, that should have been here by now. But yeah, 2 weeks. And yeah, it is my LCS runs Heroes Comic Con. Yeah. The full name of the store is Heroes Aren't Hard to Find. Everyone calls it Heroes for short. Yeah, it is pretty cool, man. I didn't realize that they were such a big deal until, honestly, Heroes Con last year. I was like, oh, I bought tickets for the con and all that stuff, and then I saw on Whatnot, like, every seller and their mother would be like, Heroes, we're all going to Heroes. And I was like, man, this is like a really popular convention. Like, and then I went and I was like, oh my god, this is a really popular convention.
All the crap this game throws at you, I still like it. Really, the first
yeah, I really had no idea what the big deal was until, I went.
Goes, there are doing bits for sure, but it's largely manageable until
I still haven't even bought my pass yet. I'm going to. I can buy it at the store, Charlotte. Charlotte, North Carolina, for both answers. For all answers, my local comic store that runs the Heroes Comic Con, that's also in Charlotte. They're both in Charlotte. And then all this stuff that you see before you, that is also in Charlotte, as am I. Until we move to New Hampshire next month, anyway.
It's disappointing that it never got some refinement with a direct sequel. Don't get me wrong, though. I absolutely love TMNT 2, the arcade game, and played that one.
Yeah, JC, it is a pretty big con too.
That felt a little less ridiculous to complete. Still, I enjoy a lot of what the original.
Like one of the biggest like non-city cons. Like you got like your San Diego, obviously, and then New York, obviously, but like. One that's like just run by a store kind of thing. I think it's one of the biggest in the world. Yeah.
There's a fun system in here. They just need to ease up a little, especially towards the last half. Or maybe I just need to excel.
Yeah, they do. And like I said, I didn't realize what a well-known big con it was. Where I grew up, I think the biggest con near us was Boston. Obviously, there's New York, but Boston Comic Con, I think, is probably the biggest in the. Yeah, my move is I'm moving the weekend of June 27th. so yeah, that's going down. But yeah, I moved. Yeah, so by June 27th, I will be up there. I don't know how the setup is going to go, what our shows are going to look like. Like I said, I'm going to try to set it up so I can kind of run through things faster. But I'm renting a room from a friend who's got a house.
We must save April. We as in the plural, meaning us, excluding.
That I was moving next month? I may have. Yeah, I probably misspoke.
Dad!
What are you talking about?
But yeah, I guess it is this month now. It's one of those things where Amy found out today that our lease is actually up in July, but I've already made all these plans. Like I could stay another month theoretically, but I was like, wow, that's interesting. I'm still going on the 20th.
A leader in mosquito protection for 25 years. Cutter, protect your people. Shop now.
Your next family beach day started with a boat ride to a remote Shell Island. Today we're shelling in Florida's 10,000 islands, just south of Marco Island. On beaches you can only get to by coast. You walk the beach, water.
I can't wait, dude. It's gonna be so good for this project.
If you want Florida Beach Day, your kids will actually remember. Plan your shelling trip at visitflorida.com.
Thanks, man.
In the years after
It's gonna be something that I share with everybody. I was gonna say with the world, but with our community for sure.
Living room to a full-fledged comic book studio.
It's gonna be a
transformation that would
good thing for everyone.
For the wildest time of their lives. But just before Turtle Mania,
agreed, JC. Yeah.
Survived the black and white comic scratch in the middle of an aggressive.
Partly why I've been doing everything I've been doing with all the different community platforms. So hopefully, like when we do start getting like influxes that I can't necessarily, I don't mean manage, but as we start getting a lot of people and I get spread thinner and thinner, like a lot of the tools and stuff I've set up are like stuff to like help keep people engaged and have the community run without me constantly needing to be there. Like I was talking about during the show the other day where like it's gotten to the point with our Whatnot shows now where like people will come in and then talk to each other. and like I won't realize it. It's like someone will be asking a question, I'll start answering, and they'll be like, "Wait a second, you're not even fucking talking to me." So like people come in here and just like hang out, talk to each other, chill. Sometimes they'll interact with me, and some, you know what I mean, not. But like the Discord is already getting more and more like that too. That's why I try not to like reply to everything and like the collection showcase. Like this stuff I want to post in there all the time, but I don't, just because it's one of those things that like I feel like I gotta let it breathe and not be in every channel replying to everything. Cool, man. Glad you guys think so. Like I said, I've kind of built it out so like it's one of those things like it can, you know, it's fairly automated and like it'll scale. You know, once we start getting to, and I totally get it if around that time you guys are like, fuck this looks like work. But like once it starts getting like over like usually around like 300 when I'm building like an online community, like let's like 300 is usually the amount that I can manage by myself. It's just that's not even kind of like the whatnot shows and shipping and all that crap. It's just like as far as managing those platforms. So like I may actually like reach out to the people who are currently mods and be like, hey, like here's what a mod does now, and or you know, finding people who want to moderate. There's always people who want to do it. The 300. I like that. We just, not too long ago, we just got over 300 reviews now. Appreciate all you guys who left one. But yeah, that was pretty stoked. And we're already up over, I feel like we just had our 1,000 followers show, and we're now up over, we're at 1.3K, so we've gained 300 followers since like in like a month or something like that. I feel like it's been. So it's like, yeah, the whatnot's cruising along. I can tell there's people talking about us or something, you know, because all this like I'll not be running a show, not be doing any promotion or anything like that, and then all of a sudden like within 5 minutes like 20 people will follow us, and I'll be like, what? Like someone was talking about me somewhere. Like, a lot of that stuff has started to happen too, so that's been really good. I think we'll do a celebration at 1,500, and we'll do a celebration at 2,000. And the other platforms have been doing good too. Like Facebook has over 200 followers now. Instagram's about to pass 100 followers. Twitter's still rough, but it always is. It always has been. Yeah, there's going to be a pizza party celebration. That's where I've just decided. We're going to take the pizza party idea vibe and the celebration vibe. We're going to put them both together. And then they're going to have a baby. And that baby is going to grow up and be our 1.5K follower celebration pizza party. Fest. Con. FestCon. His logic was on point. If you could land a deal with a toy company, they'd likely have the resources to also pitch the property. Yeah, Brian, what the fuck, man? I was just checking out your YouTube that day. I was like, holy shit, Brian was like a professional YouTuber for like trucks. I was like, that's cool. Like, and it's something he never fucking talks about ever. Yeah, like some of your videos were like did super well, man. I was going through like, wow. We're very fortunate in the Turtles community to have such a seasoned YouTuber. I don't remember what kind of trucks, but there's all like different truck parts and shit. You know what I mean? All that, you know, like he's like MZ the part. Yeah, he's like this thing in this truck thing. What was it, Brian? You answer. I don't know why the fuck I'm answering. And then there was the color. Historically, green was considered a tough sell in the toy aisle, at least until 1988. Out of options, Mark called an old friend, Rich Salas, Vice President of Marketing at the U.S. branch of Playmates Toys. Playmates was a Hong Kong-based name. What's up, Carol? I love that you guys are all still gold status. And they gave you guys coupons for it? Like, fucking awesome. I was gonna say, it must kind of suck to have to go all the way back. I was thinking, as I reset it, I was like, I'm sad to see this season go. Yeah, I think we got up over 100 people in the rewards club, which we had over 100 different people make a purchase last season. However, the project hit a wall. Yeah. I didn't change it at all. If you guys have any suggestions for next season on how to adjust the coupons or percentage or anything, like I said, I tried to make it so like the coupon amounts for the first 2 or 3 tiers are like lower, but they're easy. They're pretty easy to progress through. And then once you get to gold, once you get to platinum, it gets a little harder. And then, but the coupon amount is better. And same thing with the final tier, Ninja Turtle tier. I shouldn't say platinum. I should say neutrino.
Marvel was interested in producing a 5-part animated miniseries.
Do you still have coupons? I reset the season. That's what I was hoping. I feel like that's a big thing that must suck is if I reset the, which I don't have any control over, whatnot sets the seasons. But when the season resets, if you had like a big coupon, you might lose it. You know what I mean?
One was bulky and blocky.
Oh, it will? Okay. It doesn't look like you're in the rewards club right now, though. You don't have the little doodad next to your name.
They really fell in love with the Steve Varner one.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. I forgot about that. It does harass you if you have coupons. I forgot. Yeah. Like the one time I got a coupon from a show, it was like every day, dude. It was like, hey, you got a coupon. When I earned a $5 credit from someone using my referral link off the website. Oh my God, never again, please. Like, keep your fucking $5. It was like every 2 hours, it'd be like, hey, you got a $5 credit. You're gonna spend that $5 credit. This show's starting, and I'm like, fuck off. Like,
at first, it seemed like 1987 was going to be.
At the end of the day, they're trying to do the seller a favor. Like, it's pretty powerful. That's why I focus on followers and still am for so long, because it's pretty powerful to notify people, 1,000 people of anything at once like that. You know what I mean? Like, you think like 100 years ago, like to notify 1,000 people of something at once, it was, think of all the shit you had to do. You know what I mean? Nowadays, you just kind of like, Anyway, it's pretty powerful.
Fewer comic shops to distribute their books, and with comic shop owners afraid to carry untested indie comics, Mirage had to adjust its expansion plans. Prime Slime Tales, Rowan and Tony Basilicato's book, had to find a new publisher after just 2 issues.
JT, weren't you at what status what rank were you at? Were you at Ninja Turtle last time? That might be why. I was thinking it's either unused coupons or it just does that. Like, it won't reset your rank all the way.
The decision came so suddenly that issue number 7 was already in production. That unfinished story later appeared in the collected Gizmo softcover in 1988. Jim Lawson's Bait Biker and Orson only lasted 4 issues and was also collected in 1988. This wasn't the end for indie comics, though. Titles with an already devoted fan base.
Word. I'm trying to get an understanding of how it works because I just don't. I don't really know it from that side.
In the wake of this,
like a lot of my regular sellers I go to, they don't do rewards programs. So
the book ran for 4 issues in a special.
Like Brian has a coupon for something, for instance, for joining the VIP program. And I forget I said that, but he has a coupon, and he was asking me earlier how to use it. And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Here's the support article from whatnot.com that says how to use coupons. I don't fucking know.
Staff members needed some financial stability to stay in Northampton. Plus, Kevin and Peter were starting to fall behind schedule.
Yeah, that makes sense.
More of their time was being eaten up by business obligations.
Brian, I think do you see where it says wallet, or can you check your wallet? Apparently, from in there you can put in the coupon code from your wallet.
Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja.
If not, I'll have to join a show and figure it out later. Oh wait, maybe I can join a show on this phone. Hold on a second.
And inked by Ryan Brown. The goal was to have a TMNT comic.
You have an iPhone though, right? Yeah, it should be in your wallet, and then you click promo code, Brian. Hey, we did it. We figured it out. The teamwork is best when we. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I almost bit on this girl's sunglasses. Oh, promo code at the bottom. Isn't that neat?
Shredder made a deadly and mysterious return, forcing the Turtles, Splinter, April, and Casey to seek refuge in Northampton. The Turtles would end up staying there for a long time, mostly because the Mirage artists were more familiar with Northampton.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, I've never looked for anything but fucking Ninja Turtles on this app, and it constantly is trying to get me to do other shit. And I'm like, guys, like, you're wrong.
Part of what made the Turtles successful was the fact that
I think part of it is, like, when there's no Turtle sellers on, it has no idea what to do with me.
On the other hand, Kevin Eastman tried being a little flexible when those differences started to show, especially when it came to approving licensing.
Been working on putting together the Turtles raid train for next month. Or no, yep, it'll be next month. That'll probably be in July.
It helped.
I think I'm starting to lock people down. I've got a group chat on Messenger, and then some other people, like 5 other people, I'm messaging individually.
The duo was getting along. And it was around this time that they started.
Although I don't understand what this last thing this guy sent is, but that's all right.
One inspired by The Dark Knight Returns. The story would take place in a
Like, did he make that? Whatever.
Turtles. The idea was
no, not turtle glasses.
Other responsibilities.
You know, I did buy like some lotion from a girl one time. So maybe that one buy and whatnot's like he's got this. We just haven't cracked the code. Like he wants girl items. But we just haven't cracked the code on how to get him back in. It was a girl that shops with me. Who was like starting out, and I was like, I'll check out your show or whatever. And I bought like lotion or something for Amy, and like just to like support her or whatever, starting out. And like that was it.
Projects that opened the door for other creators to play.
No, it was like an AI pick, like advertising the raid train, but it wasn't. It was just kind of like about like
The very first crossover between the Turtles.
nostalgia stuff, I guess you could say. Not Ninja Turtles specifically, so I don't understand. Like it's supposed to be a Ninja Turtles raid train. Anyway, I'll deal with it later. I'm supposed to be selling funny books right now, but fucking sucking at it, which is fine. So fun.
But behind the scenes, Kevin and Peter were under growing stress. And it wasn't
It'd be funny they kicked me off here one. I mean, they won't because I do alright sales-wise, but they kicked me off here one time, being like, "Go stream on fucking Twitch or whatever," you know. It's what you're doing. I mean, I am actually live on Twitch right now, but yeah.
Keep your taste buds waiting.
Whatnot's like sell something. We want our 8% or whatever the blood money is. I forget what it is. That's what my favorite thing is when we did the panel and I just ran the pins all show. It was fucking awesome.
Obsessed with the piece you saw in your freestyle, but not sure what to style it with? Select Get It in a Fix and your stylist will take it from there. This is one of my current favorite features as someone who gets a little bit obsessed over particular pieces. When you click Get It in a Fix, that's going to start the next fix with that piece guaranteed in the box. We love that. So if there's something you're particularly obsessed with or a basic that you really need and are not sure how to style, this is a great tool for you to use. Maybe you found what looks to be the perfect black blazer. Starting your fix off with this is a fantastic way to anchor it. Let your stylist know if you're looking for work looks around it or if you want to get funky and have fun. This is going to guarantee that you get to try that piece you're obsessed with, but then also get personalized outfits including that, which I think is half the battle because you never know how you're going to feel when you try it on. So if you select Get It in a Fix, you can get a whole outfit around it. That way, trying it on, you have an entire...
What's the deal with that? I don't understand. What I don't understand about, and what made me think it was that thing I was talking about where they put it big boxes aside and they have like a big box pile, and when the big box pile is big enough, they'll send it up, is that it said June 5th since last week. I have no idea why it would make such... It was shipped 2 weeks ago now, or maybe it was even 2 weeks ago. It said, like, that was its initial prediction. It has made absolutely no update, but I sent it priority, I believe, so I don't understand why it projected June 5th randomly. Like, it should have at most projected a week out, but from the beginning, it's been like, nah, this is going to take 2.5 weeks, bud. And I'm like, what the fuck? That'll update, and it just hasn't.
Playmates knew the figures had to stand out from anything else in the toy aisle. They were designed asymmetrically, posed in dynamic action stances right inside the blister pack. A bold contrast to the stiff, neutral poses of G.I. Joe or Masters of the Universe figures.
It makes sense, JC, but this is 2 weeks now that it's been in Seattle. It's been in Seattle. Not since I shipped it. I'm pretty sure it's been almost over 2 weeks. Was it shipped the 16th or the 15th? I thought it was the 14th. What's up, Jeezy? Welcome in, dude. So you're going to tell me in the last 2 weeks?
Each modeled after the type punks, football players, mechanics, bikers, even a garbage man. None of these made it to shelves, but one concept, the Punked Out Commando, was recently brought to life by sculptor Steve Varner as part of the crowdfunding.
So you think it's sitting in Seattle, or is it like is it in a port somewhere and they haven't unloaded the shipping container or whatever the fuck?
Back then, popular playsets were all about big, dramatic faces.
Because it's funny, then you ordered something else, and like that's also gonna arrive June 5th. So it's like there's some reason they're making that estimate. Like June 5th is like the magic date for some fucking reason. And it makes me think that like there's a flag in the system, I'm like the back end of the system that like if it's taking that route, like it's automatically gonna be at least June 5th if you order before. You know what I mean? Are you sure? I mean, maybe, and maybe that distribution center is so backed up they've set it that flag I was talking about up, but like it doesn't make sense to me for it to calculate June 5th as of mid-May. You know what I mean? Like even if it was being a little generous, like you'd think it would be like 10 days out at the most, but it was like straight. It's been like saying June 5th. And like I said, I remember saying that's over 2 weeks. There's no fucking way, and like it seems like that's going to be the case. JC, come on. What do you think this is? I mean, I'm insulted. You've never insulted me in all the things you've ever said, except for that shit right there. That shit right there hurts my feelings. I don't appreciate that very much. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. You can come back to the next show. You can come back tomorrow. Well, there's some unintended consequences there, wasn't it? Weren't there? Did I ship a media mail? Might as well ask if I just fucking took a poop in a box and sent that instead. Nah, man. I know media is not. I shouldn't say that because some people do ship media mail. But like, I have friends who ship media mail, but friends don't ship friend stuff media mail. That's it, right? You know what I mean? Fucking media mail, man. It would make sense, right? Right? I'm pretty sure that went priority. It may have gone ground advantage, which if it did go ground advantage, although I don't, again, because of that thing where it said June 5th so early, I'm not convinced. But because it went ground advantage, I won't ship him ground advantage again if that's what the fuck, and we can see if that was what the problem was. But I think the next one I sent him was priority, if not that one. Let me check. I gotta look.
They were worried that Tails would break too easily. This mandate didn't affect Slash, though.
Yeah, I have never shipped and hope to never have to ship media mail. I mean, that's a good thing to keep in my back pocket if I don't like somebody, though, right? All right, May 16th. I think this is the one. Yeah, okay. Fuck. Yeah, I did send that ground advantage. So we're not gonna. Let's see what this one. Okay, but the one on the 23rd. What the fuck? That one's supposed to arrive today. It's in. It hasn't scanned in. It's just supposed to arrive June 1st, but it doesn't look like. Looks like that one's still in Seattle too. But see, that one had an estimate of June 1st, and you ordered. That was May 23rd's order. None of it makes any sense. And then let's see this other one went ground advantage, and that says Friday too. So your priority one doesn't say June 5th. Uh-oh. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, there we go.
There's so much more to say about this era.
There isn't much of a difference that I found. That's why I don't care. Basically, if Whatnot says ground event, just say okay. And if they say priority, I say okay. But if I do find going to certain places, like going to Alaska, for instance, that ground advantage takes longer, fuck that. I don't mind. You know what I mean? I don't mind. I don't think it would even charge me more to change it to priority. It might do a small label adjustment, but I get a certain free amount of those a month anyway. So
if the Turtles were ever going to reach a wider audience, especially kids, a cartoon pilot was a must.
Seriously.
Mark Friedman knew this from day one. That's why he convinced Richard Salas at Playmates and International Video Entertainment to fund 5 animated episodes, just enough for a week-long trial run of TV syndication. Now, this is where stories start to get a little fuzzy. There are a few different versions of what happened next. We know that Jerry Sachs, from playing
Alright, I'll try to send priority from now on, see if it makes a difference.
Wolf of Murakami Wolf Swenson, or just MWS from here on out. Fred was busy at the time, working on the first.
What looks good in color?
But despite his schedule, he agreed to take on the Turtles miniseries. Initially, MWS reached out to animation writer Chuck Lorre. Yes, that Chuck Lorre. But he wasn't available.
Listen, I'll tell you what's a big deal and what's not a big deal. Don't tell me what's a big deal. Huge deal. It's taking forever. I want you to get your shit.
They pulled the song together on a 48-hour deadline.
You don't get it. I'll see you in a minute.
By April of 1987.
Oh, word, okay.
That's when Little.
I think they did a good job with the color of it. Like, some people were, when that was first coming out, first announced, some people were like, uh-oh. You know, not thinking IDW would do the best job with it, but I think they have. They've done a good job.
He already had the comics. David took what worked for the source material and rewrote what didn't. He changed April into a TV reporter to help get the Turtles into the action faster. He kept Shredder as the main villain, but to give the Turtles someone they could fight without slicing anyone up, he turned the Foot Clan into robots. And to provide this technological army, he created Krang, a scheming, brain-like alien, partially inspired by the comics of the Turtles. Deeming the Turtles undistinguishable, David exaggerated their personalities to make them more recognizable for the younger audience. And perhaps his biggest contribution was making Michelangelo the token teenager. He also gave him a catchphrase, "Cowabunga, dude." This was initially a throwaway line in the pilot, but Fred Wolf liked it so much that he requested it to be turned into a catchphrase on the show. David also had to connect the show to the toy line, so he created backstories for Bebop, Rocksteady, Turtleman, Blimp, and he even codified the rules for the mutagen.
Welcome in, guys. Give us a follow for regular Turtle shows. Visit lookingfortmnt.com, like you see in the chat there. We've got a bunch of cool community platforms and stuff that you guys can check out there. Check out the show notes for info on the show. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Just kind of slowly working through the inventory, but we got enough people in here who want to do it. We can flip through the whole inventory real quick and do kind of claim style if you guys want at some point. Otherwise, I'm just kind of working through books, watching TV. Feel free to join me. Discord is a very good time. I have a really good time with that. Just set up we do a giveaway, a free giveaway every week in our Discord too. Like, you can find the link to our Discord on our website. That's in the chat there. But we just set up this week's giveaway. All you gotta do is like click an emoji, and if you win, I send it to you. I just sent out last week's giveaway, which was a slab, graded 9.8, volume 1, number 8, and then a signed trading card. So, but yeah, that's just free. You can just enter that every week.
At the time, Peter was working on the Cops animated series, and his influence can be seen in many of the incidental characters throughout the pilot. One of the standout contributions was the storyboard for the theme song intro. Using the lyrics as a guide, he meticulously planned out every visual to sync perfectly with the music. He actually shared these storyboards, along with several sketches and concepts, on his Instagram recently. Perhaps more iconic than his April was Krang's android body. Thinking the show would flop, he proposed that design as a joke. He was surprised when it got approved. However, some interesting elements were lost in the adaptation. In a great episode of the Turtle Tracks podcast, hosted by Brian Van Hooker, Mirage staffer and writer Paul Jenkins shared a story about April's redesign. According to Paul, the original pitch was for April to be mixed race, as this was how she was being depicted in the comics most of the time. But the animation studio pushed back, claiming that animating black women was too hard. That decision surprised Kevin and Peter, who eventually gave in to the quote-unquote limitations of animators. A similar situation happened with Baxter Stockman.
Is it burning a hole in your pocket, bud? Save it. You never know. Like, it doesn't expire. You can only use it once, but it doesn't expire as far as I'm aware. You can use it on any show. So you can save it for when I go to Jetpack. Maybe there's a big item there that you end up wanting in Jetpack's inventory or something, you know?
And make Baxter a quirky, older inventor. In fact, the original plan was for the Turtles to move in with him inside the Technodrome.
Volume 2 was already in color, so they wouldn't do a color reprint, if that makes sense. I guess they could recolor it, but that was kind of the big thing for Volume 2. Now in color, like for instance, here's the first issue of Volume 2. You can see full color. Wow. It has been collected as TMNT The Mirage Years. IDW collected it in a hardcover, which we get signed copies of it in, but here's like mine, for instance.
Difficult to draw. In reality, studio executives often discourage darker skin protection.
I don't have it right this instant, but yeah.
A topic that is way bigger than this video. That said, the 1987 cartoon did have black characters, and while Bebop got mutated in episode 2, he was...
Oh, geez, he's talking about a different coupon for we got for being a VIP in the Discord, or joining the VIP program, I should say.
Meanwhile,
but that is true.
Sax Finley hired animation director Sue Blue to cast the series.
Yeah, they haven't really reprinted it like that.
The first 5 episodes. Fred Wolf didn't find out about the voice casting.
But yeah, like I said, it was already in color, so they haven't there wouldn't be recolor reprints usually.
He only had one note. Michelangelo needed to sound more street. Now, like many things in Turtles lore, there are a few different versions of how that voice came to be. Some say it was David Wise's idea. Others credit...
Welcome in, guys. Give us a follow for regular Turtle shows. Check the show notes for info on the show. Visit lookingfortmnt.com to join our community and win free stuff. We're doing a giveaway in our Discord right now.
Without being assigned their characters. So
they more on the way.
Cam Clark ended up voicing Leonardo.
And thanks for chilling, guys. You know who I'm talking to. All my dudes who chill.
And Rob Paulson
appreciate you guys hanging out with us.
Rounding out the cast, Renee Jacobs voiced April. Peter Renaday was Splinter. James Avery brought the Shredder to life, and Pat Fraley pulled double duty as both Krang and Baxter. All the episodes were recorded in a small Hollywood studio and on a tight schedule. But here's what really made the magic happen. The cast recorded together. That's not always the case in animation.
Yeah, there isn't a volume that I would say I don't like. There are some parts of some volumes that are not my favorite, but there's arcs in every volume of Turtles that I love. Even volume 3. I know you don't like volume 3, but hey, you may come around someday. You didn't think you were gonna like volume 5.
Computer science, while still being able to raise my kids.
And I don't know if you've read Body Count yet, but it might wet your palate, might warm you up to the idea a little bit. Read some Body Count, same era, same sort of hyper-violent bullshit, but not, And you gotta kind of, you're not a fan, of like 90s comics. Like and not that I was like reading a ton of comics in the 90s, but like 90s comics, they hit different. There's something, you know what I mean? Like they were just. Everyone had pouches and like so many pouches, like cargo shorts on cargo shorts, man. And like, anyway.
Though every now and then they had to step in to
yeah, I know it's not the same. It's not like Bisley and Eastman worked on volume 3 or anything, but like I said, it's the same sort of like mindless violence sort of shit running through it. But I get it, man. There's a lot of people who don't like Volume 3, and it's not my favorite volume. It probably is my least favorite volume.
He also helped launch Turtle Force, a fan club that could mail exclusive merch directly to members, thanks to a deal with AJM Marketing Enterprises. That same year, Mark caught wind that Nintendo had opened the door to third-party licenses. One of the companies stepping through that door was Konami. The company was looking for action and adventure content, but Nintendo restricted it to only 5 annual releases. So Konami created a workaround, a side label called Ultra Games that could push out 5 more. And that's how the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles got their shot at video game glory. It was a gamble. The show hadn't aired yet, but by the time the game dropped, it was perfectly timed with the peak of Turtle Mania. More about that in the next episode. But while everything was looking up, not everyone was celebrating. Mirage's deal with Playmates was very clear. They had exclusive rights to produce figures on every scale. That put them in direct conflict with one of their earliest partners, Dark Horse Pictures.
I'm going through Archie and non-Archie of each movie adaptation. Although, you know what's funny? I didn't realize the Secret of the Ooze. Tundra published the Secret of the Secret of the Ooze non-Archie adaptation, which is interesting.
It's unclear exactly how it happened, but Dark Horse Miniatures went out of business before any resolution could be found.
I've ever shown you guys. I was thinking about posting. Maybe I'll just post them in the collection showcase. I'm showing you guys my Konami handhelds. Right, I got all 3 of those.
A legendary Japanese.
They all work too. I've got the except for the basketball one. I have the 4th, the basketball one. That one doesn't work, but I have it. But all 3 of the regular ones, 1, 2, and 3, they all work.
Once the animation was complete, Playmates pulled the trigger on a massive marketing blitz.
For Secret of the Ooze, I don't think so, but could be wrong. That is correct for the first one.
The 5-part miniseries premiered.
But if there's a Mirage one for Secret of the Ooze, I don't have it. But would it surprise me? Like, no, absolutely not. I'm sure there probably is a Mirage one. But what I have in the inventory, I just have the Tundra and the Archie. Which would mean there would be 3 for Secret of the Ooze, the way there are 3 for 1. There's a Mirage one for the first movie, which I have all of them, so we'll run through them. But the first Mirage one, then there's an Archie Adventure that is like a colorized version of that, and then there's the actual Archie one. Okay, yeah. So, I'm right. Now that, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I know, but I'm not confident I know.
Since they aired in syndication, some markets played it like a daily show.
I don't trust my mind. My mind's like, usually the first thing my brain comes up with, I have to be like, hold up, like, are you sure about that, buddy? And sometimes my brain's like, yeah, dude, what do you mean? And I'm like, nah, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You knew that too fast.
The problem was that Playmates wasn't quite there yet. Their toy line was still months away, ready for a summer 1988 launch, with maybe a few early releases.
I have one other Tundra book. It's in the buy it now. I just don't know what it is. So, like, it's something about like a spy or something. Like, it's like, it was published by Tundra, and it was the only other Tundra book I've ever owned. And I don't remember what it was called. And there's 2,000 books in there. I'm not fucking looking for it.
MWS started hunting for funding to produce 13 more episodes, the magic number needed to launch a full-fledged series. Fred's first stop was Group W Productions, the TV division of Westinghouse. They were interested, but not sold. Compared to other shows like Masters of the Universe, TMNT looked a little too expensive, so they passed. Fred didn't give up. He reached out to all 3 major networks. After all, the Turtles had already been tested with kids, but none of them were interested. They didn't think the show was strong enough to claim a Saturday morning slot. Fred considered international offers, but eventually circled back to Group W. This time,
JT Waffles was playing Arc Raiders 2 days ago, just in case you guys want to know. I'll keep you updated there.
It was a huge gamble. Fred didn't actually.
That's one thing we do during our show here. We do a community member update. And then JT was playing Arc Raiders 2 days ago. Just letting everyone know. Oh, you're still here. Whoa. Hey. Nothing, dude. Talking about you, not to you. Appreciate you asking, though.
They had to sell the show station by station, all across the country, just to make sure there was enough coverage to fuel toy sales nationwide. While Toei Animation is often attributed with the production of the...
No, in Discord, there's a feature called Activity, and people who are like your friends or in mutual servers, you can see what the last thing Discord saw them playing was. So your Steam's hooked up to your Discord, so when you're playing shit, I can tell what you're playing.
Chung no longer involved. Greg Salvaggio stepped in as the new art director, and Frank Rocco handled character design. Everything was lining up for a big fall premiere.
But I was just joking. I was just doing a mic check Just check 1, 2. Just seeing if you're there.
Despite all the work,
I love that about that. I love that. That's so good for me. The show is totally worth doing. I've got to throw you off. Kind of like the other day with our boy Justin TMNT or TMNT Justin. This is fun. It's fun you out.
Sworn enemy of the turtles. It feels so good to be so bad. With his henchmen, the dreaded foot soldiers, the mutants Bebop and Rocksteady. What do I do with them? Destroy them! All one turtle soup. From Playmates.
The first wave hit stores nationwide in June 1988, but getting them on shelves wasn't easy. Retail giants like Target, Kmart, and Walmart turned it down. It was the smaller retailers, and especially Toys R Us, that saw the potential.
Oh, that's fun. How was it at release? I'm always interested to know how like you originally like could participate.
That first wave included the core lineup: Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo.
Like, I think the GameStop one's cool, and I think it's funny that the GameStop one,
Rocksteady,
they're all beat to shit. You know what I mean? Like it's just so hard to find that book in good condition. Because GameStop, even their fucking like distribution network, all the way up to the actual people working in the retail stores, they treat like their collectibles like shit. Huh. Interesting. Maybe they gave it out like AMCs or something. That's cool.
That first wave also included flyers to join the Turtle Force fan club, and the blisters contained pizza points that could be exchanged for merchandising like VHS tapes, posters, towels, and more. Vehicles were packaged with a joke book and a small catalog, which became collectibles in their own rights. The first full season of the cartoon hit the airwaves on Saturday, October 1st, 1988. David Wise, who had helped shape the tone of the show from the beginning, plotted the first story arc, but after that first episode, he walked away. He felt he was contributing too much and getting too little credit. On top of that, his style clashed with the direction of the new producer, Walt Kubiak. But don't worry, David will be back. Taking over as showrunner was comedy writer Jack Mendelsohn, whose surreal sense of humor left a noticeable on the series. Throughout its run, the season became an overnight success. It went from airing on the weekends to weekdays, becoming the #1 rated children's syndicated show in many markets.
Yeah, it's probably new enough. But even those GameStop ones, I think part of the problem too is they're 20 years old, right? At this point, wasn't it mid 2000s for that one? You know.
At first, their approval rights seemed like the perfect way to protect their vision, but over time, those rights lost their teeth. As the franchise shifted to target kids, more and more creative changes slipped through. Eventually,
Damn, didn't even know they did a collection of that.
Kevin learned to roll with it. Peter, not so much. The pace of animation didn't leave room for debates about what the turtles should or shouldn't do. And for the creators, it became a necessary compromise, one that allowed the toy line and the brand to thrive. At least they still had their black and white comic. That was theirs. Complete control. Because of their growing list of business responsibilities, approving scripts, reading contracts, dealing with trademark lawyers, Kevin and Peter's collaborations started to slow down. Issue number 11 will be the last one they worked on together for a while. It's important to understand something about these two. They had very different personalities. And while that clash was the secret sauce behind the Turtles' early success, it often left people wondering how they ever agreed on anything.
Oh, damn, our Facebook group has 46 people in it. I didn't realize that. Yep. We should do more shit over there. Oopsies.
That worked. For a while. By issue number 16, they began inviting other artists, like Mark Martin, to take a turn. This kicked off what fans would later call the guest era. a stretch where outside artists brought their own spin. But we'll dive deeper.
2 seconds, guys. I'm going to grab some milk.
With
I'm going to run something for a minute.
Tales of the TMNT no longer felt unique. So they wrapped it up. Common ground, working on Tales, was moved to do merchandising art with Steve Levine, and this pairing would become legendary. It's said that
yes.
Steve handled somewhere between 60 to 70% of all TMNT licensing art during this period. You may ask yourselves,
I see you when you like our stuff, man. I appreciate you doing it. And of course, you don't have to go through and like everything. You know, if you like it as you, it helps when you do, but never expect it, always appreciate it, sort of thing. So what I do is I'll make if there's something I want to get really good visibility or visibility, a little trick, if you will. It's kind of spammy, but whatever. I've learned is I make a post on our page, and then from that page, I share it to the over 150 groups I belong to. So some of them are Ninja Turtles fan groups, some of them are buying and selling comics groups, and depending on the post, like sometimes I'll just post it to the Ninja Turtles groups and not the comic buy sell trade groups, and sometimes I'll do vice versa, sometimes I'll do them all.
Unfortunately, some fans were not thrilled. To understand why, you gotta look at where comics were.
So it may be that you're liking the original post on the Facebook page, and then like I said, you can like them individually in each group too as well. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying you should, but it's up to you. Well, dude, I shared it over 250 times, ran like 4 different targeted ads for it. And so another thing too is if I'm running an ad for something, and like I have some ads that have like over 100 likes on them, but when the ads, if I run it as like an ad and not a boosted post, it goes away when the ad is done. So you may be liking ads that are disappearing too.
For Saturday mornings. So imagine the whiplash for fans who've been following the Turtles from the beginning, watching their favorite underground comic get turned into a cartoon.
Yeah, that slab give you guys shared a lot.
Suddenly, they weren't reading something cool and underground. They were reading a kid's book. Or at least, that's how it felt. This shift didn't just affect readers. It hit Mirage's licensees, like Blade, too. Once the cartoon took off, teenagers who had been into RPGs started backing off. The new kid-friendly version of the Turtles made a grown franchise. Eventually, Palladium had to rework some of the material.
Anyway, be right back. Just want to set that up for a minute.
Non-turtle game. Some longtime fans, Kevin and Peter had sold out. And you can kind of understand why. The comic was about 4 ninja assassins raised by a rat to avenge the death of his master.
Whoa.
Now it was a toy commercial with catchphrases and pizza. Even parents of the target audience were caught off guard once their kids stumbled onto the original comics. In the UK, they went so far as to rename the franchise to Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles and edited out all the nunchaku scenes, thanks to strict rules on admittable violence in British media. Now, let's be clear. Kevin and Peter were cashing in. But if they were true sellouts, they would have sold the whole thing over to Marvel when they had the chance. They were making compromises, sure, but they were still holding the reins. Still, that didn't stop the chaos. The cartoon brought tons of new kids into the fandom, and with them came a divide. Suddenly,
Whew. Thought Kodiak was going to hit me for that 50% on that bad girl. Whew. We're good. Crisis averted. I'm just kidding. That's funny though. Isn't that funny? Turtles with guns! No sweat, Kodiak. Tell her I said hi. Oh, she doesn't have her eyelashes. Tell her I said hi, and you guys have a great night. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always good to see you. Thanks again for joining the VIP program. It's cool to see that like working like that. All the things I set up for that thing to do work. Appreciate you.
If you're not simple snack maxing with 3 simple ingredients,
take care, JC. Thanks as always for hanging out, man. I hope you have a wonderful night, dude.
3 simple ingredients like us. You need to get Utz's 3
And I sent your stuff, by the way, today. It's in the mail. If you look at the scan picture, I put a thumbs up in it. I thought that'd be pretty funny.
Before the second season had even wrapped.
Oh, it's just me. All right, we're good.
They had made a big mistake. They came back to MWS with an order for 26 new episodes. Add those to the episodes already in syndication, and the series hit that magic number. 67 episodes. The exact number needed for cartoons to run in endless syndication. Meanwhile, the toys were still struggling to find wide distribution. But when they did make it onto shelves, they flew off them. Playmates, however, were still second-guessing some choices. At one point, ad exec Jerry Sachs even suggested getting rid of Splinter, thinking rats wouldn't sell. But by the time the toy line took off, it was clear Splinter was staying. The media was already calling the Turtles the next Cabbage Patch Kids. But not everything was smooth. The original April
What up, buddy?
was nothing like her cartoon counterpart, leading to complaints and confusion. Eventually,
I was just chilling by myself. I was the only person here for like the last like 2 or 3 minutes. I was like, wow, this is interesting. I don't know what to do. I was gonna do that thing I think where I
with the line doing well, Playmates was ready for more characters.
I just run through the whole inventory, run everything for 2 seconds. I think we're gonna do that. It's been a while since I've done that. And then we'll see how it goes, because I think I'm going to try to run a longer show tonight.
Mirage Studio staff continued expanding during these years. One particular addition took place in 1988. Paul Jenkins. You might know Paul now for writing Wolverine Origin, creating the Sentry for Marvel, or his acclaimed run on Hellblazer over at DC Vertigo. But back then, he was just a young guy waiting tables at a cafe Kevin and Peter liked to visit. One day, Paul broke his leg playing football. Unable to work, he reached out to Mirage for any kind of job, and they brought him on. First as an editor and production manager,
yeah, baby.
And later he got involved with licensing, and he would write a pretty cool issue during the guest era. Before we wrap up this episode of History and a Half Show,
because then I should be able to coast for the rest of the night just on people having the notifications. So they get out of work and check their, you know what I mean?
But it ended up bringing
I won't have to do anything. It's cheaper than promoting.
Earlier, indie comics found their home in comic shops. But to even get into those shops, creators relied on comic distributors like Diamond. In 1987, indie legend Dave Sim made a bold move. He bypassed Diamond entirely and sold his next graphic novel directly to fans. It worked really well. But Diamond wasn't happy. In retaliation, they sent Sim a letter. If he could pick and choose what they carried, then so could they. They decided to drop one of the lower-selling books of his imprint. This was how The Puma Blues, a small but critically acclaimed series by writer Steve Murphy and artist Michael Zully, lost a third of its sales, enough to make the book unsustainable. But Murphy and Zully refused to fold. With support from Sim and other creators, they launched a short but intense war against Diamond. It became a rallying point for creator rights in the indie comic scene. Among the supporters were
yeah, it is. I like to do it if I'm running giveaways because it helps with the follower count and stuff like that. But it's not necessarily the types of people I want to fill my list with. So it comes. I like doing it for other people. It's more fun for me. I like to boost other people's shows because sometimes it converts for a sale right away. But even down the road, it's like some people see the show that wouldn't have otherwise seen it, and like down the road they may buy something. So I think it, supporting sellers. Like I like to buy stuff from people, but I think I've found that I like promoting their show more because I feel like I said, even if they don't get the dollar return that night, down the road it'll have more value to them. Like I could, die tomorrow and but some of the people I've brought to other people's shows will shop long after I'm dead, sort of thing.
Ryan Brown, Michael Zully, Richard Peavy, Larry Marder, Rick Veach, Steve Bissett, Eric Talbot, and Gerhard.
Welcome in, guys. Check the show notes for info on the show. Let me know if I can do anything for you.
And ensure fair treatment in areas such as ownership.
All the stuff we have today for Turtles is in the auction tab. Everything else is in the buy it now.
Inspired Kevin Eastman to start his own publishing company, one that would put those principles into practice. But we'll save that story for the next episode. Back to the fans. As we've seen, the cartoon's success introduced a whole new wave of younger fans to the Turtles. Kids would find the black and white comics and get really confused about the whole thing. To keep the world separate, and to capture that new audience, Kevin and Peter decided to create a comic that matched the tone of the cartoon. They didn't debate it for long. They produced the comic in-house, but distributed through Archie Comics, giving the Turtles a presence on newsstands. Archie would get verbal rights. Since they were just adapting the first season, there wasn't much to approve. There's even a rumor that Marvel passed on the projects because they didn't think it would be a hit. And that's wild when you consider they had a whole imprint at the time for licensed.
It is Turtles with Guns. Gotta love Turtles with Guns.
The adaptation came in the form of a 3-issue miniseries, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Adventures. It was written and penciled by Michael Duty, with inks by Dave Garcia of PandaCon fame. That mini was a hit, and Archie greenlit an ongoing series. It started by adapting the second season of the cartoon, but quickly evolved into its own unique universe. The creative team behind that new universe would be Ryan Brown.
Did I not list this?
And because Steve didn't want to confuse
what?
more serious Puma Blues,
alright, now we gotta figure out why I can't.
Under the name
Did I? That's so weird.
I'll discuss this in more detail in the next episode.
What the fuck?
Despite getting passed on by countless publishers, toy companies, and animation studios, Kevin, Peter, and now Mark proved that the Turtles had something special. But in 1988, no one knew how long the hype would last. And while the cartoon
Apparently I did not list that, which is super fucking weird.
To the survival of the black and white. That original program, the soul of the franchise, was now being overshadowed by its kid-friendly cousin. At the time, even the toys were expected to peak in 1989, a year when Batman was set to dominate pop culture. So
yeah, I checked inactive. The first thing I checked, my man, is inactive and sold, and then I was like, maybe it's in drafts. It's not in drafts. It's just not there. I just never listed it. Super weird.
Movie studios that the Turtles had potential on the big screen. Come back for the next installment of History in a Half Shell as we explore the marketing storm that took over the world, Turtle Mania. And if you made it this far into the video, leave a comment saying, "Cowabunga, dude." Thanks for watching. See you in the sewers.
It is what it is. No big deal. I'll get it on there.
The Evergreens family vacation started with Expedia. Dad knew his crew needed peace and quiet, so he booked a vacation home big enough for everyone. Great, right? Nice job, Dad. Expedia, the one place you go to go places.
Just when you thought we'd done it all, Olive Garden now delivers. Only at olivegarden.com.
Take care, JT. Thanks for chilling, man.
Was filled with excitement. Fans had a chance to win cool stuff in an online sweepstake, a limited edition bronze statue, and a trip for 2 to New York. But the real celebration kicked off in February.
You said celebration.
Comic-Con. Around April, Mirage announced a new live-action movie for 2011 that would retell the original first 12 issues of their stories. At the same time, a coast-to-coast TMNT 25th Anniversary Tour started in New York. It was a mobile museum showcasing all things TMNT, including character appearances and martial arts demonstrations. The tour made 50 stops across 10 cities, starting off at the Tribeca Film Festival. There, they had a special screening of the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and even illuminated the Empire State Building in vibrant TMNT green. During their journey, they also held ninja casting calls for a spot in the 2011 movie with the help of Ernie Reyes Jr. The tour came to a conclusion in July at the San Diego Comic-Con, where fans were treated to a special screening of the new animated movie, Turtles Forever. Turtles Forever was initially intended as a made-for-TV movie. However, it was produced in a format that allowed it to be divided into 3 separate parts, which could then be aired as individual episodes. In July, a modified version of the movie was released on television. Later, from October to November, the complete and unedited version of the film was broadcasted in 3 parts.
The uncut version.
Yeah. So what's cool is I can set it so that giveaway bot, the only people who can enter are people who have the VIP role. So it's kind of automated, basically. I'm going to make that giveaway after this show. And then, like I said, it's automated, so which is pretty cool. So basically, if you don't have the VIP role, which the only way to get the VIP role is to subscribe, then you can't even click the emoji. Same thing with like the new giveaway. You have to have at least sent 2 messages since the giveaway was started. So people can't just like join that giveaway. Like they have to actually talk. And if they join from the last giveaway and still haven't talked, they can't join this one. So it's a good way. I'm always doing stuff to like measure and like assess things kind of like behind the scenes. And like the reason I set that giveaway up with the 2 messages is I want to see how many people from the last one we retained that are like active and gonna, engage and say stuff. It encourages that.
Productions like Forever War and the Mirage Universe book were still on schedule.
Thank ya.
Live-action movies plus the 2000.
It's kind of like chess. You don't ever make a move without intention.
Speaking of films, the Turtle
Martial arts is kind of like that too, Don't waste energy. Make every movement you make, if you spend energy, make it intentional. Don't make it unintentional. So, and then, but part of the reason I'm running these, it does. It does, and honestly, there's all sorts of stuff that I could set on that would like, if that becomes a problem, that we get like bots or whatever, I can set it up so it has a CAPTCHA. So like you have to solve a puzzle when you click the button, otherwise it won't enter you. I can make it so I can make the message threshold whatever the fuck I want. So I can make it so you have to send 20 messages. You know what I mean? I can set it so only certain roles can do it. I can set it so like there's I think tons of features that are things I can do with it that I just don't do because we haven't needed it yet.
Still, the idea of giving the turtles away
for the VIP one, yep, it's going to be just like a normal giveaway. The only difference is that if you don't have the VIP role, see, like it's cool because people will be able to see. I'm pretty sure that everyone will see the giveaway, but only VIPs can enter. So like they can see what you guys have a chance to win. Like I said, I've tried to set this whole thing up as automated as I can. And I think it's, like even little automations like now if there's a certain amount, I noticed that like the collection showcase was really popular and like things were getting buried. So now which you've probably seen, if a post gets a certain amount of like emojis on it, it will automatically post to the updates channel. So it kind of helps things out a little bit that way too. It helps feature like the more popular stuff from that channel.
Peter told the staff on October 13th, an unsuspecting Tuesday.
Take care, dude. Love ya. Have a great night.
Licensing in Mirage heard it first from a friend from the 4Kids offices, where news broke first.
What's up, guys? Check the show notes for info on the show. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Called into a meeting, and the announcement was made. Contracts had to be signed to make the deal, and characters had to be bought from creators. This was another hit.
All the turtle stuff we have today is in the auction tab. Let me know if there's anything you'd like me to run, or if you'd like to see anything.
Since then, Murphy was left with the impression that the whole 25th anniversary.
Well, I'm just kind of slowly working through the inventory.
The franchise's value. Whether this was true or not,
We got slabs. We got stuff from almost every volume of Turtles. Turtles crossovers, new and old, things like that. Like this one, these just got listed. We got all 3 of the Viking Heroes crossover there.
The already announced live-action movie being produced by Galen Walker and Scott Mednick was still in pre-production and was moved to 2012. This would become the now infamous Michael Bay movie of 2014.
Longer.
Not all the merchandise.
And of course, give us a follow for regular Turtle shows. We hold them at least 3 times a week.
Only the toys were
We do comic shows on Mondays, and then Tuesdays we do action figures, and then mix them both on Saturdays.
As every now and then, Playmates would be
check out lookingfortmnt.com, spelled just the same way my username is spelled. You can join the community, get free stuff. We do giveaways outside of whatnot on our Discord, stuff like that.
Mirage continued publishing all the material already in production, but everything else would get canceled. Forever War and the Mirage Universe sourcebook stopped any kind of development, and the Tales of the TMNT book only remained in publication for a few more months until it got canceled. Steve Murphy, who was in charge of Ninja Turtles licensing,
was the first real casualty of this deal, but the company overall was in a zombie state. It stopped being in business, but still had much to do to finish everything that was already in motion. The company went into dormancy in 2010, no longer publishing any material, but still selling leftover merchandise accumulated over the years. They conducted these sales directly and through an eBay account. Jim Lawson continued using the Murata studio for free while doing other projects like Planet Racers and Paleo. The building was owned by Peter Laird, and since someone needed to be there occasionally, he didn't have a problem with the artist still using it. Lawson eventually moved out and continued doing commissions and other work here and there. Dan Berger, who was editing Tales when the sale happened, started working for Heavy Metal magazine until 2020. He still does some commissions with Ryan Brown through Facebook, but he's technically retired now. Steve Levine is still working with the Turtles, but mostly doing commissions, conventions, and covers. Michael Dooney continues doing pinups and commissions and still works with TMNT occasionally, doing covers and toy designs, like the Playmates version of The Last Ronin. Steve Murphy had a rough few years after the sale, but he continued working on his graphic novels. Overall, the artists understood the reasoning behind the sale, but the same couldn't be said about the fans. For those unaware of Peter Laird's situation, the news of the sale came as a shocking surprise. Fans had a wide range of reactions to the announcement, with various opinions and emotions expressed. Many couldn't understand why he needed to sell the property, but he could have left someone else in charge. Peter explained that he considered that, but ultimately he decided against it because he wouldn't be at peace as long as he had a say in it. And if you noticed what happened in the late 90s, you'd understand what his fears were. He feared the franchise would take a deep dive again under his watch. He needed to take a clean break from all responsibilities. Also, from a financial point of view, it was better to sell the franchise while it was still worth something. Around the time of the sale, the comics were not selling well. The movie wasn't well received by casual viewers, and the TV show was declining. Yet it wasn't at its worst moment either. Other fans were angry at Gary Richardson, accusing him of fostering Peter Laird into selling the franchise. This wasn't true, but Gary Richardson was already hated by some fans and artists at Mirage, and he'd been accused many times of thinking with his pocket. Whether these accusations were true or not, I can only say that Peter Laird seemed to have a lot of trust in him. Fans were also upset for another reason. The Turtles held a special place in the world of independent comics. As one of the most beloved independent projects in comic book history, the sale signified the end of an era. The Turtles would no longer be a purely artistic expression by the creators. Instead, they would become a brand primarily focused on selling toys to children, losing the unique edge the franchise once had. However, it's important to note that these fans may have made assumptions about Nickelodeon's intentions. While there were indeed some instances where their concerns were justified, similar changes were already happening due to Playmates' request for the 4-kid show. But keeping the franchise on brand wasn't a one-person job, and it was one of the reasons Peter and Kevin ended up quitting their shares of the property. Jim Lawson tried to stop the anger directed at Peter and even interceded, saying that Peter went out of his way to provide for everybody involved. There was a lot of uncertainty until IDW and Nickelodeon debuted their versions of the Turtles, but fans had reasons to get excited about something completely unrelated. As I already covered in my Volume 3 video, Image Comics published the Turtles for a while in the late 90s, a book that got canceled with a few plots unfinished. Fanfiction writer and Super Turtle fan Andrew Modine ended up publishing a conclusion of Volume 3, unofficially and after a crowdfunding campaign, bringing closure to many fans of that material. This conclusion would later be replaced by an official ending given by IDW, but that's not what this video is about. Now, most of you came here because I'm also covering TMNT Odyssey, the next project of Andrew Modine, which started in 2012. As I mentioned, Andrew Modine did fanfiction before he made that Volume 3 conclusion. He did so with other friends of his, Don Cole, Sharon Lee, and Jeff Auden. They wrote 2 stories that had elements that would later be adapted into Odyssey. The first one was TMNT Transcension, written at the end of the last century, and it was a dimension-hopping adventure with a big bad villain named the Shogun. They made a sequel to the story in 2005 named TMNT Deliverance, which had Mr. Null as the main bad guy. But according to Modine, he only took some influences from those, and the genesis of this project was completely different at first. Modine wanted to do a last Savante Romero story with Jim Lawson. It was just going to be 20 pages. But inspired by that fan fiction he made, Odyssey started shaping up to be a 100-page story. The main attraction of the story was that it would have been the final story in the Mirage universe. Not a continuation of Volume 4, but the end of that universe. Like many fans on the Technodrome forums, Andrew had connections with people at Mirage. He said Peter Laird expressed support for TMNT Odyssey. In response to Peter's request, Andrew sent him a copy of the project. However, Andrew never received any feedback from Peter. I couldn't find any public comments from Peter regarding the project. Nevertheless, Peter was aware of its existence. The anger started giving space to people willing to give Nickelodeon a chance. But hardcore fans needed some closure, and that was exactly what Andrew was set up to do. Modine didn't want to write a continuation of Volume 4, as there was still hope for Peter to finish it. Instead, he continued the alternate future timeline, which may or may not be canon. But not being an official project allowed Modine to incorporate other parts of the mythology that became non-canon over time. The universe he borrowed the most from was the Palladium RPG games, with Transdimensional Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles being the heaviest inspiration. TMNT Odyssey contained art by Jim Lawson, Dan Berger, Rick Arthur.
Let me know if there's anything I can do for you guys.
Sophie Campbell.
I was kind of chilling, running through the inventory and set off the notifications people have on particular items. But let me know if there's anything you want me to run. Otherwise, just kind of doing that, hanging out.
The project was initially crowdfunded through Indiegogo. That money was used to pay Jim Lawson, Rick McCollum, and Bill Anderson for their pages. Everyone else worked for free. Unfortunately, Modine didn't realize that Indiegogo would take a percentage of that money and ended up paying the difference from his pocket. The road to getting the book to the project's backers was an odyssey in itself, but it took a few years to finish. I'll explore what happened later, but keep in mind that in the meantime, fans were able to experience this new reality. IDW started publishing TMNT comics in 2011. Nickelodeon started the show.
Welcome in, guys. Check show notes for info on the show. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
2 Michael Bay movies came out.
Run through some Turtles crossovers, IDW, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let me know if there's anything you're looking for.
TMNT Odyssey. But enough of
Go looking for TMNT.com. More stuff. We've got a few different community channels where we do giveaways and all sorts of fun stuff outside of whatnot.
Justice silence no supergirl. Synergy restores your vitality. Find real power inside with Synergy Kombucha.
New Blonde Absolute Blonde Guard protects against all blonde aggressors. Kerastase.
For many, buying the first home has gotten further out of reach. Uppayment is Progressive's down payment assistance program, which can help you close the last gap between you and the keys to your first home.
Lilypad, let's play!
Get to know the Toy Story gang.
No way.
Woody is back. He's a hero and a friend.
Jesse needs a deputy.
Woody!
It's been too long, cowboy.
Hey, wait for us!
Rated PG.
Let me take something out of the way. Many dialogues, panels, sequences, and pages were only included in the story because the writer could. If I tell you the story with all these details, you'll probably get lost. so I'll just list those things first, so I can tell the story more smoothly. Here's the list. Lucindra, Raphael's ex-romantic interest, once told him he needed to trust in someone. She lost a leg since the last time we saw her. The events of TMNT Volume 3 happened in 1989. The writer placed the events of Volume 4 in 2001. And there's one sequence with the turtles in the state they were in issue 31. I'll leave this page out of the story because it was contradicted by issue 32. Because that last issue was published after the story was written, these turtles never knew that the Splinter that died wasn't the real one. As I explained in the last days of the Ninja Turtles video, there was an alternate future timeline where the last turtle to die was Donatello. He was blind when this happened. In that timeline, Leonardo may have died in 2099 in San Francisco. Because no one knew how Michelangelo's story was going to end, he was usually alluded to be living in another galaxy, but this was never properly confirmed. The last time we saw Savante Romero, he was trapped inside the Eye of Agamotto. Savante Romero's origin was explained in an almost canon alternate version of TMNT number 8, where it was established that back when he was still human, he dated Renette, the Timestress. In the non-canon story, the Turtles once fought Savante Juliet, Romero's wife. Renette killed her to prevent her from changing history. One of the first licensees of the Ninja Turtles was Palladium. This company published RPG games and released many editions about the Ninja Turtles world. There was a significant amount of world building in these games that were overall ignored by canon. Still, some elements from those books made it into some iterations. The book that influenced Odyssey the most was Transdimensional Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. A Mirage version of Slash was almost introduced for a fan-made book that was approved by Mirage. This Slash is briefly mentioned. The Turtles may or may not have had romantic interests, like Raphael with Lucindra and Leonardo with Radical. Donatello was also infatuated with an alien warrior and queen named Jana. This would come up again during another fan-made project called Origin. In Tales of the TMNT number 15, the Turtles faced Von Clutch in a ghostly car race. Casey, Shadow, and Mikey freed some trapped spirits after that race. The Turtles once saved the Asgardians from the Halls of Lost Legends, where Loki was turning them into living statues. The Turtles managed to reverse this, and all the Forgotten Gods became flesh and blood again. Now let's go into the actual story. It started in 1987, as Splinter and his sons went camping for the first time, and he told them that he loved them. It was a very timely expression of his feelings, as the Turtles just survived a very traumatizing experience, and they really needed to feel like a real family. Over the passing decades, the Turtles faithfully observed their annual camping tradition. However, as time wore on, only Michelangelo and Leonardo remained committed to the ritual. The brothers had grown distant since the events of Volume 4, and they met their demise one by one. Mikey's life was tragically cut short in a freak transmat accident in Sri Lanka in 2058, while Raphael met his end in Panama in 2081. Leonardo's final chapter unfolded in 2099, followed by Donatello's passing in Japan in 2105. But at the end of time, Savante Romero was planning his revenge against the Turtles for killing his wife, Savante Juliet. We materialized that to life. Probably a perk of time travel. The Savantes weren't alone. They had a benefactor known as the Shogun, and together they managed to erase Renette.
Welcome in, guys. Check out the show notes for info on the show and let me know if I can help you with anything.
Before disappearing, Renette visited Donatello at the moment of his death. She warned him that Savante escaped from the Eye of Agamotto, and she came to him because he was at the closest point to her in the timeline. She pressed her powers to him and set him on a pre-programmed time stream to reunite with all his brothers, who he rescued from the last moments of their lives. However, the Turtles arrived too late in 1970, when the Savantes managed to make a pet shop explode, and with it, the 4 baby turtles and Jet. Now in a race against time before disappearing like Renette, they had to find a way to revert it. Luckily, Cuddly the Cowlick took them to the RG universe to help them prevent everything from being erased. Cuddly could also travel through time, but maybe they didn't try to undo this tragedy because they were avoiding a
All the Turtle stuff we got today is in the auction tab. Let me know if there's anything you want me to run.
Cuddly told them how the Shogun
Alright, just me and my bot friend now.
a device that, for the purposes of this story, never merged with Sarnath at the end of the Black Hole trilogy. The Shogun ripped apart this universe's life force with the Turtles of his power. After that, Shogun destroyed the Fred Wolf, the Four Kids, and the 2007 movie universes. He also destroyed a universe that was a mix of the original trilogy of movies and the Next Mutation series. Cutley then took them on a journey through the post-apocalyptic mythology of the Palladium books. First, in the year 2238, where he also released Slash from the Archie Comics universe. He was taken right from the moment he was supposed to die in the Terracide story. Slash killed all of the survivors of the Earth Watch, who warned them not to continue with their journey, or they would erase everything. Cutley was almost dying, but in his final breaths, he reset the program time stream that Renette had set up for Donnie, so that it could take them to the end of time. It's unclear how Cutley could do such a thing, so it must have been one of those perks of time travel. In the year 2363, the Turtles and Slash fought against some robotic animals who killed all the mutants created by the mutagen bomb. They later faced a scorpion machine named Omnia, who eventually gave them some armbands that would allow them to have an edge in their victory. But these armbands were some kind of twisted revenge of the freedom fighters of the year 2488, not those freedom fighters. Their next stops were the years 2713 and 2838, where they faced the Nightwalkers, men that transformed into beasts after turning 19. In the year 2963, they decided to camp and rest, because for some reason the Turtles had more time than Renette before being erased from existence. They slept well while Slash killed a bunch of Nightwalkers all night long. Their next stop was the year 2986, the third millennial barrier, in Christian terms at least. It was a place where time travelers usually bounce back from.
Welcome in, guys. Welcome.
Who successfully escaped from the destruction of her universe by channeling the Shogun's magic, and with the help of the Time Scepter from the third live-action movie. Unfortunately, the Time Scepter shattered once she arrived there. When she asked them for their armbands, the Turtles realized something was off, and after they defeated her, she revealed that she had made a pact with the Shogun, restoring her universe in exchange for the armbands. The Turtles realized that the armbands were probably essential to pass the barrier. In any case, they recruited Venus and moved on. In 3088, the Turtles confronted the Time Lords, who presented them with a difficult choice. In order to proceed to the end of time, one of them would have to sacrifice themselves to become a Time Warrior. Since the Shogun told Venus she wasn't supposed to exist, she decided to be drafted, and the Turtles continued to their last stop. It's unclear why the Time Warriors wanted to prevent them from passing, considering they already knew what was happening. The Turtles arrived at the end of times, where the Cervantes were waiting for them, and resurrected Absolute Carnage, Bloodsucker, Zog, and Baxter Stockman. Probably one of the perks of time travel. But this time around, defeating Romero was super easy, and they slashed him in half. But, plot twist, Juliet was actually plotting her own revenge against Romero for abandoning her, and she was now one of Mr. Knoll's trophy girls. Yes, Mr. Knoll was also working for the Shogun. Mr. Knoll impaled Slash with his tail. Thanks for coming, Slash. Then Venus reappeared as a timestress, bringing back some genetically enhanced mutanimals that tore Mr. Knoll apart. Thanks for coming, Mr. Knoll. It's unclear why Venus didn't simply use her powers to kill Mr. Knoll, but I guess bringing the mutanimals back.
Welcome in, dude. Yeah.
They then returned.
Welcome in. Let me know if I can do anything for you.
Mighty mutanimals. But, plot twist, Juliet was actually on the side of the Shogun, not Knoll. Then Shogun got tired of her and killed her. Thanks for coming, Juliet. With all these memories erased, Shogun then sent Michelangelo back to the moment they took him from. After that, he killed Venus. Thanks for coming, Venus. Before killing her, Shogun reminded her that she and her dimension should have never existed. Make a mental note of that. That was when we found out that Shogun was Michelangelo. He rigged that transmat in 2058 to explode so that no one could follow him to the Archie universe, where he met Mr. Knoll. Apparently, Mr. Knoll already knew how disillusioned Mikey was with how his brothers grew apart, so he sent him those transmat coordinates via mail. FedEx has this cross-universe service now, I think, but the excuse Knoll gave to Mikey was that he was one of the souls he freed from Von Clutch. But before moving on to the next life, he needed to repay his debt to him. Mikey agreed to make a deal for some power to be able to get his hands on the Turnstone. After that success, they still needed access to the time stream, so they freed Savante Romero, who acquired a lot of knowledge and power from his time in the Eye of Agamotto. This was probably why he could resurrect others, right? Romero shared his power with them, but how would this alliance work? Mikey gave up his soul, or something similar to Null, and Savante would try to erase the turtles from existence. Mikey was clever enough to know that he also needed to erase those two from existence, but then the turtles killed them. Mikey was creating the IDW universe. Within this new reality, the turtles remained united, and their bond as a family was stronger than ever. Splinter became their true father, and their origins were no longer a mere happenstance. Mikey vowed to bring everyone back, including Venus, in this revitalized universe. Leonardo didn't appreciate Mikey's comments about Splinter. He didn't need to be their biological father. They all knew what place he had in their lives. Then the R-bands were activated and freed the devourer of all creation, a creature that Omnia had prepared for this moment. Unfortunately, Mikey somehow programmed the creature to turn against them, probably a perk of the Turnstone. Donatello had to use all the power he had left from Burnett to destroy the creature. Anyway, Raphael killed Michelangelo, and in his dying moments, he mentioned seeing his father again. We don't know why, but I'm sure Splinter grounded him for the afterlife. The turtles started witnessing how, without Mikey's input, everything was beginning to die. But Leonardo regretted this and decided to save what Mikey was working on with some alterations. It was too late for them to undo all the damage, but a new multiverse could be born. One where IDW, the 2012 cartoon, and the Paramount movies were the main versions of them. The turtles themselves would be remembered as statues in the halls of Lost Legends. This was not how the halls worked, but I guess they liked the idea of making statues of certain legends. Perhaps. But not all of them were dead. Leonardo survived the destruction and kept control of the Turnstone. He then became a Time Lord. Make a mental note of that. In a metatextual twist, the narrative revealed to be a parallel reflection of the real-life relationship between Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman, the creators of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. As Peter saved Kevin from a literal cliff, the two finally found common ground and resolved to address their differences. Make a mental note of that as well. That was TMNT Odyssey. It's a lot, but it has a reason to be like that. You see, fans tend to write what fans want to see. In this case, fans wanted someone to come in and connect the dots on everything that had an ambiguous place in the canon. With the extra advantage that by not needing to comply with any copyright laws, they could easily bring in characters and concepts not owned by Viacom. I can imagine that for many fans, the inclusion of all the Palladium lore was probably a dream come true. Despite the story not being official nor canon, some fans do consider it a part of the Mirage universe. The reason for that is that it generally doesn't contradict any stories, and it was drawn mainly by Mirage artists like Lawson and Berger. Having said that, there are continuity incongruencies, and one other thing I'll discuss later. But it's also obvious that the Green Lantern mythos influenced this story too much. In his review of the special, Mark Pellegrini compared it to Zero Hour, a very fitting comparison, considering how much it borrowed from it. Andrew admitted being inspired by Zero Hour, but also mentioned many other influences behind it. Some fans had a problem with the Eastman and Laird framing device. Some said this went too far, and that whatever happened between them was nobody's business. I have to say that I don't like it, but I also understand why it was included. Let me explain. Andrew used the real struggle between the two creators as the event that echoed into the fictional universe. The two grew apart, just like the Turtles, and one of them decided it was time to sell his soul so that the Turtles could be healthy again, just like Mikey did. As you can see, and this was confirmed by Andrew Modine, the whole Odyssey story is a metaphor for Peter Laird selling the Turtles to Viacom. This explains why Mikey was so annoyed at the existence of Venus, as Peter was always very irritated by the existence of the character. One result of the sale was that the old multiverse, including Archie, Mirage, the two cartoons, and the movies, ceased to exist. But a new one was created as well. Andrew's attempt at getting closure for the fans was well-intentioned, but you know what they say, it's always darker before the dawn.
Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 6 gets you 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks for $19.99. I love deals!
I love a mascara that makes people question whether or not your lashes are real, which is why I believe I found the gold standard of mascara.
At Amica, we know you'll always find ways to look out for them. With Amica Life Insurance, we'll help build a plan to make sure you always can. Get your quote today.
Can't keep my hands to myself. Hands to myself. Can't keep my hands to myself.
I do have a problem with the ending of Odyssey. The way Andrew destroyed the old multiverse felt a lot like he was gatekeeping the part of history that the original fans really cared about. I'm not the only one who felt like this was a little off. Another fan also didn't like how Modine described the IDW universe in this story. Andrew tried to defend his take on it by saying that it was like a passing of the baton. All in vain, because by then, the old multiverse was still alive in both the Nickelodeon cartoon and the IDW universe. Andrew didn't discard the possibility that maybe these Earths reform back after all. And then there's the issue of Mikey. His deciding to kill the entire multiverse just to get closer to his brothers makes sense as a metaphor, but it doesn't feel like the character at all. And yes, you could perhaps try to rationalize that his time fighting alongside the Triceratons traumatized him too much. But we don't know where that story was going. My take on it was that Mikey was being radicalized, but at some point he would have eventually realized what was happening to him. Just like the Turtles eventually understood that they were being used as tools of vengeance. Was the Turnstone the one responsible for all of this? Given that Leonardo kept it, I don't think so. Or maybe Leonardo could control the Turnstone because he was more disciplined? I don't know. Despite these negative points, the fact that Odyssey was made was kind of a miracle, and it continued a story that was non-canon to Volume 4. So it technically provided an end without trying to finish Peter Laird's story. But this also meant that, while it brought some closure to fans, we all still wanted to see Peter Laird finish Volume 4. And fans were really eager to get that closure. You see, Andrew's previous experience with crowdfunding was the conclusion of Volume 3, a project that perhaps many fans didn't get to hear about in time, or maybe didn't have as much appeal as the Mirage one. Based on that experience, Andrew underestimated the shipping costs. Not only did he have more than 300 orders to ship, but he also had international backers. And with all the project's delays, Andrew ended up paying more out of his pocket than imagined. The costs were somehow covered thanks to half of the profits of the Russian hardcover managed by Arseni. All backers, however, did receive a digital copy of the book in advance. The physical book was meant to come out in 2015. But unfortunately, Andrew started having too many personal struggles and ran out of money. All the books were now in his possession, but he had no way of shipping them to backers. Some backers started getting too impatient and angry at Andrew. That was when a fellow member of the Technodrome forums named Rich, who had experience in shipping comics, offered to help. Despite never having met Rich, Andrew took a leap of faith and sent all the books to him. There was a new plan in place to fund the shipping costs. Backers would simply pay for the shipping costs again, or wait for them to sell all the original art pages at $125 each plus shipping. The sale of original art eventually allowed Rich to ship all the books to the backers. By 2016, backers got their copies, and the surplus started getting sold. After it was all resolved, Andrew apologized for all the mistakes and problems surrounding the project. It was just too much for one person to manage. A month later, Andrew made a digital copy of the book available to non-backers. But that wasn't the end of the Odyssey. Arseni from Russia started organizing an Ultimate Edition, and he brought in Chris Allen to redo the Archie page. This edition also contained a new cover and a new 5-page story by Jim Lawson, where Mikey brought Splinter back to life and then killed him again. Thanks for coming, Splinter! It also included one expanded scene in the main story by Jim Lawson and a few extra things. You'd think that the whole experience would have been more than enough for
What up, dude? How you doing?
to make one of these fan-made books again. You'd be wrong. Based on one comment Peter Laird once made about writing a story on Splinter not being an average rat, Andrew started creating a new story that would tie some loose ends from Volume 4 and Tales Volume 2. This is the story of TMNT Origin. In my video about Volume 4, I mentioned Professor Obligato, a brilliant Utrom scientist who discovered clues about the origin of the Utrom species. In this continuation of the story, Professor Obligato handed over the tablets to another Utrom named Xenos, who wanted to investigate the transplant device technology's origin. After finding all the answers he sought, he regretted it. Earnestly why the Utroms hid their origin. This led him to become addicted to their mental wave helmet. This technology allowed him to relive experiences as if they were new. After his tragic death, his mind was preserved, and a few years later, when a mysterious affliction started affecting life at a cellular level, they used his knowledge to travel to the center of the universe to seek a cure. I'm not sure how they knew these things were related, but maybe it's explored in the Ultimate Edition. Xenos required the Fugitoid while he was facing Blanc. Hearing that Professor Obligato knew about the center of the universe was enough to surprise him, and he accidentally executed General Blanc, his former enemy, thus closing that pending plot of almost 40 years. Thanks for coming, General Blanc. In any case, this expedition had Donatello in it, April, who was hoping to find some meaning to her origin as well, Leatherhead, who was escaping the law after succumbing to his own rampage, and was now only under control thanks to Donnie's drugs, some Triceratons, including one named Trigon, and Jana, the alien queen from TMNT number 13 that Donatello had a crush on, and at least in this story acted as a romantic interest to him. Their ship was attacked by the Havelch, a race that had genetic relations with the Utrons. This race was created for the Palladium books. During the attack, the Havelch warned them that they were being used by the Utrons and they should beware of the conductor. We could have learned more, but the Triceratons started killing off all of them. After that, the Triceratons got a little sexist with April, and then she had the cringiest reaction about that time she had sex with a cockroach to learn about her origin. This oversharing of information was enough to shut the Triceratons up. Personally, I wouldn't mind if this page magically disappeared from the face of the Earth. The crew later ran into the Jujels, who wanted to assimilate all life on board. During this side quest, they learned about a conspiracy between different Utrom factions to cover up their real origins. During their escape, they received help from Iorgon and Steel, two characters from a small story. Then things calmed down a bit, and April taught Jana how to paint her nails so she could find a suitable cape for herself. Fugitoid brought up a very interactive digital file of Professor Obligato. Apparently, the math to reach the center of the universe didn't match up because they needed to add faith. So, now you know. After some gratuitous female nudity, they arrived at the center of the universe, where they found a white hole inside a Dyson sphere, a structure designed to capture energy from it. When they crashed into it, they lost their ship. Once they reached the white hole, they saw their faith represented as a giant turtle, god, or a former warrior. They discovered that this was a Utrom structure. They created it 300,000 years ago to siphon those energies into a throne ship called Magonega. But after the construction, a revolt came up. Some neutrons wanted to share their technology and secrets in the galaxy, and others did not. Their ancestors vanished from the book of the dimension for this one. When they arrived, they made a pact to return to their own dimension with the power to depose those who had banished them. Over the years, the neutrons gave up this goal, but not the faction known as the Obscura Secretity. They settled on planet Magonia and mated with the Jajels, and from that union came the Havelch. Until one day, they found out that the Jajels were consuming them and decided to push them into extinction. After all these years, it turned out that this Dyson sphere was drawing too much energy out of this white hole, and this was the cause of the cellular plague in their universe. The Triceratons disagreed on whether they should kill the Utroms, and this caused an explosion that woke up the dormant Utroms there. One of them, Jurin, emphasized the sacredness of their mission. During this fight, Xenos, Leatherhead's oldest friend, was killed. Donatello took a pawn and went straight into the white hole. There he crossed paths with Leonardo from after TMNT Odyssey, who was here because he just wanted to see what happened to him. You may be asking if this means the old multiverse was still accessible, and I would have to say that I don't know. Donnie eventually reached God, who was being drained by a Utrom named Chirel, also known as the Conductor or the Adversary. Chirel knew Donatello was coming and revealed to him that this whole universe was an anomaly, a result of a very old Utrom experiment in colliding hadrons in the real universe. There were probably several other universes created that way. Donnie told the Adversary, so Donnie assembled a raft and then started conversing with God. He asked if his origin was genuinely random. This was when we learned that Hamato Yoshi, tired of being defeated by Oroku Nagi, went to see a foot mystic who told him about the adversary at the center of the universe, who was a rat. To become better than the adversary, he needed to sacrifice a tiny sliver of his humanity, a splinter. And from then on, Yoshi became formidable. In order to stay like that and keep his humanity, he had to keep a pet rat that was that splinter of himself. In fact, Splinter would mirror all of his movements. Donnie then asked about April's origins. This was when we learned that the Kirby Crystal was a piece of the center of the white hole this god sent to her father. She was made in the same way as the first life forms in the universe. After Donnie asked him about her inability to have kids, this god adjusted her. And while they were there, they also fixed Leatherhead's condition. A whole year passed while Donatello was inside the white hole, and due to this experience, he became blind. Now, in order to return to Earth, someone needed to stay behind to sever the link to the Dyson sphere. Otherwise, this would create a new Big Bang. April, feeling like she contributed nothing to this mission, offered herself. But Leatherhead didn't really do it. He took on that role. After the death of Xenos, he lost everyone he cared for. Trigon, inspired by Leatherhead's sacrifice, killed the current leader and took power. The Fugitoid couldn't think properly after this adventure, which is how he ended up in that Gizmo and the Fugitoid miniseries. By the end of the story, April was finally able to get pregnant. And that was TMNT Origin. Overall, I found it much easier to read than Odyssey, probably because it was more focused on the story. However, if Odyssey was a deep cut, Origin cut even deeper. I can't recommend either to casual fans, they require too much effort. They're definitely for people who have read and kept their memories of the Mirage universe. As a bonus, this book came with a crossover between the Turtles and Predator, which was kinda cool. The whole thing was written by Andrew Modine, with Mark Pellegrini, with art by Jim Lawson, Dan Berger, Arseny Dubikov, Andrew Modine, Dennis Kennedy, Ryan Wilton, Ernest Nathan Acosta III, Mark Troutman, Cortland Brugger, Dmitry Bobrovnik, Leonard Sharapov, Andres Ponce, and Bill Anderson. By the time this book came out, an entire decade had passed from the moment of the sale. Was that long enough for the fans to overcome the grief of losing Mirage Comics?
If only you could taste just how delicious Food Lion's hand-battered chicken is. It's made fresh in store with our signature recipe and served up hot, crispy, and ready to eat. Don't keep your taste buds waiting.
I quench the thirst.
Rubber hero, the new elixir de parfum. You can make all kinds of things for people who follow your thing. On Canva, the thing that makes anything a thing. SafeLight can come to you for free.
They can come to me for free?
That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free mobile service, go to SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
By 2020, Nickelodeon more than proved what their intentions were. They had a good run with the 2012 cartoon, and the IDW series became the longest-running TMNT comic of all time. Of course, there were also some false steps. The Michael Bay movies had no ninjas, no script, and no shame. And the 2012 cartoon was replaced with a new iteration of the franchise, maybe a little too soon and with too many demands from the network on what its format should be. This pretty much alienated a part of the fandom, who ruined the chances of a show that was actually pretty good. On the few occasions Peter Laird talked about the Turtles again, he continued to affirm that he would eventually go back to finish Volume 4. And he wasn't the only one still wanting to come back. Steve Murphy was also open to publishing the rest of the Forever War through IDW with Chris Allen, even though he couldn't remember anything about the plot. And yes, I'm aware that Chris Allen helped finish it in a fan-made project, but I already discussed too many of those in this video. And then one day, Tom Waltz resurrected an old idea from Peter and Kevin, The Last Ronin. A story that, to many, felt like a legitimate send-off to their creation. Even if it took place in a different universe, it was grim and gritty enough to please the older fans. It looked like the Turtles were starting to get into the spotlight again with miniseries, crossover events, and new action figures. But whatever happened to Mirage Studios? In September 2021, the four Mirage corporations, Mirage Studios, Mirage Licensing, Mirage Publishing, and Mirage Management, were finally dissolved after wrapping up all their affairs. Former Mirage staffers cleaned up and repainted the place for the next owner, a video game company. Before leaving, Michael Dooney left a sketch on a chalkboard, a sketch that new owners couldn't find the strength to erase. As I said before, the Mirage Turtles are not gone. The IDW continuity already acknowledged their existence, and they also appeared in the 2012 cartoon. And in fact, the Fred Wolf cartoon is still pretty much alive, not only in the many action figures that come out every year, but also in video games and even comic books. It would seem that fans have already made peace with the end of Mirage. And with a lack of official stories from Peter Laird, it wouldn't be crazy to say that the efforts of Andrew Modine, Arseny Dubikov, and Mark Pellegrini probably provided all the closure that fans needed. There is a new iteration of the Turtles about to debut, right in the middle of a new age of adult animation, so it's just a matter of time until a new, edgier version of the franchise is made. Sure, Nickelodeon bought the Turtles to sell toys and merchandise, but that never stopped them from publishing comics for late teens and adults. If fans really want to see a TMNT series for adults, they should put their money on things like The Last Ronin and the IDW series. And who knows? Maybe one day IDW will find a way to extend the Mirage universe without getting in trouble with the fandom. No matter what happens in the future, Mirage Comics will always be remembered fondly by Turtle fans. Thank you Lucas Gibbs and Tyron Leong for your help on this video. And thank you all for watching.
With Walmart Plus Assist, if you qualify for government assistance, you get 50% off membership.
I know, free same-day delivery keeps my fridge full. 3 boys fed. And my budget still has a little leftover. Leftovers?
Good thing all your deliveries are free.
Sometimes you just need the BS ring. Biological science. And that's what you get with Full Rescue. Protects against stress from brushing. Niacinamide, rosemary oil. I feel less stressed already. Biological Professional Hair Salon.
Out with the old and in with the totally awesome. It's 1987 and radical ninja pizza extremism has taken over the world. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Kevin Easton and Peter Laird met in 1981 when Kevin was attempting to
sell his illustration work to a small free local newspaper in Northampton, Massachusetts. The paper had no use for his work, but referred him to Peter, who had a portfolio of work similar to his, and hey, maybe they could be friends or something. They got together at Peter's apartment and immediately bonded over not just their love of comics in general, but the work of Jack Kirby in particular. In 1983, Peter and his girlfriend, who were living in New Hampshire, invited Kevin to move in with them instead of making trips back and forth from his home in Maine. Peter was just squeaking by doing illustration work for hire. Kevin got a job working in a restaurant. Living together meant they could set up a little studio, even if in name only, and try to sell some of their collaborative comics work to a publisher. And thus began Mirage Studios, so named because it wasn't actually a studio. It was like a couple of desks and a phone in their apartment with a logo. In 1984, while developing a comic called Fugitoid, Kevin handed Peter a drawing of a turtle standing upright wearing a mask with nunchucks strapped to his forearms. The very idea of Bruce Lee's speed and agility superimposed on a turtle was, at that moment, hilarious to Kevin. Peter did his own take on the idea, making some adjustments, some improvements, and handed that back to Kevin. Kevin wasn't going to let Peter have the last laugh. He increased the number of turtles, the difficulty level, to 4, and gave them each their own set of weapons, and added the title Ninja Turtles. Peter inked the drawing, and in the process added Teenage Mutant to the title. They both had a laugh, and that could have been the end of it. The idea stuck in both their brains. They realized that there was some potential for this thing that they had just birthed by accident. They needed a story and origins and names. Eastman and Laird were both big comics fans, and Eastman in particular was heavily influenced by Frank Miller's work on Daredevil and Ronin. The initial Turtles concept was part homage to Miller's Daredevil comics and part spin-off from it. In fact, in the story they developed, the Turtles are mutated by the very same canister of science goo that gave Daredevil his powers after it hit Matt Murdock right in the face, then spilled into the sewers. Daredevil was trained by a guy named Stick and fights against the ninja clan called the Hand, while the Turtles were trained by a mutated rat named Splinter and fight against a ninja clan called the Bunt. Eastman and Laird originally wanted their Turtles to have Japanese names. Unfortunately, they couldn't come up with anything that sounded legitimately Japanese enough, so they turned to a book on the Italian Renaissance they had in the studio and settled on Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael. Using a combination of income tax returns, a few $100s in savings, and a generous loan of $1,000 from Kevin's uncle, the first issue of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was published in black and white in May of 1984. And so they sat. 3,000 books, in the living room. Stacks of them. They had books, they had creative control, and they had stacks and stacks of books. They had just enough money left over from printing the books that they took out an ad in Comics Buyer's Guide, hoping they could sell some books by a mail order. They sold just enough to attract the attention of some distributors, and within a few weeks they had sold through the entire first run of 3,000 copies. They paid back Kevin's uncle. They did a second print run of 6,000 copies, which also sold out. After a few months hiatus, issue 2 was completed, and they were able to make it available through direct distribution on the strength of the first issue's performance. Issue 2 sold 15,000 copies and convinced Eastman and Laird that this was actually something they could do full-time. Making their own comics, publishing them through their own imprint, having full creative control, and making enough money was a genuine reality. They did a third printing of 30,000 copies of issue 1 and followed that up with another printing of issue 2 that moved even more copies than that. Every book they published pushed the numbers higher and faster. Within 3 years, they had produced 9 total issues with increasing production numbers issue over issue. Issue 8, a crossover with Dave Sims' character Cerebus, another indie publisher, sold 135,000 copies. To put that number in perspective, in March of 2018, Amazing Spider-Man issue 797 sold approximately 128,000 copies. That's Marvel. That's Spider-Man in 2018.
I like turtles.
To move 135,000 copies of issue 8 on an independent, self-published, black and white comic book in 1986 or 2018 is absolutely unheard of. The Ninja Turtles phenomenon had already begun to take on a life of its own. They started licensing the Turtles out for products beyond their own comics, including a role-playing game from Palladium Books. The big deal came when they were approached by Mark Friedman. Mark was a big-time Hollywood agent, just like all the other big-time Hollywood agents that Eastman and Laird had already said no to. Everyone came to them promising them the moon, but the duo were extremely protective of their property after having seen other industry professionals get taken advantage of. This time, they gave Mark a chance, but but on their terms. They signed a 30-day non-exclusive agreement. Mark had 30 days to see if he could turn up some real interest and get them a good deal that worked for them. Mark connected them with Playmates Toys, who flew them out to California for a meeting that would represent a quantum leap in exposure and profitability for the brand. As interested as Playmates was in making Ninja Turtle toys, they balked at the idea of selling toys on the strength of the comics alone. They were going to need to make some cosmetic changes to the Turtles to be able to hit the 4-year-old to 8-year-old market they were targeting. Less violence, no alcohol, less gritty and gritty, more pizza, and somehow make it even easier to tell the 4 Turtles apart. The 5-episode miniseries went into production and began showing on televisions across the country in December of 1987. The basic concepts of the Turtles' origin were still there, but heavily softened. Where they previously all wore red masks, each turtle had been assigned their own color and initials were added to their belt buckles. Viewer demand resulted in 13 new episodes beginning in October of 1988, with the action figure line hitting store shelves in advance of the 1988 Christmas and pizza retail season. Playmates would go on to sell, I have the number, so. The number really isn't important. They sold a lot of figures. They made a lot of money.
Splinter the Rat taught them each the ninja arts. Donatello, master of the staff. War! Leonardo, the katana blade. Raphael, the saltrunners and armpits. And Michelangelo, the new shackles.
Radical and Buster of the Woolly.
Say why the pepperoni ice cream?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
From Playmates.
With that kind of success comes the need for lots and lots of lawyers. Eastman and Laird found themselves in the position of employing all the lawyers to fight back every conceivable kind of attack on their brand. Random people claiming they had created the Turtles years before, and Eastman and Laird stole their ideas. People making unlicensed products, and even people buying up the rights internationally before Eastman and Laird could, and then extorting the license back to them in order to avoid further legal costs, trying to prove that it was actually their license to begin with. In 1990, with a budget of $13.5 million, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live-action feature-length movie hit theaters. It pulled inspiration from both the lighter-toned cartoon and the comics, which had continued on in their own continuity. Despite poor reviews, it was a box office success, bringing in $202 million worldwide, and it temporarily took the Turtles down a weird path of musical performance tours and videos in 1990, but the less we talk about that, the better. Ninja Turtle! The movie was followed by a sequel immediately 1 year later, and then a third movie in 1993. The returns had begun to diminish quickly. The market was reaching a point of turtle saturation. The cartoon finally came to a stop after its 10th season in 1996. However, in 1997, in association with Saban Entertainment, the Power Rangers people, a live-action TV show technically within the same continuity as the movie universe called Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation debuted. Next Mutation expanded the turtle roster to include their sister, Venus de Milo. It only lasted 1 season, but they did have a crossover with Power Rangers in Space, and that's some pop culture wish fulfillment right there that deserves at least a little recognition. In 2000, Kevin Eastman, looking to pursue other creative ventures, sold his ownership rights of the Turtles to Peter Laird and Mirage Studios. He had never imagined that the Turtles could have taken him as far as it did, and certainly had not imagined that he would be spending his entire life working on it exclusively. In 2003, a new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated series rebooted the franchise, a bit darker in tone than the 80s and 90s version. It ran 6 seasons through 2009, culminating in a feature-length TV movie called Turtles Forever, which just happened to coincide with the 25th anniversary of the franchise. In 2007, the 4th Turtles feature film, simply titled TMNT, was released. It was a departure from the live-action films of the 90s, but still tapped into the turtle-loving moviegoers to the tune of $95 million worldwide. In 2009, Peter Laird and Mirage Studios officially sold all Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles rights, domestic and international, to Viacom, who just so happened to own Nickelodeon, and all of that is owned by CBS. In 2012, it's the 3rd animated series called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, broadcast from its new home at Nickelodeon.
Welcome in, dude. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
24 episodes through 2017, winning several Emmys, churning out its own line of action figures, just like the 2 series before it. And in 2014, there was another movie. It was a reboot, relaunch of the franchise, brought to you by the guy who who had already turned the Transformers into a money-making machine. That's an alt mode joke. Had a pretty hefty $125 million budget, but it brought in $500 million worldwide. Part real actors, part CGI. Whether fans love it or hate it, you got a movie that makes $500 million, you make another one, Michael Bay or not. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows was released in 2016 and only made $250 million. So, I don't know. I guess that's good. Yes. And just this year in 2018, Nickelodeon announced a complete reboot of the entire franchise. New logo, new look, new tone, a new direction for the franchise that has been reinvented every few years, as must happen for a pop culture brand like this to survive for over 3 decades and into the future. What started out as a single drawing done as a joke between two friends evolved into a $1 billion global publish for over 30 years. It is a pillar of modern global pop culture entertainment, part of a pantheon of properties transcending generations, with as bright a future ahead of it. Historic path. It is the cinematic time anchor for an entire generation. You know where and when you saw it, what you had to eat for lunch that day, and how many things you ninja kicked in the lobby after. It is responsible for helping jumpstart a silver age of comic book movie adaptations and super boosting what was already one of the most popular franchises around the world. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the movie. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a feature film released in 1990, adapted from the comic book series that began in 1984, the cartoon that began in 1987, and the toy line that began in 1988. Many fans believe that it is still the peak of live-action Ninja Turtle representation to this day.
Zevo is 5 times more attractive to flies.
Why is Ultima balanced? Daily hydration.
Bring on the fun and bring home a new hunt. Named 2025 Kelly Blue Book Best Value Brand. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
Experience next level apartment living at Cortland. With state-of-the-art amenities, resident first service, and elevated wellness offerings, you'll be sure to discover a home where you don't just live, but thrive.
The crime wave is high, with muggings mysterious. All police and detectives are furious because they can't find the source of this lethally evil force. And I can't do the whole thing, it's too rhymey, and I need to be more concise with this plot description. Investigative journalist April O'Neil is on the story, attempting to figure out what's going on, not only with the coordinated assault on private property, but the strange new team of heroes that saved her when she got a little too close to exposing the criminals. Turns out the kids of the city are being indoctrinated into a crime cult called the Foot Clan. Tempted with video games, candy, comic books, and negotiable bedtimes, kids of all ages have become willing participants in the expanding influence of a ruthless villain called the Shredder. As April works to expose the Foot Clan and Shredder, she finds herself becoming a part of the story. After the Foot Clan attempts to silence her, she meets the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and their teacher/father, Master Splinter. She learns about their incredible accidental creation by mutagenic ooze, their mastery of ninjutsu, their affinity for pizza, and how they were named after Renaissance artists Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo. The Ninja Turtles, along with vigilante Casey Jones, April, and Splinter, will put their lives on the line to expose Shredder and the Foot, settle debts, and figure out how to live as otherwise normal teenagers in a world that at least partially now knows they exist, which is potentially more dangerous to their family than anything else. In 1984, Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird created and published the first issue of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles through their own company, Mirage Comics. Just a few years later, it was one of the hottest independent comics on the market, if you could actually find one to purchase. In 1987, Playdates Toys licensed the Turtles for a line of action figures and began developing an animated series to promote it. By 1988, the world was overcome by an incurable case of turtle madness. Comics, toys, cartoons, the Ninja Turtles were a pop culture sensation with licensed merchandise covering the spectrum. Thanks in no small part to Eastman & Laird's agent and business partner, Mark Friedman, from toothpaste to fanny packs and everything in between. But a franchise like that can't sustain forever without regular boosts to keep it fresh and exciting. The next step towards immortality to achieving mainstream relevance was a live-action feature film, because nothing legitimizes a comic book, cartoon, or toy line like adapting it to live action. Live-action movies are the height of 20th century artistic expression in the U.S. Animation is for kids. Comics are for kids. Movies is where the adults get art. But the landscape for comic book movie adaptations in the late 80s was a treacherous one. Superman set a high bar in 1978, but Superman 2 in 1980, Superman 3 in 1983, and Superman 4 in 1987 brought that bar down with each release. Howard the Duck piled on in 1986, and Masters of the Universe all but nuked it in 1987. Every kid's product that might be looked at for potential live-action adaptation was treated like 1987's Garbage Pail Kids movie, a dumpster fire in a farce. Legend has it that one of the earliest pitches for a Ninja Turtles movie came from prolific filmmaker Roger Corman himself. While it is not implausible that he wanted to take a shot at it, the idea that it would have realistically featured Sam Kinison, Bobcat Goldthwait, Gallagher, and Billy Crystal painted green and wearing turtle shells is implausible. The reality is that Gary Proper, who, yes, was a manager and producer for Gallagher, knew about the comics and wanted to make a live-action film. Together with Kim Dawson, another of Gallagher's producers at the time, they acquired the live-action movie rights. In theory, Proper imagined, you could make a movie with actors in suits and have people like Gallagher and Sam Kinison dub over the voices. You didn't actually need those guys on set for days at a time just to sell it at the end. Proper and Dawson recruited Dawson's co-worker, Bobby Herbeck, a comedian, actor, and television writer on shows like Different Strokes and The Jeffersons. Herbeck put together a first draft and began shopping it around to studios. As if anyone needed to hear anything past a movie about the hottest kids property on the planet. But that was it. Nobody wanted to make a movie about the hottest kids property on the planet, thanks to the track record of the last decade. Thanks, He-Man. Thanks, Howard Duck. Thanks, Clark Superman. At the time, Bobby Herbeck was working on a project for Golden Harvest Company, a production studio in China that made a bunch of movies starring Bruce Lee, Chuck Norris, and Jackie Chan, not at the same time, as well as the 1981 hit starring Burt Reynolds, Farrah Fawcett, and Dom DeLuise, Is It Cannonball Run? Well, yes, obviously. The LA-based head of production for Golden Harvest, Tom Gray, had previously hired Bobby Herbeck to work on an American version of the popular British show Are You Being Served? Herbeck thought that Golden Harvest would be perfect for a live-action Ninja Turtles movie and made sure that Gray was reminded of this constantly. Gray didn't really get it until Herbeck told him to ask his 10 and 12-year-old kids if they had any thoughts about the Ninja Turtles. Their enthusiastic response was more than enough to convince Gray that he should at least take the meeting. Over lunch with Herbeck and Dawson, Gray realized that this was exactly the kind of project Golden Harvest could pull off. It's just 4 stunt guys in rubber suits doing ninja moves, the kind of thing that Golden Harvest was uniquely positioned to not only do, but do it wicked cheap. June of 1988, just 2 months after Tim Burton went into pre-production on Batman, Gray got the green light from Raymond Chow, the owner of Golden Harvest, as well as a budget of $3 million. Herbeck took his script to Eastman & Laird in Northampton, Massachusetts to get a quick sign-off, and then they could start casting, developing the suits, locking down locations. Nearly 2 months later, Herbeck emerged with a version of the script that both Eastman and Laird felt was good enough, authentic enough to go forward with. Meanwhile, a director working on a film for Golden Harvest heard about the Ninja Turtles project and recommended Steve Barron as a director for it. Barron had made a name for himself directing music videos. Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, a-ha's Take On Me, Dire Straits' Money for Nothing, and a video for Supertramp, Is It Cannonball? It was. Barron was interested but didn't want to make a regular old kung fu movie, and he certainly didn't want to make a regular old comic book movie. He wanted to make an authentic Ninja Turtles movie, grounded, real, but not as bloody and violent as the comics. True to the spirit of the comics, something tonally like Ghostbusters. Barron convinced Eastman and Laird that he was the right guy to direct their movie by taking their comics to them and saying essentially, look, this right here, this is the movie, pointing to specific scenes in the comics that he wanted to use. Eastman and Laird loved it, despite the fact that it contradicted the script that they had already agreed to with Bobby Herbeck. The only option was to replace Bobby Herbeck as the writer. Todd Langdon, another writer with a comedic television background who had worked on The Wonder Years, was tasked with reconciling the new approach to the script. In order to make the kind of movie he wanted to make, Barron knew he was going to need the best puppeteers business, because the suits the actors were going to wear as the Ninja Turtles were going to need more range than just ninja kicking and ninja punching. They were going to need ninja emoting. The Ninja Turtles needed to be relatable to be real. They needed to have believable expressions, to be able to communicate emotion without speaking. But they also needed to look good speaking. Along with his portfolio of music videos, Barron had directed episodes of Jim Henson's The Storyteller, which showcased the Henson Company's fantastic storytelling, but also allowed them to push the envelope of practical visual effects, namely characters that were puppets or human puppet hybrids. Barron met with Jim Henson and reassured him that despite what was in the original comics, the movie wasn't going to be all about violence and bloodshed. That he, Barron, was going to make it about the heart and soul, the love of this very strange family and their place in the world. Once Henson was convinced that it wouldn't damage the legacy of his name or the Creature Shop, he got excited about the technical challenge, the potential to develop new technologies and never-before-seen visual effects to bring these characters to life.
Turtles, get ready! It's an attack! A snack attack! A crunchy snack attack! It's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle piece of crunchy bunga! Snack attack! A snack attack, Jack! Throwing the pieces of a crunchy little pieces! A snack attack! It's a crunchy bunga snack! Sounds like a crunchy snack attack, dude! I take on any ninja who takes my crunchy food! He's a crunchy bunga! Awesome! Got some! Awesome! Crunchy bungas!
Barron and crew were going to need more money. The $3 million they had was about what it was going to cost just for Henson to do the suits. On top of that, just a few weeks before they were supposed to start shooting, the distribution deal they had was canceled when Barry Diller replaced Leonard Goldberg as CEO of 20th Century Fox. The production scrambled. The $3 million budget had become $6 became $8. It would eventually settle in around $13 million. They managed to pull in New Line Cinema, more money to build the Harvest, and whatever else they could find laying around to get the cameras rolling. Some of the shooting would take place in actual New York City, but North Carolina was going to have to be a substitute for most of it, if for no other reason than it was cheap. North Carolina, the state, was in possession of the De Laurentiis studio after they went bankrupt. The state wanted to get any production in there as soon as possible. The Ninja Turtles were the stars of the film, and they were going to be played by suit actors and stunt people. The feature human roles would go to actors that were right for the roles and, more importantly, right for the budget. April O'Neil was played by Judith Hoag, who had appeared in movies and television, shows like Spencer for Hire and the ABC soap opera Loving. Elias Koteas played Casey Jones, James Saito as Shredder, Toshishiro Obata as Shredder's Lieutenant Tatsu, Michael Turney as Dan Pennington, Jay Patterson as his father, Charles Pennington, and a fresh-faced Sam Rockwell as Head Thug. Josh Pais, David Foreman, Leif Tilden, and Michelin took on the physically challenging turtle suits, as well as the mental and emotional stress that came with them. 70 pounds of plastic, foam, rubber, and electronics, compounded by the suffocating restriction of air, the lack of ventilation, and the constant feeling of claustrophobia. According to Jim Henson, the hero suits, with animatronics and batteries stored in the shells, designed to operate wirelessly, were the most advanced creature designs they had ever developed. A second set of stunt suits were far less complex for use in the fighting and action scenes. It took 18 weeks to bring the suits from concept to shooting model. Each of the suit actors spoke their dialogue for their characters during shooting, carefully choreographed with the puppeteers operating the animatronic facial expressions. Finding out later that only one of them, Josh Pais as Raphael, would actually have their dialogue make it into the final film. Ultimately, Brian Tochi would voice Leonardo, Robbie Risk would voice Michelangelo, and Corey Feldman took on the role of Donatello. Splinter's puppeteer Kevin Clash also provided Splinter's voice. Money was a problem from day one, and it never got easier. But that's the movie business. Sometimes the most successful projects are simply the ones that can navigate the budget the best, make the proper sacrifices in the right places at the right time. Steve Barron was making a film that looked and felt the way he wanted it. Golden Harvest wanted him to lighten it up, add some color. It's a kids' movie, they said. He refused. He knew what he wanted the final product to look like. But with another dozen pages of script left, they were out of money. Barron handed off the film to editor Sally Menke to see what she could do with the pieces they had. She was able to put together a compelling film that Barron was proud of, but didn't feel was complete. After speaking with Jim Henson, director Steve Barron and producer Simon Fields were able to get a secret meeting with Jeffrey Katzenberg, the CEO of Walt Disney, in the hopes of securing nearly $1 million to fund one last week of shooting. It was a secret meeting because New Line Cinema and Golden
What's up, dude? Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
have approved a meeting with Disney this late in the game, so Barron and Fields didn't tell them about it. Katzenberg liked it. He didn't like it, but he thought it had potential. He suggested another couple of weeks of editing, come back and try again. When Barron brought it back, Katzenberg said that he did like it, but still didn't write them a check. Instead, the next day, Katzenberg called Tom Gray, the head of production for Golden Harvest, who was unaware that the meeting with Katzenberg had even occurred, to say that Disney would love to release the movie if they wanted to make a deal. Gray thanked him for the offer and, in no uncertain terms, said, "I think we're going to stick with New Line Cinema. Thank you, goodbye." And then both Steve Barron and Simon Fields were kicked off the production. Editor Sally Menke left as well. In a show of solidarity with Barron and Fields, Golden Harvest recut the film for final release, and the rest, as they say, is history.
At Walden University, we get the W, because we push forward no matter what gets in our way.
Every obstacle fuels our determination. Each victory proves our perseverance.
And any challenge is just another chance for success.
Because we're building a legacy that lifts us and those around us up.
Win after win
after win. Get the W. Walden University. Set a course for change. Visit waldenu.edu.
Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate you letting me know. Give me a second. Let me know if you can in a minute here.
Kids were beyond hyped to see their heroes in real life on the big screen. Early buzz prompted producers to double the amount of prints they had ordered to expand the number of theaters.
Let me know if you can at any. So you can't hear. Oh, you know what? Boom. What about now?
Changed the game with respect to the potential for live-action movies based on comics, cartoons, action figures, all of it. Many people have believed for a long time.
Got it? Okay, cool. That's my bad, dude. I had it muted.
But that's not the case.
Sorry about that, dude. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I just started doing the Discord. I'll get the handle on that. The Discord streaming anyway. It's cool, man. I don't know if there's any Whatnot show that's live in as many places as we are. We'll have on Whatnot, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Discord.
It did $135 million in North America, over $66 million everywhere else, for a total of over $200 million against a budget of $13 million.
Yeah, I just started using the stage. What's funny is I forgot I made the stage. I was gonna do it in like just the regular voice channels, which I've done that a million times, but I'm new to the whole stage idea. But I think it's better because like people are coming in like, can I talk? And blah blah blah. Like, if I do the stage, it makes it easy.
New Line Cinema made the brilliant decision to schedule the opening for the weekend before school week in the U.S., which meant that kids hit it multiple times over the course of the week, resulting in a drop of only 25% the following weekend, an achievement in itself. The movie was an amalgamation of things taken from different popular versions of the Ninja Turtles across media. The core of the story came from the comics. The characterizations, the different colored masks, the cowabunga, and the love of pizza came from the cartoon. All were integral elements to the brand by the time the movie came out, and it was not a surprise to see Domino's Pizza featured prominently in the film. Consequently, it was Pizza Hut, not Domino's, that spent $20 million on a promotional campaign across print, radio, and television. The Ninja Turtles already had their faces plastered on every possible item of licensed merchandise you could imagine before the movie came out. That selection increased with the incredible success at the box office. Shirts, shoes, socks, party supplies, posters, costumes, backpacks, school supplies, cereal, stickers, books, hats, lunch boxes, everything. Toys were a big deal before the film. They were a big deal during and after the film. However, Playmates' movie Turtles left something to be desired, in that there was a desire for action figures from Playmates based on the turtle designs from the movies. According to Ninja Turtles co-creator Kevin Eastman, executives from Playmates Toys that got an early screening of the film thought it was terrible. Literally the worst movie they had ever seen, and were afraid it was actually going to kill the toy line. Playmates would eventually begrudgingly deliver movie-inspired figures with their movie-star Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but not until 1992 with the release of the first sequel, The Secret of the Ooze. And even then, the Turtles looked like the regular Playmates action figures, but with real rubbery reptilian feel. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was released on VHS through Family Home Entertainment in October of 1990. It hit DVD for the first time in September of 2002. In 2009, it was released again on DVD and for the first time on Blu-ray in the 25th anniversary of the comic book special edition box set. As of this video, it's available to stream on Netflix and HBO Max. The success of the film meant that a sequel was likely, but before that happened...
Welcome in, guys. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
The Coming Out of Their Shells tour. It's a whole thing in and of itself that we aren't going to get into right now, but we will say here that the technology pioneered for the suits and the films, and the resultant boiling over of the franchise gave birth to all that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze opened in the U.S. just 1 year after the first film in March of 1991, bringing home $78 million with a budget of $25 million. Familiar but different, a few faces from the first film were missing. Judith Hoag, who took issue with the amount of violence in the first film, thought that the movie suffered because of it, and she spoke to the producers about it, and they disagreed about that and a lot of other stuff, and April was recast with Paige Turco for Secret of the Ooze. A third film followed 2 years after that in March of 1993 with predictable diminished returns, making only 50.
In our Discord, yeah, it's definitely growing for sure. I did like a bunch of promotion during the last giveaway. And I think a lot of people joined for that too, and that's why I kind of like sent out the message saying like, "Hey, thanks everyone for sticking around," kind of thing. And we do these we're gonna do them every week now, which is pretty cool.
There have been multiple comics and cartoon series.
Yeah, it's starting to get there, and I'm gonna do more promotion and stuff for it. So we doubled our membership in the last like 7 days. We went from like 38 members to 82 roughly. So I want to see if I can do it again. You know, I want to see if I can double that number to 160. That would be dope. If not, at least I can get us up over 100 members. My goal was to get us over 100 members by the summer, and like it's cruising along.
2017, Toys released 18-inch quarter-scale versions of the Turtles as they appeared in the 1990 movie. Highly detailed, incredibly accurate.
And I worked on the Discord a lot to add a bunch of features and stuff last week, so you know what we've got in there now is probably what we're gonna roll with for a while. I won't be making too many more changes, but I try to think of every possible feature that can make things easier and more automated in the future, and also like give people stuff to do there without me having to be there to entertain them, sort of thing.
In November of 2020,
Oh, dude, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot.
Bobby Herbeck was having conversations with original director Steve Barron and Jim Henson's son Brian about potentially producing a new live-action movie set in the same.
It's cool to see different types of people joining too. Like one dude who's in there is posting that Ghostbusters Donatello. Like he's done work for like TMNT Universe and I think Saturday Morning as well. So it's pretty cool to see people like that starting to join now.
Deadline reported that Colin and Casey Jost are writing a new live-action movie for Paramount Pictures to be produced by Michael Bay, Scott Mednick, Andrew Form, Brad Fuller, and Elan Walker. While it's not impossible that the original live-action universe could continue, it is highly unlikely. Batman and the Ninja Turtles' success and their sequel sparked a new wave of comic book toy and cartoon adaptations.
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I haven't, but...
The Shadow and the Crow in 94, Judge Dredd and Tank-Girl in 95.
Maybe Kodiak? He joined because of Brian. I know that. Like, Brian recommended he join, so I think... So you may have heard about it from Brian if you go to Brian's shows, too. But it very well could have been Kodiak.
Creature Shop or the Henson name were thankfully unfounded. The movie is beloved by the fans that grew up with it. The visual effects created by Henson and his Creature Shop deserving all the credit possible for allowing kids to get lost in the world of the Turtles and for 93 minutes believe that they are real. The seemingly impossible task helped legitimize the entire genre, if even for a short time, in the face of previous failures and the stigma associated with comics-based content to begin with, not to mention the inherent silliness of the specific title itself. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles worked because the presentation was believable. It worked because it was radical. Breaking the boundaries of film, television, and comics to cross over into our world, rock and roll heroes with less than a half shell. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming out of their shells. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Coming Out of Their Shells was a live-action musical stage show sponsored by Pizza Hut that toured the U.S. from 1990 to 1991. It was inspired by the Ninja Turtle cartoon, toys, and comics, bolstered by the success of the 1990 movie, and sold over 3 million records in the process. Coming Out of Their Shells refers to the Ninja Turtles' desire to get out and meet their fans in our world, the real world, and let them see the real Turtles, to find out who they are when they aren't ninja-kicking foot soldiers or battling Shredder across dimensions. Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo are taking the advice of their teacher and surrogate father, Master Spencer, that music can let you accomplish more than all the...
That's awesome of you, man. That's awesome of you.
Albums worth of songs that spell out in great detail.
Yeah, I try to support the other sellers as much as I can.
Surfing self-improvement, positive thinking, expressing your emotions, and the power of pizza power. They're on a national tour to share their message with their fans, leaving behind the familiar sights and smells of the New York City sewer system, their homes, and everything but the clothes on their back. backs, and that includes their turtle shells. Somehow. But the evil Shredder and his evil ninjas, the Foot Clan, are determined to interrupt every single show with a plan to not only stop the Turtles from performing their music, but to stop all music throughout the world because Shredder hates music. Along with Baxter Stockman, he's developed the D-harmonic convergence converter that steals all the music from the world. It's up to the Turtles, with the help of audiences across the country, to defeat Shredder and bring the music back. Created in 1984 by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles broke out in 1987 with a daily syndicated cartoon, an action figure line, and nearly every kind of licensed merchandise imaginable. By 1989, they were a global pop culture phenomenon with a live-action feature film in production. Meanwhile, Bob Bejan and Godfrey Nelson were looking for new opportunities to collaborate. Bejan was a singer and dancer who had performed in shows like Grease and West Side Story. Nelson was a musician and composer. As Bejan told the story in a 2020 article on GameSpot.com, he wanted to do more than just be in shows. He wanted to make his own shows, saying, quote, "I wanted to be more than a dancer and just a performer, and I always thought I had an aspiration for a bigger creative vision. I wrote a musical, and I had this very strong point of view that popular music was something that Broadway needed." While his 1987 original production Strides didn't reinvent Broadway, it did connect him with Nelson. In 1989, after 2 years of work for hire, they started kicking around ideas for another original production. Bejan was familiar with the Ninja Turtles, having read the first collection of original comics, and they agreed that it might be something they could adapt. It didn't take long before they had written a handful of songs and looked into acquiring the rights. Producing a show about a popular kids' cartoon wasn't a totally original idea. Sesame Street Live had been touring since 1980. Alvin and the Chipmunks toured in 1984 and 85. He-Man and She-Ra hit the road together in 1986. Thundercats, Silverhawks, Street Frogs, Karate Cat, and Gumby combined their powers for Thundercats Live in 1987.
Yeah, that's awesome you do that, GZ.
Bejan and Nelson reached out to Eastman and Laird, whom they had never met before. They pitched their idea, played them their songs, and got Eastman and Laird's blessing to proceed. All that was left was to cover the nominal $50,000 licensing fee, which Bejan and Nelson could not afford. Unwilling to give up, Bejan and Nelson reached out to Steve Lieber, a well-known producer whom they had never met before, to pitch their idea. Lieber agreed to partner with them on the production and gave them the $50,000 to cover the licensing fee. As Bejan said in that same GameSpot interview, quote, "We signed the licensing rights and got the rights to all live touring, music, video exploitation, merchandising. It was unbelievable." In March of 1990, the Ninja Turtles live-action movie opened to great success and ratcheted Turtle Mania up another level. What was big before was bigger still. There was seemingly no limit to the height the Turtles could reach. Bejan and Nelson were fully rolled into produce their show. They recognized how much leverage they had and turned to the pizza providers to prepare them for a corporate partner. Little Caesars and Domino's didn't share their vision, but Pizza Hut bought 3 million copies at $3 each of their as-yet unproduced Ninja Turtles record. That meant that before all the songs were even written, before the actors were cast, before they had a single tour date scheduled, the record was triple platinum. They had $9 million in the bank and a commitment from Pizza Hut to spend an additional $20 million on marketing.
On stage for the first time, the Teenage Mutant It's not the movie soundtrack, dudes. This is rock and roll. Now get your kids their hot new audio cassette and concert tour book for $3.99 only at Pizza Hut. Why Pizza Hut? Because they don't sell pizza in record stores, dude.
Like the Muppets and Alf before them, Bejan and Nelson wanted to maintain the illusion that the Turtles were real. The singers who actually recorded the songs were credited as the Turtles' vocal coaches, and the writers were listed as Michelangelo, Raphael, Bob Bejan, Godfrey Nelson, and Keith Forsey. Tracks on the record included songs performed by the Turtles like Coming Out of Our Shells, Count on Us, and Sing About It, Skipping Stone, Master Splinter, and even Shredder's I Hate Music. While sets were being built and costumes designed, they set a premiere in August at Radio City Music Hall and started a media tour to promote the show, which eventually included a high-profile appearance on The Oprah Winfrey Show in November of 1990. While it was mostly mundane and allowed the Turtles to perform multiple songs from the show, it is now infamous thanks to Oprah asking the questions everyone else was afraid to ask.
You're one of the turtles you like more than the other.
Oh, shoot. I think I left my sub in the living room. It was a lot, dude. Pretty much all the Turtle books from the last 2 or 3 months, including Shredder, Casey Jones, like the side stories and series. Because I haven't picked my sub up since maybe March. So 4 months. It's all Turtles there, though. So 3-4 months worth of books is what that was. Basically everything current from the last 3 months.
Coming out of their shells referred to the fact that the costumes didn't have shells. During rehearsals, the brutal reality of performing a 2-hour concert in a full-body polyurethane turtle costume decked out with animatronics became clear. The actors couldn't survive the sweltering heat inside the suits, and a redesign was their only option. Initially, they intended the suit design to look more like the suits that were featured in the live-action movie, but were forced to make accommodations for the humans inside. To that end, the shells were removed, and in their place were even more rockstar stylings, additional glitter, armbands, and denim vests with shell patches on the back. Coming Out of Their Shells was written by Bob Bejan, directed by Thomas White, produced by Bejan, Nelson, Lieber, White, and Adrian Selby. Bejan himself was the singing voice for vocal coach. Nelson coached Master Splinter. All of the singing and dialogue was pre-recorded and synced with the animatronics in the costume heads. Everything was choreographed, including pauses that allowed for audience members to respond when the Turtles asked a pre-recorded question, all in the service of maintaining the illusion of reality. The tour officially kicked off in September of 1990 at Radio City Music Hall in New York City with a debut performance that was simulcast on pay-per-view cable stations. That performance ended with a list of tour dates where the Turtles would be traveling.
Yeah, I got a little catching up to do. I'm a little bit behind.
As were appearances on Live with Regis and
For sure.
and Larry King Live. 1991 saw the addition of international performances including Mexico, France, Sweden, and Argentina. In March, a second live-action Ninja Turtles movie, The Secret of the Ooze, was released, delivering a new jolt of turtle power for the tour. In May, a second company began touring Six Flags amusement parks. In September, the final U.S. performance took place at the Saratoga Performing Arts Center in Saratoga Springs, New York. If you weren't around to catch the tour live back in the 90s, or you want to relive the experience to convince yourself that it actually happened, the Radio City Music Hall debut performance was released on VHS in 1990, as well as a 30-minute making-of video that showed the Turtles writing songs and working on the show that reinforced the idea that the Turtles are real. As of this video, neither have been officially released on DVD or Blu-ray. That said, you can easily find both here on YouTube. Saratoga Springs was the end of the first tour, but not the end of live-action Ninja Turtle performances. A new show called Getting Down in Your Town kicked off in 1992, a heavily scaled-down version of the previous show with new songs, fewer dates, less performers, and a simpler set. Once again produced by Steve Lieber and Bob Bejan, new songs included the title track Get Down in Your Town, Pizza USA, and We Stick Together. Sing About It returns from the Coming Out of Their Shells record, despite the fact that it wasn't actually performed in the first live tour.
What's up, guys? Check the show notes for info on the show and give us a follow for regular Turtle shows. We hold them at least 3 times a week. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Casey is barely on model, even for a character like Casey Jones, just a skinny
Oops,
guy.
didn't mean on that for that one, whatever.
Sporting a generic goalie mask that he never removes, instead of his signature skull mask from the comics, cartoons, toys, and movies. Other than in-stadium merchandise like novelty nunchucks, light-up katanas, and Ninja Turtle masks, very little product was actually released tied to either tour. Between the merchandise that was already on the market and Pizza Hut's own promotions, it was more practical to capitalize on sales to ticket buyers. But the children of yesterday are the adult action figure collectors of today, and nostalgia drives everything, including nostalgia for things that have previously been derided as bad, or silly, or campy, or childish, or awful, or 2020 NECA Toys shocked the world with a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive 4-pack featuring the Turtles in their Coming Out of Their Shells costumes, all 4 7-inch scale Turtles with their signature outfits, instruments, and headsets. As of this video, no word on April, Splinter, Shredder, or barely on model Casey Jones. We live here in the future, so I don't have to tell you that the Ninja Turtles franchise survived the live tour, regardless what anyone writes about it in their snarky retrospectives or YouTube primers. Reviews in 2024 don't affect box office sales in 1990. The Getting Down in Your Town tour ended in 1993, the same year Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 was released. The animated series lasted for 3 more years, ending in 1996. The Turtles returned to television and live action one more time for a single season of Next Mutation, produced by Saban Entertainment, featuring a crossover with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Eastman sold his half of the brand to Laird in 2000, which set up a new animated series in 2003, followed by a CG animated film in 2007. In 2009, Laird sold the franchise to Viacom, who gave it to Nickelodeon for 5 seasons of another new animated series from 2012 to 2017. They returned to live action with Michael Bay's 2014 and 2016 films, another reboot in 2018 with Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and most recently a substantial reboot in 2023 as they once again made their way to theaters in an animated feature called Mutant Mayhem. The exceptional performance of that film once again reset the brand for a new generation. Word on the internet is that Michael Bay is currently developing a live-action reboot as well. This time they won't ignore the formative chapter that saw them travel the globe, singing and dancing as they deliver the message that music is stronger than any weapon, especially when amplified with Pete's power. It was the best of Turtles. It was the Turtles. It was the age of TURTLE power. It was the age of ninja rap. It was the epic of mutants. It was the epic of heroes. It was the spring of Cowabunga. It was the winter of Bummer Dude. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of its noisiest authorities insisted on its being received for good or for evil in the superlative degree comparison only. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze is the 1991 feature film sequel to 1990's box office success Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With a release date less than 1 year from the release date of the first film, it is a textbook example of why so many sequels pale in comparison to films that rushed, compromised, and everyone blaming everyone else for the disappointing results. Picking up where the previous film left off, the four Turtles, Splinter, April, and Neil return once again to face off against the forces of the Foot Clan, which is surprising considering everyone assumed Shredder was dead at the end of the previous film and that the Foot Clan was no more. This time, Shredder has the Secret of the Ooze on his side thanks to the kidnapped Professor Perry of TGRI, the lab where the mutagenic ooze was developed 15 years ago. They used the ooze to create two monstrosities, a mutated snapping turtle named Toka and a wolf named Razar. The turtles will have to dig deep inside themselves to find the strength to overcome their own personal demons and once again defeat Shredder, his monsters, and the Foot. Because in this life, there's only one winner. And you better aim straight so you can hit the center. In it to win it with a team of 4 Ninja Turtles that you gotta adore. We have previously covered the 1990 film Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as well as the overall franchise itself. Check out those videos if you want some more detail leading into this video. The quick version is that the original movie called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was released in 1990, which was based on the comics that began in 1984, the cartoon that began in 1987, and the toy line that began in 1988. Riding a nigh unprecedented wave of popularity for a pop culture brand, it made over $200 million worldwide against a budget of just over $13 million and reinforced the Ninja Turtles' position as one of the hottest...
You're asking about toys? No, I don't have any older toys like that. All the toys I do have are modern. Thanks for asking, though, dude.
Because the target customer was between the ages of 3 and 10 years old. Some people were concerned about the negative influence the Turtles were having on some kids. And as someone who was working as a movie theater usher when this movie was released, I can tell you that those concerns were justified. Teachers, childcare providers, parents, movie theater ushers all raised concerns about the degree to which kids, especially after the release of the first movie, were not only looking to the Turtles as role models, but mimicking their ninja behaviors on other kids, furniture, and movie theater ushers.
They don't provide turtle toys and childcare centers like Children's World that talk to kids and you never know it. Marketers saw the potential, toned the turtles down for a younger crowd, so they sell cookies and cereal, draw kids into Burger King. Worried some parents.
There's a lot of violence, which doesn't seem to connect very often with much of a plot.
Others countered these concerns by suggesting that parents tell kids to stop ninja kicking everything, settle down in public, don't throw ninja stars at the dog, be a parent instead of making a bunch of rules so other people have to do it for you. Concerns about kids' behavior being heard not only by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird, the creators of the Ninja Turtles, but by the movie studio, the cartoon producers, the toy company Playmates, and government agencies around the world. The British Board of Film Classification, the UK government itself ordered that Michelangelo no longer use nunchucks, and that the word ninja is the word hero. Steve Barron, who directed the first movie, said the censorship was, quote, really disappointing. It was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles everywhere as a brand, but in the UK, it was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. It was a real compromise. I thought it was completely unnecessary and frustrating. Standard release time between sequels in the 70s and through the 80s was usually around 3 years. 2 if a production really wanted to push it. The degree to which a production can shorten that release window is based on several factors. Budget, availability of the cast and locations, the complexity of the visual effects, but most importantly, customer excitement for the franchise. Turtles were hotter than hot coming out of the release of the first film. There was no way to know how much longer that heat was going to burn. Fortunately, new lines parts of the movie, that wasn't going to be one of the moving forward. They needed to hew closer to the cartoon than the original black and white comics because that's where the largest audience was. And that, theoretically, is where the most money was to be made. 3 of the 4 turtles were no longer going to be able to use their signature weapons to actually hit bad guys. In fact, they were rarely going to use them as anything other than costume decorations. Donatello could use his bow staff, but at no point would Leonardo be able to go slashing through crowds of foot ninjas. The original black and white comics Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird published through their company Mirage Comics were for an older demographic than the cartoons. While the first movie pulled its story from those comics, it's the cartoons that got it into theaters in the first place. A tug of war between the 2 worlds carried through every aspect of the production. Peter Laird wanted to avoid the
Ooh, 550? I wonder who are the signatures? The Eastman, Bishop.
Action figure and cartoon producers, but moved the franchise away from the gritty realism of the original comics. Characters that weren't completely owned by Eastman, Laird, or New Line Cinema. Fans, on the other hand, assumed the next movie would obviously introduce the next 2 most iconic characters associated with the brand. The result was a compromise. 2 new mutant characters that were like Bebop and Rocksteady, but without the potential licensing issues that might have surfaced in an attempt to utilize Bebop and Rocksteady specifically. According to producer Tom Gray, it was strictly a business decision. Toka, a mutated snapping turtle, and Razar, a mutated wolf, were creations thrown together by artists at the Jim Henson Creature Shop. And if those characters were going to be used in any licensed merchandise going forward, they, the makers of the movie, would be the beneficiaries instead of toy company Playmates or cartoon producers Murakami Wolf. Eastman and Laird wanted to move on from Shredder as the main villain. They were hoping to pull from the wider universe of characters and concepts they had created. The production really wanted to keep Shredder involved, given his status as a focal point of every other aspect of Turtles-related media. In the original comics and the animated series, the Turtles face off against a robotics inventor and scientist named Baxter Stockman. His robotic creations called Mousers are part of the iconography of the Turtles brand. The producers of the film thought building all those robots and shooting those kinds of scenes sounded expensive for their budget and time-consuming, which they could afford.
Wow, that's really cool.
Bringing Shredder back was way easier and cheaper. Any scenes that might have originally been intended for Baxter were changed to Professor Perry. Time and budget rule all things, and nearly all of the changes made to what the movie could have been are tracked back to that. A 3-movie arc could have seen the second film introduce Baxter Stockman, who would reveal that the secret of the ooze was that, just like in the comics, it was created by an alien race. It could have set up a 3rd movie seeing the introduction of the aliens with their robotic bodies and alien cockpits set into their stomachs, and of course the iconic Krang as the final big bad villain of the series. Like the comics, kick the Turtles out into space, bring in the Triceraton aliens as well, and maybe even Fugitoid. Even after he was changed from Baxter Stockman to Professor Perry, he was still intended to reveal the alien origin of the ooze and his own identity as an alien. But fans of the cartoon, the target audience, may have thought Perry was Krang all along, and that might have created confusion as they know him as a villain through and through.
I mean, $550 is a good price. It's just, yeah, I mean, well, it's a lot. You got to think, if you got the book 9.8, it'd probably be like $250 to $300, and so it's another $250 for the signature. It's like $50 a signature. It's about, it's, you know.
Change is hard and scary, and when you're handling a budget, it's easier to just go with what worked before. As producer Tom Gray said, nobody trusts their instincts. You go with what worked before and try to modify it a little bit. If it works, then you're justified in using the same thing over and over again. That's this show. Hey! What worked in the first movie was the creative vision of director Steve Barron. However, Barron didn't care for the direction the producers were going to take the franchise, saying, for me, it was poppy. And that wasn't my sensibility in choosing to opt out of directing the sequel. Unless you ask producer Tom Gray, who suggests that Barron didn't return for reasons that I won't go into, hinting that perhaps Barron hadn't been the best production partner on the first film and that maybe going forward things would run more smoothly. Michael Pressman, a capable and steadfast director with a robust portfolio of television movies, was hired because, as Gray put it, Pressman was a disciplined director. Having gone through the problems with the first picture, I wanted someone who shot fast and stayed on budget. That was my main motivation. My good man, Steve Barron, you have been shaded. The cast saw some turnover as well. Kevin Clash was back as both the main puppeteer and voice of Master Splinter. Toshiro Obata was back as Shredder's right-hand man Tatsu. Robbie Rist and Michelin Sisti were back as the voice and suit actors for Michael.
Yeah, it's just a lot. I always find that it's a lot to spend on one thing. You know, like those dudes who can spend like over $10,000 on one comic, man. I'm like, Jesus, dude. Must be nice.
Who, by his own admission, says that he was unavailable due to being in rehab for his heroin addiction, something he had struggled with during the production of the first film. April O'Neil was played by Judith Hogue in the first movie. She was never even asked to return for the second. Producers have suggested that she was difficult to work with and was constantly complaining about the violence in the movie. According to Hogue, she did complain about the violence, especially the violence that was being done to the stunt workers on set. As she said in an interview with Variety, it was a really challenging shoot. They had all these stunt people who came in from Hong Kong who had no union protections. They were getting hurt. As soon as they were injured, they were shipped out of there. It was not the safest set to be on. That's a little distressing. People are doing the movie, doing the best they can on the budget, and I think producers lose sight sometimes that there are actual human beings involved. April was recast with Paige Turco, who had been a regular on CBS Television's daytime drama Guiding Light and ABC's All My Children. She returned to play April one more time in the sequel.
What up, Brian?
Despite his fan favorite status, Casey Jones was completely eliminated from Secret of the Ooze, his part essentially taken by the character Kino.
Yeah, that makes sense, dude. I was doing the same thing last year.
For Donatello in the previous film. His scary Jason mask and the potential for kids to mimic his actions made him an obvious.
Just chilling, my dude. Just chilling.
The actor who played Jones in the first movie says they would have had to pay him a good amount of money if they wanted him to come back. If it wasn't the violence that cut Cateus as Casey, the budget would have. Shredder was back, but James Saito was not. Francois Chau.
So, do you think you can do July? Yeah, seriously. Do you think you could do July 12th? That's what we're planning. That's a Sunday.
And Frank, Toka, and Razar Welker as the voices of Toka and Razar. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze opened on March 22nd, 1991, exactly less than a year after the first film. It was the #1 film over the weekend, bringing in $20 million of its eventual $78 million. It was the #2 independent film of all time, behind only the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Domestic performance was strong. International was weak. Despite being profitable, it had a higher budget and made less money overall. That spelled disappointment and was potentially a signal of a franchise in decline. Producer Tom Gray said it was a race against time to get it out 1 year after the first one. When you do that, you really have to compromise. Gray points to several factors for the decline beyond the rushed production schedule, not the least of which was the entire production getting hijacked by the music department securing an appearance by the hottest act in pop music at the time, Vanilla Ice. Everyone just kind of threw their hands up in the air and waved them like they just didn't care. The climactic fight scene became a dance fight. The cartoonish nature turned all the way up thanks to Vanilla Ice's hair, hip-hop dancers kicking it to DJ Earthquake's cuts while two Muppet monsters belch out a bass line. No self-respecting adult could endorse this kind of a cinematic offense as worthy of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Playmates, the company that made Ninja Turtles action figures, had conspicuously not released any toys based on the movie the previous year. Executives at Playmates were actually concerned that the live-action film was going to destroy the turtle business altogether. They made up for that this time around with a series of movie star turtles featuring likenesses that were a bit closer to their on-screen counterparts than anything they had produced before, as well as packaging that tied in with the movie and molded in a soft rubbery material that was probably pretty close to the movie suit materials, if not an actual human-sized mutant turtle. We don't know. Super Shredder, Toka, and Razar also got figures. They're all kind of like the movie designs, but filtered back through the Playmates action aesthetic.
What up? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have that listed. Remember that one guy who came in and was like, I want the graded RAF. I was like, I don't have it. And he was like, you've got it in your buy it now. And I was like, oh, that one? Okay, yeah, I've got that one. And he goes, no, I don't want that one. I was like, okay, fucking what?
Even longer for figures of the turtles themselves. Details and pre-order were announced in 2022. Figures should be out.
Were you here for that one?
Association with Mirage Studios was back with another movie adaptation. Licensed Turtles merchandise was already stocked in every aisle at every store. Some of it would now feature the logo from the film and images of the live-action suits. Secret of the Ooze came home on VHS in July of 1991. The DVD would follow over a decade later in 2002. In 2009, it was re-released on DVD and Blu-ray as part of a 25th anniversary celebration, 25 years since the creation of the Turtles and their first appearance in comics. In 1993, 2 years after Secret of the Ooze, a third Ninja Turtles movie, Turtles in Time, arrived in theaters with predictable diminished returns, making only $54 million against a budget of $21 million, a sign that the Turtles' expiration might be approaching. In 1996, the original animated.
Yeah, so I used to have that Color Classics Raph in there. And the way it went down is like, do you have the... He basically asked me if I had Raph. And I was like, oh, and I assumed he was talking about the Mirage Micro. And I was like, nah, dude, I don't have it. I was like, I've sold 2 since we started. And he was like, well, you've got it in your inventory. And I was like, no, I don't. And he was like, yeah, you do. It says Raphael Color Classics 9.2 or whatever. And I was like, oh, that one. Yeah, I do have that one. I was like, do you want me to like run it? He goes, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for the Mirage one. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what do you want from me?
And from a brand perspective, it wasn't. Within the film, the creation of
Real. Dude, like, what?
There was no secret to their existence. There was no higher
Oh, what are we doing?
And that's going to have to be enough for these turtles to develop their own philosophies on life and creation. Now owned entirely by Nickelodeon, there's far too much.
Oh, but Discord's popular tonight.
Too long for anything to kill us. If the secret of the ooze is anything, it's that the Ninja Turtles are timeless. Because the power of the ninja is strong, and the turtle will be fighting the crooks until they're all cold gone. Sounded better when I wrote it than when I read it. It just didn't work as a read. Whatever, it's fine. It was the third live-action movie featuring one of the most radical comic book, cartoon, and action figure brands of all time, hitting theaters at a point when it seemed the end of the franchise was looming on the horizon. But before they could confront their future, they would have to first deal with the past. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, released in 1993, is the third live-action feature film based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles created by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird in 1984. It is simultaneously a step forward and a step backward for the franchise, which, if my math is correct, means it didn't go anywhere. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are back in action.
That's 100% what it was like, dude. Yeah, GZ. It absolutely no sense.
Despite a growing sense of futility about their place in the city and their lives ahead as adult-sized hybrid karate creatures. The brief existential crisis is interrupted when they are visited by their good friend, adult human television journalist April O'Neil. She brought them gifts from the flea market to raise their spirits. For Leonardo, the leader, a book about Japanese swords. For Donatello, who does machines, a vintage radio. For Raphael, who is cool but rude, a fedora. For Michelangelo, the party dude, a literal lampshade. And for Splinter, who taught them to be ninja teens, a strange artifact that she thinks might be a Japanese antique egg timer. Meanwhile, back in 1603, Prince Kenshin, son of Lord Norinaga, has accidentally discovered an identical egg timer after trashing the offices of several royal priests. Lord Norinaga has developed an uneasy alliance with an Englishman named Walker, who can provide him with guns and gunpowder to win the war Norinaga is waging to expand his power throughout the region. Norinaga's efforts are being thwarted by a band of rebels from a nearby village led by a girl named Mitsu, who happens to be in a relationship with Prince Kenshin. And that's when fate intervenes. Both egg timers, time scepters, are activated, causing the people holding them to switch places in time. Prince Kenshin is brought to the future while April O'Neil is sent to the past. The four turtles immediately reactivate the time scepters to follow April back in time to 17th century Japan, exchanging places with 4 members of Lord Norinaga's honor guard. With any luck, the bulky samurai armor and masks will disguise them long enough to save April and return to the present, because they only have 60 hours to switch everyone back or be turtles in time forever. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a direct sequel to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze, released 2 years earlier in 1991. Both films building off the mythology established by the first film, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, released in 1990, movies that we have previously covered on this channel. And of course, building on the ridiculously popular franchise that we have also covered that reached into every possible medium of entertainment in existence at the time. The first comics were published in 1984, and by 1988, they already had an animated series on TV and a full line of action figures on toy shelves. 2 years after that, the Turtles were featured in their first live-action movie. Presenting exciting new storytelling challenges, new groundbreaking visual effects, and setting records with a whole lot of ticket sales. Proving that the Turtles could dominate movie theaters the same way they had already dominated comics, toys, cartoons, and video games. Franchises like the Ninja Turtles, directed at kids aged 3 to 10 years old, tend to have a short shelf life. 2 years to a 6-year-old is an eternity. For the Turtles cartoon to have already lasted 3 seasons and still be strong enough to make a successful leap to live-action movies in 1990 is an aberration. There are hundreds of other cartoons that never made it past a single season. We have covered many of them here on this channel. The production studio for the first 2 films, Golden Harvest, and distributor New Line Cinema knew that they had to take advantage of what could be a very small window to produce more movies after the success of the first film. It would be fair to say that perhaps they should have taken just a little more time to make Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze. Despite an increased budget, several sacrifices.
Be right back, dudes. Just gonna grab a drink. Oh.
Instead to rush it out to theaters in less than a calendar year from the opening of the first film. Longtime fans, new fans, and just regular people with eyeballs were quick to pick up on the fact that the Turtles were no longer allowed to use their weapons, and that the entire film turned into a music video showcase for Vanilla Ice, capped off with basically the same ending as the first movie, where Shredder was presumed dead. Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird weren't happy with The Secret of the Ooze and had higher hopes for a third film, as well as an ambitious plan to bring all 3 tiers of the Ninja Turtles media franchise together. They intended to sync the comics, the cartoons, and the movies with a turtle story that told different pieces of an epic time-traveling adventure. It would kick off in the comics in April and May of 1992 with a 2-part story, Masks, written and illustrated by Michael Dooney. Masks follows the Turtles as Renette, the time mistress, uses the time scepter to project them all back in time to feudal Japan in the year 1373. She needs their help to find the origin of a mystical threat that has begun to bleed into modern time. In the past, they battle against the giant mutant lizard samurai and his evil wizard boss. With Renette's help, they're able to defeat the threat and return home. A series of events that also gives birth to a new ninja clan that calls themselves the Foot. The cartoon series featured an episode in October of 1993 called The Legend of Koji, which finds the Turtles traveling back in time through the use of a time travel device created by Shredder. Transported back to the year 1583, the Turtles meet Shredder's ancestor Oroku Sancho and Splinter's ancestor Hamato Koji. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 was the 3rd part of the media trilogy, going into production with a reduced budget around $20 million and reduced participation from Golden Harvest based upon reduced expectations. Where the first film made over $200 million against a budget of roughly $13 million, Secret of the Ooze only made $79 million on a budget of around $25 million. It was assumed a 3rd film was going to perform even worse still. Because surely the kids had grown up and moved on to other things. That must be why Secret of the Ooze had underperformed. Not because of the quality and compromises, the quick turnaround, not because of Ninja Rap. The reduced budget for Part 3 meant that they could no longer afford Jim Henson's Creature Shop, and the team responsible for the costumes that brought the Turtles and Splinter and Toga and Razar to life in the first 2 films was going to be absent from the 3rd. Instead, all effects company would attempt to deliver the same quality accustomed to at wholesale prices. They were the effects company behind the Energizer Bunny and Chunk 5 from Short Circuit. They had worked on TV shows like Max Headroom and Alien Nation. The suits did look and function differently.
Dude, that's so funny. Yeah, that's exactly the same situation, isn't it? Like, what, dude? Like, you knew what you wanted. And now that I've told you, you're like trying to, it's like it makes you uncomfortable or something. I don't really get it.
Cartwheel ninja kick a dude in the face or not? You asked, and cinema provided. A reduced budget also meant that some considerations were going to have to be made to potential characters and storylines that might pop up in the movie as part of the comics movie cartoon shared storyline. The giant reptilian samurai, the devilish sorcerer, and Renette the Time Mistress from the comics were all definitely getting dropped. The fire-breathing dragon from the tsunami box in the cartoon wasn't going to make an appearance, but the artwork in Norinaga's temple in the movie clearly depicts the 4 Ninja Turtles, suggesting that they have been here before, and as Norinaga himself states, these demons defeated his ancestors and have come back for him.
Alright, they're back. Hey, dude! Back in time. Check it out! Try Japan! New Line Cinema presents It's Wood Movie Time! The greatest pizza twirling. Sword swinging. Here, hold these. Head banging. Hello. Goodbye. Turtles in history. No way! Teenage Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3.
You were expecting maybe the Addams Family?
Rated PG. Starts Friday, March 19th.
The rolling hills of Astoria, Oregon would have to substitute for 17th century Japan, and shooting overseas would have been too costly. A Hollywood-friendly city with access to shoreline, mountains, forests, and urban environments, it was the perfect location for films like 1979's The Black Stallion, 1985's The Goonies, 1986's Short Circuit, and 1990's Kindergarten Cop. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 was written and directed by Stuart Gillard. He was a Hollywood veteran, having written for TV shows like Captain and Tennille, Sonny and Cher, Donnie and Marie, and Morgan and Mindy. He directed TV shows like My Secret Identity, The New Adventures of the Black Stallion, and Max Glick. Returning cast members included Paige Turco, who took over as April O'Neil in Secret of the Ooze. Elias Koteas, who was conspicuously absent from the second film, was back in dual roles as Casey Jones in the present and Double Agent Wit in the past. Brian Tochi and Robbie Rist were back as the voices of Leonardo and Michelangelo, respectively. Corey Feldman was back as Donatello after spending the second movie in rehab. New to the series were Tim Kelleher as the voice of Raphael, James Murray as the voice of Splinter. Ninja Turtles 3 was released in the U.S. on March 19, 1993. It brought in over $12 million in its first weekend with practically no competition for the demographic. Aladdin was in its 19th week. Homeward Bound was in its 7th. Turtles earned over $42 million in the U.S. and an additional $12 million internationally, bringing it in just over $54 million total. The second highest budget of the three films, the lowest box office receipts. Was it a franchise that had refused to grow up with the 3 to 10-year-olds who flocked to the first movie 3 years earlier? Was it the creative compromises or just plain turtle fatigue? Reviews were dismissive if they gave it any attention at all. Hal Hinton of the Washington Post noted, quote, "If the first sequel was a photocopy of the original, this second sequel is a tracing of a photocopy. It's the same business twice removed and twice diminished." Marjorie Baumgartner in the Austin Chronicle said, quote, "These Teenage Mutant Ninja epics are not really mind-numbing so much as mindless, and it's unlikely that any new chapter in the series will ever rival the first installment for its sheer originality of concept." Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 was released on VHS and Laserdisc in 1993.
Automotive customers are the worst.
Previous films that ran into some censorship in the UK as the turtle weapons and the word ninja are offensive to the Queen. Their version cuts out a few shots to make sure English kids never find out what nunchucks are. Those changes are restored for the DVD release, and every release since. 2 additional box sets released along with the 2 previous films. As of this video, you can stream it on Amazon Prime, Tubi, and HBO Max. It's day to day. The official soundtrack for Ninja Turtles 3 is a disappointing mixed bag of 1980s hits mixed with a Technotronic song that sounds exactly like the other Technotronic song, and a re-release of the original song Turtle Power by Partners in Crime from the first movie soundtrack, a song which does not appear anywhere in the third film. But if we could be serious for just a moment, this soundtrack saved my life. Haunted for years by a tune I could not place, a primal call ringing in my ears since the mid-80s, a melody I had only heard on a Listerine commercial the year before. I couldn't place it, so decades before the invention of music identification app Shazam, I had no choice but to sit by the stereo night after night, all night, with a cassette tape queued up, ready to record, obsessively flipping from radio station to radio station, hoping someone would play that song. That cassette tape has 27 5-second clips of Duran Duran's Hungry Like the Wolf.
Hey, yo. Nice announcement.
I don't know why Baltimore's top 13 hit from 1985, Tarzan Boy, was included on the soundtrack for Teenage Mutant Ninja.
Yeah, that's funny, GZ. I was going to say, like, it sucks when you're fixing broken shit for a living. Like, doing tech support, I kind of relate to that, where it's like, no one's ever really happy to be on the phone with me because something's wrong, you know, if they're talking to me. And I've worked, like, high-level tech support, too, where it's like, if someone's talking to you, something's really wrong. And it's like, worst job I ever had, I did, like, rural internet. But one of our, like, clients basically handled, like, 911 calls, and they would go down. So, like, an entire county's 911 would be down. Like, you call 911 and it wouldn't go through. So, like, that was a nightmare trying to, because you have to fix that, like, fucking immediately. You know what I mean? Yeah. You'd be surprised how often you can't call 911 in certain areas of the country. I know firsthand that it happens way more often than you'd want it to.
The samurai armor of the turtles and rolled in characters from the comics and cartoons like Shogun Shredder and Shogun Shoit. Topps produced a card set. Dell released the novelization. Archie Comics published the official comic comic book adaptation. A Japanese comic published in 1994 called Mutant Turtles 3 is loosely based on the movie. More recently, you could have been the owner of one of these screen-used suits. The Leonardo, Raphael, and Donatello suits have all come up for auction in the last few decades. Hopefully they are together again in the hands of one wealthy collector. Like the reviews of the film itself, time has not been kind to the suits. On the bright side, NECA was likely inspired by the rotting Leonardo head when they designed the 2022 Mummy Michelangelo figure. As of this video, NECA has released modern action figures of characters from the first two Ninja Turtles films and the Coming Out of Their Shells live-action concert tour, but have yet to announce figures from Ninja Turtles 3. Surely it will be on the schedule of announcements after ALF ships later this year. There has been some confusion over the years as to what the title of this movie actually is. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 was a sequel with a number as opposed to a sequel with a title like the second film, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze. However, when the film was released on DVD and Blu-ray box sets in 2009, the cover of the movie features the name Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, Turtles in Time. Some people have thought that this was the title of the film since it was originally released. I am here to tell you that those people are wrong. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Turtles in Time is the name of the arcade game that was released in 1991 by Konami as a sequel to their previous smash hit arcade game, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, released in 1989. That naming was carried over to
Jesus.
Nintendo in 1992.
10K engine. What sort of car is it? I feel like you're at that. When you're near that point, you should just get a new fucking car. You know. $10,000. Jesus.
Time-traveling adventure, but still.
Is it like a modification they're making, or did something break?
The Ninja Turtles franchise. It was certainly part of a general slowing down or phasing out of Ninja Turtles as the once dominant franchise that it was. Many normal kids grew up and moved on to other things. That said, plans were being made for a fourth film, and if things had gone just a smidge differently, it is likely that it would have been released in 1996. Ninja Turtles creators Eastman and Laird had already developed potential concepts that the movie would have explored. Tentatively titled Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 The Next Mutation or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle 4 The Foot Walks Again, the third sequel might have seen the Turtles and Master Splinter experience secondary mutations that also new powers. There was a potential fifth turtle named Kirby.
How much are those fucking, don't you sell like tractors and shit? How much do they cost, dude? They're $30K to 50.
Instead, The Next Mutation was used for the 1997 live-action Saban-produced series that introduced.
But like, what's the car? How much is the car worth, Jeezy? It's like $15,000 car. You're like, I don't get it.
Back in theaters, animated, but still it counts. TMNT was intended to be an official, unofficial sequel, picking up after the events of the trilogy, acknowledging them through trophies in the Turtles' lair. Shredder's helmet, Horde samurai armor, a canister of booze, a time scepter. It seems to suggest that this is, at the very least, a timeline where similar events occurred prior to this film. The Turtles, Casey and April O'Neil, adjust to life apart as fate has taken them in different directions. They come together once again to defeat a brotherhood of evil warlords and 13 monsters unleashed on Earth 3,000 years ago. Released in 2007, it was the second most successful film after the first film from 1990. It is likely that the franchise would have continued on with animated features if not for the purchase of the Turtle franchise by Viacom in 2009, then relaunching again as a hybrid live-action animated movie franchise in 2014. In 2014, Kevin Eastman said of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, quote, "What we tried to do with the third movie was make it as good of a story as we could. We went through a painstaking
I guess that makes
level of
sense.
do's and don'ts, what they could and couldn't do." He continued, "We wanted something that would be good for all ages again. I call movie 1 the best, movie 2 the worst, and movie 3 halfway in between. What more should you ask of a third Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, of any third chapter in a movie franchise? Delivering a film that is quality-wise halfway between the first and second chapters is actually a very high bar to clear. To date, this is the best.
Oh, really?
This is the only version of the Turtles.
What was that like? That must have been fun.
Long enough to make it to a third chapter. That achievement speaks for itself.
Oh, shit.
For where the popularity of the franchise was in 1993. Not the end, but rather a moment in time to build a future. When you've reached the absolute height of popularity, the only way to go is down. And desperate times call for desperate measures. To stay relevant, you may have to add a kid to your cast, kill off a major character, or blow it all up and say it was just a dream. Worse still, you may have to jump the shark. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Ninja Turtles, The Next Mutation. Turtles: The Next Mutation is a live-action television series that ran 26 episodes from 1997 to 1998. It's the result of a bunch of extreme franchise-altering ideas getting turned down in favor of the only one that was literally better than nothing. A team of vigilante superheroes made up of 4 teenage mutant Ninja Turtles, totally unrelated by blood, live in the sewers of New York City. They were trained to fight evil by Splinter, a mutated rat who also acts as their surrogate father. Splinter dabbles in meditative astral projection, allowing his mind and spirit to leave his body for another plane of existence. One day, while taking an out-of-body stroll through the dream,
how about that VIP giveaway in the Discord, though, huh? Bet you weren't expecting that.
That's bad. Splinter soon encounters a new terrible evil creature called Dragon Lord, the leader of a clan of dragon-like humanoid warriors who were magically banished.
That you guys in. It's gonna always for the VIP giveaways. It's always gonna be something dope.
The human world through the realm of dreams. That's worse. The only ones who can stand in their way are the 4 original Ninja Turtles: Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, and Michelangelo, with special assistance from Chung-Yi's adopted daughter Venus de Milo, whom he taught the art of shinobi magic. Born and raised down the street in Chinatown, she also happens to be the long-lost 5th mutated turtle from the same incident that created the other 4 hero turtles and Splinter. This team is older, wiser, more experienced, and packed with 25% more turtle power than ever before. Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation was produced by Saban Entertainment for the Fox Kids Network, the producer and network of hit kid shows like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and X-Men, the animated series. The Next Mutation was inspired by concepts that were potentially going to be featured in a 4th Ninja Turtles movie slated for release in 1996. Ninja Turtles co-creator Kevin Eastman was desperately trying to get another film out to keep the brand alive and the people who produced it employed. The Ninja Turtles burst onto the pop culture scene in 1984 with the publication of the first issue of the comic book. By 1987, they had a Saturday morning cartoon. By 1988, a live-action by 1998 feature film, a touring musical show, and a breakfast cereal. 2 more movies in 1991 and 1993 were met with diminishing returns. The market was saturated with Ninja Turtle branded merchandise when it was suddenly overtaken by a new karate-kicking phenomenon, Saban's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. The Turtles were on the verge of being replaced due to oldness. 10 years is a long time for any brand to stay popular. It's an eternity for a brand marketed to children. Most kids have a 2 to 3 year window of attention at best as they grow up and discover other interests. To have been so popular for so long speaks to the Ninja Turtles.
And I'm glad you guys like the giveies. Even if it's just YouTube, I'll be like, well, fuck it.
200 episodes over a decade of comics and hundreds of action figures that already explored nearly every iteration of the Turtles you could imagine, creators were running out of ideas.
Hopefully it encourages some people to check the program, the VIP access out. It's totally going to be worth it. Like I said, just with the coupon, I'm not giving everyone that coupon, by the way, but just with that coupon, it like more than pays for itself. I don't list anything for less than $10, generally. And that, so like it, kind of pays for at least the first month right there if you were to buy something for $10, I guess. And then not only that, like there's order bonuses, the giveaway bonuses, early access to the inventory, Discord perks, and then you guys are already mods, but like I'm basically anyone who's a VIP can do like a whatnot mod for a day type deal. More days if they don't suck at it kind of thing, but everyone gets a day to start at least.
That change that would ultimately survive as the film was never greenlit for production. After plans for the movie died, Saban Entertainment and Fox Kids approached Ninja Turtle creators Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird to see if they could salvage any of it for television. Did they have any ideas that could still work for a series? Well, at least one idea. Eastman and Laird proposed the idea of adding a 5th turtle to the team. Saban liked it, but said they would only do it if it was a female turtle. 4 guys and a girl, a formula that, in their experience, had been very successful.
That's it, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm going to I was trying to think of a way, because people often will ask, like, how they can help, or, like, can they donate this, or for a giveaway, or can they, stuff, like, basically, I was trying to think of a way that people could support the show outside of just buying stuff, other than, social engagement. I always say that, but, like, basically from now on, I'm just going to be like, if someone ever kind of comes to that, like, what can I do to support the show? Like, that's going to be the best way to support the show. For sure. Like, the easiest and best way anyone can support the project would be just to be a VIP.
Shredder is back as regular Shredder instead of...
Yeah, buy me a coffee, right. So I may set up...
Raphael has a motorcycle, and the team has a turtle.
Like right now we've got the VIP program, but I can do different programs. I may set up... I built it, and I almost published it, and I was like, you know what? So it's already built. But I was like, you know what? I don't fucking like this. But I was going to do like you can do a one-time donation. I was going to have it be for like $5, $10, $25. You know what I mean? So if someone wanted to just donate straight up, they could. And then they would get a donator role, like a special role in Discord for doing it, but no other perks. But I don't know. I don't like the idea of taking money and not giving something in return. You don't know? So that's why I think I'm just going to stick with the VIP for now.
Anybody ready for pizza? Coming this fall from Savon Entertainment.
Ha ha ha! I'm pretty sure. Yes, yeah. This ain't that type of whatnot show, but I've seen them. They're out there. They are out there.
The fifth turtle was accidentally separated from the group and found in Chinatown, where it was raised by Shinobi Master Chung-E. She was renamed by the turtles during one of their first encounters with her. She had just defeated some foot soldiers and was holding the head of a broken statue. Like most nicknames in our world, the in-narrative...
Brian, I can, but honestly, man, I fart in every box I've ever sent you, so I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know if you noticed. I figured you'd had enough, but if not, man, I got a jar for you, yeah. Yeah, you get a bonus fart with every order, man. Were you here for that one night? I was telling people not to buy my books. I was like, don't buy stuff from me. It all smells like farts. I don't remember why. But I was like, I don't want to sell anything. All the books smell like farts. Don't buy them. You do find hairs? That's 100%. That 100% happens. And they're 100% my hairs. Because I can see them on the tape sometimes. It's funny. If they're long ones, they're mine. The little short ones are Sasha hairs that I've managed their way. Yeah, we know they're pubes. You can say they're beard hair, whatever. Yeah, we believe you. Yada yada.
Releasing a full wave of action figures in 1997 with the 4 original Turtles, Splinter, Venus, Shredder, and an elite guard. The new big bad villain Dragon Lord and a member of his followers called the Rank. Thunder Thrashers put the 5 turtles in different outfits and gave them projectile firing skateboards. Raph got his street cycle vehicle. The Turtles battle wagon, a Humvee called the Mutant Marauder, was released, as well as role-play toys like Leo's Katana Sword. 1998 saw a second wave of figures recoloring the 5 turtles and adding snap-on camo armor, or turtle flage. New figures from Big Game Hunter, Turtle Enemies, Bone Steel, Vampire Man, Me, and Tough Guy Talking Gorilla Silver. 4 core turtles and Dragon Lord return in deluxe turtle flage sets, and the whole thing is capped off by 2 of the most 90s designs that have ever been 90s. Leo and Don with their turtle flage camo blitz cycle and hydro skin, respectively. Not a lot of merchandise beyond the toys, some activity books, ice cream treats, a sticker album. In 1997, Tiger Electronics released a handheld LCD game. You control the turtles in hand-to-hand combat as they fight Dragon Lord or drive the Mutant Marauder Humvee. For a while, there was talk that a video game was in development by Playmates Interactive Entertainment for the PlayStation, but that never materialized. Likely due to the amount of time it takes to develop a game versus the short run of the television series itself. Despite the intention to bring back Casey Jones and April O'Neil in Season 2, Ninja Turtles The Next Mutation was canceled after just 26 episodes. Perhaps it wasn't given enough time to find its audience. Perhaps it was clear right out of the gate who the intended audience was, and they just weren't anymore. Many will point to the low-budget slapstick nature of the show that relies more on terrible puns than it does on actual ninjas fighting with their ninja weapons as the reason it failed. Others will lay the entire blame on the very idea that you would add a 5th turtle, much less make that turtle a girl, a concept that for many strayed so far away from the core as to betray what the essence of mythology was to begin with. The term "jump the shark" was coined in 1985 to describe the moment at which a beloved series or franchise or anything really has overstayed its welcome. The point at which the desire to stay relevant has resulted in tricks or gimmicks or stunts to provide a quick hit of interest in the hope that it will bring the audience back, or at the very least, prolong the effort. Jump the Shark is a reference to an episode of the 1974 television sitcom Happy Days, in which the most popular character, Arthur the Fonz Fonzarelli, must prove his bravery by jumping over a sharp wall of water scenes. Most people remember this as a moment that a once-beloved TV show finally hit a point where there was no salvaging it, the point at which the series ended. However, those people are wrong. Happy Days jumped the shark in its third season in 1977 and go on to be a #1 rated show for several more years, airing new episodes through 1984. For whatever the term means today, it was not the end for the series, not by a long shot. So, once he jumped the shark, and jumped the shark, that was the episode. Now you have to understand, we were #1 for like 6 years after that, so nobody else thought we jumped the shark. So, but listen, it's America, and the man should make money. Should write a book, have a game show. The inclusion of Venus de Milo is frequently pointed to as the low point in the Turtles franchise, a desperate attempt to stay relevant, a trick.
Take care, bro. Thanks for chilling, dude. Have a great night.
The people actually making the show on a daily basis were blindsided by Fox's decision to cancel. They received no advance warning. They attempted to keep the spirit of Venus de Milo alive through blog posts after the production shut down. The posts were written in Venus's voice.
I don't know how much longer we should do. 15, maybe 15, 20. I was going to fucking go all night, but it is kind of slow. What day is it? Monday? It's Monday. Kodiak, I might do an all-day show tomorrow. I've got the day off.
Until 2008, when Kevin Eastman sold his share of ownership.
I'm thinking about it and just running and trying to get rid of these toys all day.
But it wasn't entirely Venus's fault. The Next Mutation was canceled because Fox wasn't seeing enough profit for a show they were financing. They didn't own the concept. The ratings weren't the highest, but they would have been enough to continue if there had been more money for Fox. After the cancellation of The Next Mutation, Fox and Saban debuted a new original show in the fall of 1998 about 4 knights with magical armor, 3 guys and a girl, called Mystic Knights of TMNT. For the Turtles, it was the first time since 1986 that there was no new cartoons on television and no movies in or on their way to theaters. It would be 5 more years until the next animated series and 9 more years until the next movie. In 2012, Shout Factory brought The Next Mutation home on DVD. Volume 1 was released in March with 13 episodes. The remaining 13 followed in October. As of this video, the series is available for purchase digitally. However, there are no official sites to stream it. You can find several episodes here on YouTube unofficially. In 2009, Peter Laird sold the Ninja Turtles franchise to Nickelodeon. In 2011, Saban, after having sold Saban Entertainment to Disney in 2001, bought back all of his shows, including The Next Mutation. In 2018, all of those Saban rights were sold to Hasbro. Hasbro, till all are one. Venus de Milo has not been a part of Turtle Media since The Next Mutation. Kevin Monroe, the director of the 2007 animated feature film simply titled TMNT, related his experience with Peter Laird and the possibility of using Venus. Quote, "There's absolutely no mention of Venus de Milo, the female turtle. You can't even joke about that with Peter. It's just one of those things that he hates with a passion. It is unlikely that she is ever coming back. However, fans and ownerships change over time. No marketing department is so principled as to never attempt to touch the concept again. If NECA Toys can release a box set of the Ninja Turtles from their live concert toured series that is embraced by fans, there's a chance that enough time has passed that nostalgia can grant Venus a second chance as well. Because her creation and inclusion in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles wasn't the end of the franchise. Like Happy Days before, the Turtles have had incredible lasting success long after their jump the shark moment. So maybe it's time for a new term to describe this specific type of situation, a character asked to save an already sinking ship, to attempt to refresh a franchise that so many in the larger audience had already moved on from. The actual Venus de Milo, the statue, was discovered in a hidden cave on an island in the Aegean Sea in 1820. It was named after a Roman goddess, even though it is a Greek sculpture. It's Aphrodite, if it's anyone. Broken, displaced, forcibly renamed. A more appropriate name for the turtle than it seemed. Had it been under better circumstances, Venus might be a core part of the very healthy franchise today. Looking back, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as a franchise didn't jump the shark. They buried Venus de Milo. Perhaps one day she will be accidentally discovered again. One of the most popular, most profitable multimedia franchises in history, approaching what appeared to be its final days. Its creators doing everything they could to squeeze 5 more minutes of relevance out of a billion-dollar idea that started as a joke, hoping that after the death of the U.S. market, there might still be life in Japan. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I need rest. Oh, baby, we're going up to hour 5 for this show. I used to do these every time. every night, or every. I never do a show less than 4 hours. But I started doing that a little bit more.
Clarify the timeline with the available information, but so much of it is contradictory or incomplete. That doesn't mean that this isn't the best video we've ever made. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Legend of the Super Mutants is a 2-episode original video animation series based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Produced in part by the same company that brought you the Ultraman series, it is, at the same time, one of the most genuine and one of the most radical adaptations of the franchise. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have returned from an adventure that introduced them to a new friend and new superpowers through magical Mutastones. Chris Mew, a magical fairy, the Spirit of Light, summoned the Ninja Turtles to the underground shrine of the Neutrino Kingdom to fight against evil invaders Krang, Shredder, and the Foot Clan. She gave them magical Mutastones which allow them to temporarily undergo a super mutation, a limited time morpher. For 3 minutes, they can become super turtles with even more incredible abilities. By the turtle powers combined, they'll take mutation to the next level as the 4 individuals merge to become a single entity called Turtle Saint. Just in time because Krang and Shredder have already launched their next scheme. To use the power of the Dark Mutastone to awaken Chris Mew's evil sister, Dark Mew, and thereby unleash the evil dark power inside to destroy all of planet Earth. It's going to take all the Turtles' power, their superpower, and their combined power, along with April, Splinter, and Chris Mew to defeat Shredder and Krang, or all hope for our world is lost. Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird published the first issue of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in 1984 through their own company, Mirage Studios, an obscure black and white indie comic born from a drawing that was initially intended as a joke between the two creators. By 1989, just 5 years later, the Ninja Turtles had sold thousands of comics, were airing as a syndicated cartoon series, and taking over the toy industry. In 1990, they hit theaters with a live-action feature film and a concert tour marking their coronation as the kings of kids' entertainment. Around the same time, Batman made a similar leap from comics to movie theaters. The success of the Ninja Turtles and Batman at the box office launched a new era of comic book superhero-inspired entertainment. 1990 was a busy year as Toy Biz kicked off a line of Marvel Superheroes action figures followed by the X-Men. Toy Biz rode the X-Men rocket to stardom, assisted by the hit X-Men animated series. Cartoons sell toys, and the Turtles have profited from that for years. After the disappointing performance of both the second and third Ninja Turtles feature films in 1991 and 1993 respectively, the franchise had begun reacting to trends in the market instead of leading. And in 1993, Saban's Mighty Morphin Power Rangers stole what was once the exclusive domain of the Turtles, karate chopping and ninja kicking. By 1995, the Turtles had relinquished their overwhelming dominance of the industry as the tide turned. As the first generation of Turtle kids started to outgrow the brand, the Turtles did everything they could to stay relevant, to capture any and every possible sale that might walk down the toy aisle before they ran out of time. Street Fighter, Transformers, military, birthday clowns, Mighty Mutations, Baywatch, dinosaurs, the entire franchise needed to find a way to take all of the things the kids liked about the X-Men, Power Rangers, and Ninja Turtles and put it in one package. In 1995, Playmates released TMNT Super Mutants, a stunning departure from what fans would ever have recognized to even be called Ninja Turtles. Tall, lean, masked superheroes wearing armor and matching symbols on their chests. Splinter, Shredder, Bebop, and Rocksteady got a toy makeover as well, but all of this without a corresponding mythology to keep kids up to date as to why this change had occurred. The only explanation was the blister cards themselves. From out of the sky comes a new breed of ultra hero, taller, stronger, faster, and green. They've joined up with their super mutant brothers to form a legion of green good guys. According to an article on YouDon'tReadComics.com, Playmates really wanted to hype up these figures in Japan. As such, they shoved money at B Media and Tsuburaya Productions to make a pair of direct-to-video episodes known as an OVA, or Original Video Animation. Meanwhile, in Japan, by 1995, Ninja Turtles were an international brand and had been for years, referred to as either TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or more commonly, just plain Mutant Turtles. The US and Japan have a long history of properties being exported back and forth, many times by multiple entities with different pieces of franchises being licensed for different purposes. We've dedicated a lot of time on this channel to talking about the various lawsuits that Harmony Gold has initiated to stamp out different versions of Macross that aren't Robotech. Voltron, Sailor Moon, Gundam, Battle of the Planets, G-Force, Eagle Riders, Super Sentai, Ronin Warriors. There are tons of examples of Japanese media being imported and localized for the US. Adaptations that, in some cases, change the nature of what the thing was in Japan to make it more relatable to the US audience. Intended, in many cases, to simply sell the associated imported toys.
Sarge's making a post about the new giveaways.
Let's get one thing straight. It's not a cheeseburger without a slice of melty goodness. Kraft singles. Every single time.
Big journeys begin with a single step, like switching to Progressive and saving hundreds.
But not while I weed. Hey, who let the dogs out?
Spruce, a new weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. For dead weeds in just one day. Spruce, pet friendly, weed dead.
Of untamable frizz, forget the flat iron. New Everpure Iron Sleek by L'Oreal Paris. Our first salon-inspired smoothing routine, formulated with sleek care complex with alpha acids for humidity-resistant style and 7 days of frizz control. Everpure Iron Sleek by L'Oreal Paris.
I shall kill you one by one. You can try. A big army only means more targets.
Walker and shoot some bad guys.
You know who you're messing with? Masters of the Universe. Rated PG-13. Early screenings this Wednesday. Everywhere Friday.
The same thing happens in Japan when American properties are brought over there. In this case, the American Fred Wolf produced Ninja Turtles cartoon was imported, edited, and dubbed more than once by more than one Japanese television producer. According to TMNT Entity, the first adaptation was 52 episodes in 1991 called Ninja Turtles. They aired on NHK2 satellite network, leaving out more than two-thirds of the 193 total episodes and shuffling the order. The second adaptation, 2 years later in 1993, Mutant Turtles, featured a completely different cast, this time 102 episodes on TV Tokyo, a major Japanese television network, a reflection of the rabid popularity and fandom of Ninja Turtles at the time. Takara, the same people that made your Transformers and so many other form-changing and combining robot toys for decades, were distributing the Playmates line of action figures in Japan. Just like the US, toy sales drive television programming, and the success of the American toy line in Japan allowed for the rare exception of an American television show to be broadcast so prominently for so long. Mutant Turtles was canceled in 1995, at which time Takara set out to engineer a replacement, something that would, in theory, cater the Ninja Turtles even more specifically for the Japanese market. Back again to TMNT Entity, quote, a Japanese revival franchise was quickly put together under the commission of Takara. As a matter of fact, the series was already being teased during the ending credits of the TV series with images of the upcoming Turtles anime. The result was Mutant Turtles Legend of the Super Mutants, designs that took their cues from all of the things that were popular kids' entertainment in Japan at the time, most notably animated series like Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, as well as live-action shows like Gridman and the Super Sentai series. According to SentaiRanger.com, the action kicked off in July of 1995 with a manga series called Super Turtles 1 Holy Mutastones Mystery. This comic sets the stage for all of the new characters, the Mutastones, in the defense of Chris Mew's Neutrino Kingdom underground shrine. The following year, Legend of the Super Mutants, produced by B Media and Super Riot Productions, was released. According to a 2014 article on FilmSchoolRejects.com, animation was provided by Ashi Productions. Known for shows like Magical Princess Minky Momo, Space Warrior Baldaios, and the 1985 horror cult classic Vampire Hunter D, Ashi had previously made lots of shows explicitly to sell toys, Special Armored Battalion Dorvac, Machine Robo Revenge of Kronos. The first episode, The Great Crisis of the Super Turtles, The Saint Appears, featured an opening sequence that quickly recapped the events of the manga series, bringing the audience up to speed to jump right into the action. That episode corresponded with the release of the first wave of Super Mutant Turtle toys by Takara, similar to the US toys released by Playmates, but totally different. A fully distinct line of toys with completely new molds than what was released in the US. Where the US figures were regular action figures with missile-firing weapons, the Japanese figures could transform from regular mutant turtles into super mutant turtles. The Takara line also featured Turtle Saint as a silver regular mutant turtle that could transform into the combined form of the four turtles. The second episode was released either the same day according to Wikipedia or exactly 1 year later according to YouDon'tReadComics.com. It featured the same opening theme music as the first episode, a completely original composition sung by Hironobu Kageyama, who you might recognize from his work on the Dragon Ball franchise. Titled The Coming of the Guardian Beasts, the Metal Turtles appear. This episode picks up immediately after the first, with Splinter, April, and the Turtles in Japan helping to guard an ancient relic hidden in a temple in Splinter's old village. The Turtles join forces with Splinter's old ninja clan to protect Shinobi Village from Shredder, Bebop, and Rocksteady as they attempt to steal the magical mirror that acts as the guardian of Shinobi Village. All 7 of the stones allow their users to summon new giant robotic metal armors that can transform into body figures. Similar to the Ronin Warriors or Saint Seiya, depending on your geography, these, however, were released in the US almost identically to their Katana counterparts. Playmates released the Metal Turtles as the Metal Mutants series. The back of the blister card describes a battle older than time itself rages on, good versus evil in a timeless war with no end until now. The mystical spirits have combined with the Turtles to create the ultimate warriors against evil, Metal Mutants. The battle ended in 1996 when the American Fred Wolf produced cartoon series ended. The following year, the original run of the Playmates Boys ended as well, and the franchise hit rock bottom with Saban's live-action series, Ninja Turtles: The Next Mutation. If you're just now hearing about this very obscure 2-episode original Japanese series, you really only have one option to check it out for yourself, and that is here, unofficially on YouTube. There's never been an official release in the US, and there likely never will be. You can hunt down the original soundtrack on the secondary market. Columbia Records Japan released Mutant Turtles Superman Legend original soundtrack in 1996. You get the original Takashi Miike score from both episodes, as well as the opening theme song Power Up Turtles by Hironobu Kageyama, and the closing theme song Chikyu wa Ogenki by Mokun. Spoiler alert, the Turtles franchise survived 1997. In fact, 2024 is the 40th anniversary of the first issue published by Mirage Comics, and while The Legend of the Super Mutants didn't have a significant impact on the franchise in the US or in Japan, it has been recognized as existing after 1996. For the 25th anniversary of the franchise in 2009, a TV movie called Turtles Forever was produced. The series finale for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that ran 7 seasons beginning in 2003. The plot revolves around Dimension X shenanigans conducted by Krang and Shredder that result in the blurring of the multiverse before it was cool. The original 1987 cartoon Turtles team up with the then current 2003 Turtles. After capturing both turtle teams, Shredder reveals the plan to destroy the Turtles across all dimensions, and he offers a handy visual depiction of several of those dimensions, one of which just happens to be the Takara Super Mutant Turtles from 1996. Yes, because everything is canon. Because everything is a multiverse. You're welcome. I'm sorry. Cowabunga. Turtle power. After a decade plus of dominance, the achievement of maximum popularity and exhaustion of every possible storytelling medium and branded product, the end was inevitable. Despite their core audience aging out, these mutant heroes were able to take on the next generation of fans by going back to their roots and delivering a darker, more mature version of their story, once again assisted by Batman. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This video is about the 2003 Ninja Turtles animated series called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Not the 1990 movie called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or the 1987 animated series called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We will touch briefly on the franchise called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but focus on the 2003 series called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is an animated series that ran 156 episodes over 7 seasons from February 2003 to May of 2009. A new era mutated from the slumbering remains of the once great franchise, proof that the story of these hero turtles could transcend generations. For over a decade, a human-sized talking rat named Splinter has been raising his adopted children in the sewers beneath the city of New York. Those children are 4 human-turtle hybrids created through contact with the mutagenic ooze when they were still hatchlings. Splinter taught them 2 things: how to walk, how to talk, how to kill a man with ancient Japanese weapons. He taught them how to move in silence, disappear into the shadows, and navigate the sewer system without choking to death from the smell. His job as a parent was to show them how to stay safe in a world that he believed would hate and fear them if they were ever exposed. But fate intervened, and now the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles use their skills not only to survive the surface world, but to keep themselves safe and free.
I'll probably do maybe a 5-minute warning here, dude. This seems like it's going to be pretty slow. I mean, I haven't been running anything. It's probably Whatnot hates when I do that.
Have to offer brutal gang warriors, evil ninja clans, aliens from outer space, Shredder, of course, and for a brief period, robots, criminals, and corporate overlords of the future in the actual future. Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines, Raphael is cool but rude, Michelangelo is a party dude. They are joined in their adventures by familiar faces like April O'Neil and Casey Jones. Together, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are a fighting force and, more than ever, a family. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the franchise, was created as a comic book by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. Issue number 1 was published in 1984 by their company Mirage Studios and immediately became an indie comic sensation. In 1987, Playmates acquired the rights to create a line of toys while partnering with Murakami Wolf Swenson for a syndicated animated series. The The cartoon and toy line combo established the Ninja Turtles as one of the most popular and most profitable franchises of the 1980s. In 1990, the Turtles released their first feature film, a live-action adaptation of the series drawing heavily from the original comic series, a movie that likely would have been successful in its own right, propelled higher on a wave of comic book movie excitement kicked off by Batman a year earlier. The Turtles starred in a live-action musical stage tour, their second movie hit in 1991, their third in 1993. By 1998, the original animated series had ended as a single-season attempt at a live-action TV series. After 11 years of turtle saturation, the kids who fell in love with the brand as 5 to 8-year-olds have become teenagers, more interested in adult pursuits like picking out a new lawnmower or reading National Geographic, like staring at meat on the grill or spitting on cars from an overpass, like getting mad at sports or balancing the checkbook. I don't know what adults do. In 2000, Ninja Turtles co-creator Kevin Eastman sold his share of the franchise to co-creator Peter Laird. The split between the founders of the franchise marked the end of an historic run that has sold billions in comics, toys, tickets, and licensed merchandise. After a few years of dormancy, Mirage Studios began looking for a company to partner with in the production of a new Ninja Turtles animated series. Most of the networks that wanted to pick up where the original series left off, in tone and profits, if not in actual narrative, focused on humor, made for younger kids, sell lots of toys. Warner Brothers Animation pitched a series with turtle designs evocative of the original Mirage comics. Artwork has surfaced, including all of the key players. The series likely would have aired on either the WB or Cartoon Network. But Warner Brothers ultimately declined to pick up the series, perhaps acknowledging that time had passed since the original series, but not enough for them. And Mirage continued to seek out other options, other interpretations. Lloyd Goldfine wasn't a big fan of the original animated series, but he was a fan of the original comics, and he had experience as a writer and producer of animated series like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Transformers Generation 2, and G.I. Joe Extreme. Goldfine pitched the series inspired directly by the Mirage comics. As he put it during a 2009 Fan Expo panel, quote, "There was all this great material that we could mine that hadn't been used in the original run of the show, and so why not do those stories and make use of all that great stuff?" And that was all Peter Laird needed to hear. He loved Goldfine's concept and directed Mirage CEO Gary Richardson to get that deal done, because that was the show that he really wanted to see and be involved with. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was co-produced by Fox's 4Kids Entertainment as part of Fox's Fox Box block of kids programming, the first in-house production by Fox of its kind. One take. The new Turtles series premiered on February 2003, reimagined in every way to separate itself from the original cartoon, including a new theme song and an entirely new cast. Michael Sinter-Nicholas, Greg Abbey, Sam Riegel, and Wayne Grayson replaced Cam Clark, Rob Paulson, Barry Gordon, and Townsend Coleman as Leonardo, Raphael, Donatello, and Michelangelo, respectively. Any comparison to the original series was pointless. This new show was intended to be dark and more mature like the comics that kicked off the franchise back in 1984, a path they were able to follow, at least in part, thanks to Batman. After the success of the 1980s...
What up, Microghost?
Batman Returns, Warner Brothers Animation produced Batman the Animated Series, which reinvented the way American television animation looked, the kind of stories it could tell, and the maturity level of the audience it was intended for. Batman the Animated Series was nominated for and won Daytime and Primetime Emmys. It was praised for its writing, sound, music, voice acting, and editing. It proved that subject matter and genres that were traditionally produced for kids in the U.S. could grow up with those kids and appeal to a larger audience at the same time. Batman the Animated Series inspired networks to embrace more complex stories about more complex characters with animation styles that used a lot of black paint, harsher compositions, more dramatic direction, and a tone that was a lot moodier. It spawned an entire universe of DC Comics animation that was still going strong in 2003 when Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was being rebooted for Fox.
Ninja Turtles, get ready! It's an attack! A snack attack! A crush snack attack! It's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle piece of crunch of bunga! Snack attack! A snack attack, Jack! Rolling the pieces, little crunchy little pieces! A snack attack! It's a crunch of bunga snack! Sounds like a crunchy snack attack, dude! I take on any ninja who takes my crunchy food! Piece of crunch of bunga! Awesome! Got some! Awesome! Crunch of bungas!
Season 1.
If only you could taste just how delicious Food Lion's hand-battered chicken is. It's made fresh.
How you doing, dude?
With our signature
What's shaking?
served up hot.
So I was just doing some stuff on the social medias.
Your taste buds waiting.
My career goals helped me do so much along the way, but I wanted I wouldn't have found the job that I have now.
Come on, Sophia. I'm so glad you're all here. Discover the princess. You're the most magical princess in the universe.
Nice, bro.
Just like you.
Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I've kind of run through all the inventory. I got a bunch of new stuff in there, but let me know if there's anything that you're looking for there. But yeah, I'm just chilling, watching TV. Working on, like, doing some Facebook posts for the community and whatnot.
Sophia the First, Royal Magic, now available on Disney Junior and Disney Plus.
Are you in the Discord yet? I was gonna say, but we've got a lot of people chilling in the Discord these days. Been hanging out and doing a lot of stuff in there.
Season 1 of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ran weekly for 26 episodes. Season 2, 3, and 4 added 26 more episodes each, winding through stories inspired directly by the comics and adding new characters and concepts to the mythology. However, in 2006, after 104 episodes, the direction of the franchise changed.
Guys, god damn it.
Mirage Studios was happy, but co-producer 4Kids Entertainment and toy partner Playmates Toys had concerns. The darker, more mature approach to the Turtles had been fine at first as a way to refresh the franchise, but business wasn't as good as it had been in the 80s. 4Kids was already wavering on the more graphic nature of the series. One season 4 episode titled Insane in the Membrane.
Oh, word, no sweat. Cool, dude.
2006. It was the climax of a subplot.
Because I just set up the free giveaways for this week.
Transfer his own consciousness into a cloned body. Over the years, Stockman was tortured by Shredder and his goons. His body literally cut to pieces, limbs rendered to the point where only his brain and pieces of his nervous system existed. He sustained his life by creating a cybernetic life support suit. Desperate to be human again, he synthesized a superhuman organic body as a new host for his mind. The transfer process worked at first, but the body began to deteriorate. Flesh dripped from his bones in what could have been a spectacle of Saturday morning body horror. His body was the physical manifestation of his deteriorating mental state. He lashed out, blaming April O'Neil for all of his failures and the monster he had become. After a fight with Casey Jones and the Turtles, Stockman is presumed drowned. Fox Kids aired the March episode Tale of Master Yoshi instead. When that Season 4 episode, Insane in the Membrane, was pulled in February of 2006, Season 5, the final season, was already in production with the same dark tone as the previous 4 seasons. In fact, Season 5, Episode 6 would have been called Nightmares Recycled. It would have focused on the characters Hun and Garbage Man having been conjoined twins, surgically separated, with Garbage Man being discarded, and yeah, that kind of thing left 4Kids Entertainment and Playmates lobbying for change. Despite the episode being written and storyboarded, it was never finished due to the graphic subject matter. Instead, 4Kids decided not to air the almost completed Season 5 and got to work on a new and different Season 5. Playmates wanted to get back to a place where new episodes could be used as a vehicle to introduce, well, vehicles and turtles with new action features, playsets, and inflatable bath toys. The new Season 5, henceforth called Fast Forward, launched Splinter and the Ninja Turtles 100 years into the future, the year 2105, where they befriended child billionaire Cody Jones, the great-grandson of April O'Neil and Casey Jones. The animation style is lighter, and the world is full of aliens and robots and futuristic gear. It is a drastic, whiplash-inducing aesthetic and tonal shift from the previous 4 seasons that gave Playmates the soft reboot they were looking for, selling those toys. Meanwhile, Mirage Studios and 4Kids did finish the episodes that would have been Season 5 if no changes had been made, which they originally intended to release straight to DVD. This lost season, henceforth called Ninja Tribunal, featured 12 episodes that continued where Season 4 left off, ignoring the season-long time-traveling events of Fast Forward.
Guys, god damn it.
However, instead of releasing the Lost Ninja Tribunal season on DVD, the first 5 episodes were available to watch on Comcast On Demand in August of 2006, 1 month after the new Fast Forward season began airing on broadcast television. 26 episodes of Fast Forward aired through October of 2007, with 10 more episodes for Season 7 in some stage of pre-production. At the same time, Imagi Entertainment and Warner Brothers released TMNT, a CG animated film that takes place after the events of the 3 live-action movies from the early 1990s. It made $96 million against a budget of $34 million, causing even more confusion for a brand struggling with its identity. In February of 2008, Ninja Tribunal finally aired in its entirety on Fox as lost episodes, once again ignoring the events of Fast Forward, causing fans of the series and future historians a lot of confusion as to which season is season 5 and which one is season 6, Ninja Tribunal or Fast Forward. I hate turtles! And it doesn't end there. After the events of Fast Forward and Ninja Tribunal, the series was again reconfigured for season 7 in a post-TMNT CG movie world, with Mirage once again fielding pitches about where to go and how to proceed, scrapping the 10 season 7 episodes that were in some stage of pre-production. That sound like before TMNT, Leonardo Donatello chilling with me, Michelangelo Raphael all day, pizza and got them to the future. Before TMNT, Leonardo Donatello chilling with me, Michelangelo, but not ignoring the events of Fast Forward. It's an all-around compromise with a lighter and darker tone, more and less humor, fewer and more toyetic designs. 13 episodes aired from September of 2008 to February of 2009. All the time travel hijinks and hopeful reboot within a 3-year period, ultimately serving to set up the real finale of this entire second age of the Ninja Turtles. That finale was a TV movie called Turtles Forever, which attempted to settle all the disparate versions of the Turtles once and for all, from the original Mirage comics to the 80s cartoon, Fast Forward, and anything else with a teenage turtle on it by utilizing the ultimate franchise failsafe, the multiverse. When all else fails, when you can't figure out which direction to go because you went in so many directions already, just clap your hands and pray to multiverse. The multiverse heals all, includes all, values all, everything that came before, everything that's still to come, and whatever you think of during production. It works especially well for anniversaries like the Ninja Turtles celebrated in 2009. After 25 years, the franchise was muddy, and Turtles Forever homaged it all, wrapping it up nicely with a bow as the 2003-era Turtles met up with their 80s cartoon counterparts, and even the Mirage Comics Turtles that started it all. It aired in November of 2009 and was released on DVD in August of 2010. Playmates was there every step of the way with toys from the first 4 seasons, Fast Forward in the 2007 CG movie, re-establishing the Ninja Turtles' presence on retail shelves for another generation of kids and collectors. Basic figures, superposable figures, 10-inch jumbo figures, vehicles, playsets, roleplay gear, and dozens of minute variations imperceptibly different to the casual observer. As of this video, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has not been released in its entirety to either VHS or DVD. Some episodes are available on physical media, but the easiest way to check it out is renting or buying via streaming services like Paramount Plus, Pluto TV, or here on YouTube. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was built as a direct contrast to the cartoon that made it famous, that built its licensing empire. It introduced new characters that have since become part of the regular roster, living on with each new appearance they make. Diminishing ratings and toy sales doomed this series to the same fate as the previous, a brief slumber before an inevitable reboot. While the Mutant Ninja Turtles have always been teenagers, this was the first animated series to treat the audience like they were too.
Listen up! From America's #1 selling board games to sockets, ratchets, and shopping, Pinterest delivers the reliability at prices that can't be.
For TMNT, Leonardo Donatello chilling with me, Michelangelo Raphael all.
Hey guys, welcome to another iceberg video. Today's video is a bit special because it is the most requested topic for me to do an iceberg on. And so this Christmas season, I'm giving you guys what you've been asking for. After Christmas, because yeah, there's no way this video is coming out before or on Christmas. So sorry, but it's here now, so that's cool. But yes, today I'll be going over the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise, talking about weird lore, projects, canceled projects, controversies, weird storylines, etc. I hope you all enjoy, and if you do, maybe leave a like, and maybe even comment below. Maybe even subscribe, because I got plenty of icebergs coming out. and I've already made a bunch of icebergs you can go and watch right now. Like ones based on Marvel, DC, Halo, Star Wars, Godzilla, Lego, Cyberpunk, Gears of War, Jurassic Park, etc. So after this video, maybe check out those. Or don't. I can't control you. So with all that being said, let's begin. TMNT 2. Despite TMNT 2007 doing a pretty solid job at the box office and getting a decent fan reception, no sequel to TMNT was ever released. However, there were plans for one. We know that TMNT 2 would have involved the Turtles traveling to Japan and facing off against Shredder, Karai, and Michelangelo. Yes, Mikey. It turns out that Michelangelo was going to defect from the group to the Foot Clan after feeling rejected by his brothers. And the last thing we know about this film's plot is that it was going to be a loose adaptation of the
Michelangelo, Raphael all day. Pizza and eggs be coming to my place. CEO of that TJ before TMNT.
The behind the film, Imagine, went bankrupt after the release of the film Astro Boy 2009, which was a critical and financial failure. Bebop and Rocksteady versus Toka and Rockstar. The studio behind the film, Divine Cinema, wanted to Bebop and Rocksteady to appear in the film. However, Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman, the creators of the TMNT,
Alright, we'll wrap it up.
Peter Laird even said, quote, "It's not so much that I disliked the characters so intensely, but more that I found their constant one-note shtick in the first animated series